especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Michelle Dewberry, this is Jubes & Co with you.
Hello everyone, Patrick Christie is here.
GB News, Britain's news channel.
Access the stories that matter to you. Take the GB News family with you on any device. And as long as you have an internet connection, tune in to GB News anywhere on the planet or beyond. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Well, this is GB News. Up next, it's The Late Show Live with the one and only Bev Turner from Washington, D.C. And Bev, what a day it's been over there.
It's always a day, Patrick. I'm exhausted. Just trying to keep up with the news agenda in this town is really incredible. In fact, I'm going to have two journalists on the panel with me tonight who are also in and out of the White House and dealing with the traffic at the moment. The political traffic that is in and out of this city is incredible. And quite literally the traffic tonight, because what happens in DC a lot for security reasons, they close the roads. The police will just close off roads because they've got politicians coming through. So in fact, one of our panellists isn't even here yet. She is stuck in traffic. But yeah, it's been a remarkable day, as again with Donald Trump, who doesn't sleep, and he's got Zelenskyy tomorrow. So we're going to be looking forward to that. Is he going to create peace in Ukraine now, Patrick?
Well, it's interesting that it actually only made, I think, one of the national newspapers here. So for now this morning, the Putin-Trump phone call. So that's interesting. Tomorrow it'll all be about Zelenskyy. But again, you know what, Bev, just a fascinating crossover in topics, isn't it? Whether it's to do with the cost of living crisis, whether it's to do with how Trump might have handled the Chinese spy scandal, whether it's to do with all of these different things, and the fact that our civil service now, by the way, and our public service, turns out, Bev, it turns out that they are much more pro-Hamas, Russia and China than the average member of the British public. Well, President Trump will be draining that swamp, wouldn't he? But I'll hand it over to you now. It's going to be a great show.
On The Late Show Live tonight.
We hope we're going to get it stopped. I thought this would be, because of my relationship with President Putin, I thought this would be very quick. And it's turned out to be, who would think I did Middle East before I did this? We did a total of 8 now, 7 and now 8.
He's at it again. President Trump is quickly being dubbed the peace president. Holds a 2.5-hour phone call with Vladimir Putin ahead of his meeting with Ukraine's President Zelenskyy later tomorrow. Here today for you in the UK. Are we closer than ever to achieving world peace? But also tonight.
Do you think Trump's coming after you?
Also breaking tonight, John Bolton, Donald Trump's former national security advisor turned adversary, has been indicted following allegations that he shared classified documents. I will show you that exclusive unaired interview that John Bolton gave to Ben Leo on GB News, and he asked him about those allegations. Also,
in my dreams, I have a plan.
Can you confirm to the committee today that you won't be raising taxes?
Well, thank you for the reminder to everybody to get their tax returns.
Taxation. Taxes.
Money, money, money. Must be funny in the rich man's world.
a war on wealth. Just weeks out from her second budget, Rachel Reeves said it's about time that those with the broadest shoulders balance the books. But what counts as wealth when your weekly shop costs more than ever and the UK has the highest tax rises in the G7? We're diving headfirst into the stories from tomorrow's newspapers before they hit the shelves. And we are live, of course, in Washington, D.C., just yards from the White House, bringing you the stories that America is talking about tonight, including this.
He finds the press to be very disruptive in terms of world peace and maybe security for our nation. Press is very dishonest.
A mass press walkout at the Pentagon tonight after journalists have their accreditation revoked. Plus, shock scenes on Capitol Hill. America's longest-serving Senator Mitch McConnell took a tumble while facing down a furious protester this evening. I'm Bev Turner. This is The Late Show Live, and our night's just getting started. Breaking news tonight, President Zelenskyy has touched down in Washington, D.C. ahead of his high-stakes talks with President Trump later today for you, tomorrow for us. Zelenskyy says he expects the same momentum that delivered Middle East peace to help end Russia's war. But here's the twist. Just as Zelenskyy arrives, President Trump has announced that he's going to be meeting with President Putin in Budapest for more talks on ending the war in Ukraine, following a phone call between the two leaders a short time ago. And that changes the stakes completely.
And I thought it was a very good phone call. I thought very productive. But I'll be meeting with President Putin, and we'll make a determination. Tomorrow I'm meeting with President Zelenskyy, and I'll be telling him about the call. I mean, we have a problem. They don't get along too well, those two, and it's sometimes tough to have meetings, so we may do something where we're separate but equal. We'll meet and talk to parties, but this is a terrible relationship the two of them have, and it's one of those things.
They don't get along too well. There's the understatement. Well, right now, Ukraine's President Zelenskyy is expected to ask for long-range missiles and air defences. The American president has repeatedly hinted in recent weeks that he may deliver those weapons, but whether this is just a negotiating gambit to pressure Putin remains to be seen.
We hope we're going to get it stopped. I thought this would be, because of my relationship with President Putin, I thought this would be very quick. And it's turned out to be, who would think I did Middle East before I did this? We did a total of 8 now, 7 and now 8. And we're going to make this number 9.
Let's get more with journalist Audrey McAlpine now. Audrey, a very good evening to you. It's so, I never really tire of hearing President Trump talk about such serious issues in layman's terms, and part of his success is he just rips up the rule book and he doesn't bring the baggage that other politicians will bring to these deals. He sees them as deals rather than peace negotiations. Do you feel like we're edging towards the end of this conflict now?
We're closer than we've ever been. Of course, many hoped that tomorrow would mean a substantial step forward for U.S. support, especially militarily, for Ukraine. And then this is just another wrench in that plan, as some might see it, but others might see it as actually a step forward. The Tomahawk missiles were always meant to be a tool, a negotiating tool for President Trump to push Putin to the table. And it's done exactly that. You know, the eve of this meeting with Zelenskyy, Putin has come forward. And now we have a meeting that might take place within the next 2 weeks between Trump and Putin in Hungary. I think it's a significant step forward towards peace.
And what do you think the sticking points are going to be, Audrey? This is going to be about the division of land within Ukraine and who can compromise in what direction. If you had to predict any land that Putin is, that Zelenskyy is happy to concede to Putin, will that happen? The Donbass region, how much of it is he prepared to give away? Is that where we're going to see the minute details of this come down to?
Well, it's an old Soviet tactic to ask for more than you're really owed and then hope that you get at least half as much. And that's what Putin is doing in his negotiating tactics. He's asking for land that he doesn't even occupy yet, especially in 2 of these regions, in the Kherson region and in the Zaporizhia region, which are in the southeast of Ukraine. So it's very unlikely that Ukraine will accept those terms. They'll never fully recognize any of that land either way because it's against their constitution. But it has become increasingly part of Ukraine's rhetoric that perhaps the battle lines might be drawn where they are. And Ukrainians have become used to that. Even if they don't like it, there is the sense that they have begun to accept it.
OK, thank you, Audrey, so much for kicking us off. Audrey McAlpine there. Let's bring in my panel this evening. Reporter for the Daily Caller, Ashley Brassfield, is with me, and foreign correspondent Sarah Firth. And Sarah, you've just hot-footed it from the traffic that is stationary in Washington, D.C. It happens sometimes here.
Ahead of Zelensky's visit, some of those roads closed while they get prepared.
Well, this is what I was saying. This is what happens often, isn't it, in this city? Yes. Because this city is just wall-to-wall politics, and occasionally the roads will just get shut down because people are in town. Glad to see you both here this evening. Ashley, let me start with you. How close do you think Trump is going to get in the next couple of weeks to finishing, ending this war in Ukraine? Because he's riding high on the success of closing down the situation in the Middle East, although this evening that is looking a little tentative, and we'll talk about that as well. But he will be determined, I think, even if it's for his own personal satisfaction, to sort this conflict out as well.
Yeah, well, it's the art of the diplomatic deal is what I like to say in this case. You know, we saw the president able to return multiple hostages from Israel, and that's the high that currently happened. Of course, the Middle East, it's hard to say that there's complete peace. It's a very, you know, just, I would say, like a lot of things going on in that region currently. So, I mean, when it comes to Ukraine and Russia, obviously another conflict that's happened over the years. So not something that's easily, you know, ended, I would say. Of course, you're talking about Putin and Zelensky, seeing Zelensky at the White House tomorrow. I think the whole deal would be to get Zelensky and Putin in a room, obviously, is I think the end goal here. These are good steps to get that going. Obviously, we saw the Alaska summit with President Putin and President Trump as well.
Sarah, do you think, what I like about this administration is the transparency. I've said it before. At the moment, there isn't a press conference scheduled with Zelensky tomorrow. These talks are going to be behind closed doors, but it's not really how Trump does things, is it? Once he gets people here, he tends to open the doors and let the press in. Do you think we're going to get some moves forward tomorrow? It seems to me that, like, he's told us today in his Truth Social post, which we will look at in a minute, that Marco Rubio is going to go out. He's then going to meet Putin. I feel like there are quite a lot of steps to go before we get any sort of peace here.
There are, but I think today was an important step forward in and of itself. You know, over the last week or so, Bev, what we've seen President Trump doing, and certainly in the last few days, right, when he's closed what's happened in the Middle East, he feels he's got success there. He's now turned his attention to this conflict in Ukraine, which we know he has openly said himself has been harder to navigate than he expected. Yeah. It's gone from you know, the beginning of this year, that very high-profile spat between Zelensky and Trump. Then you had them get the relationship back on track. The last few days, what President Trump has been signalling is about these Tomahawk missiles, right? Basically playing this will he, won't he tactic that he's so well known for in negotiations. That would be game-changing on the field for Ukraine's military. And it was sending a really powerful political message to Vladimir Putin. I'm willing to raise the stakes. And clearly the Kremlin received that message because he picked up the phone, he got on the phone with Trump, and this is all coming ahead of tomorrow's all-important meeting. You're right, will the press be allowed in, Bev? It depends how it goes. You know, people will be remembering what happened earlier in the year, and it's always a little bit tenuous when the two of them meet face to face.
And will he be in a suit? Yeah, critically. Let's remind ourselves what happened in February when Zelensky was at the White House. They're in the Oval Office. It was those settings that Trump has done. It's kind of unprecedented, really, with all the press there. And Zelensky was there, kind of begging, bowl in hand, as he does. And J.D. Vance didn't like what he was saying, and Trump took it from there. Let's have a look.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
Feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country.
I mean, I have to say I could watch that over and over again. I thought it was absolutely wonderful. If there's one thing you don't do as well with President Trump is interrupt him.
No, you definitely don't interrupt him. And I think this was a big aspect where it was respect. You know, the past administration with President Biden was just freely giving money to the Ukrainians. And, you know, I think a lot of the optics around it was President Zelenskyy was going around Europe asking them for money. President Trump basically said, you know, there's going to be some things that need to be done that you're going to have to come to the table and talk to us because we want to end this war. And that's exactly what was happening right there.
And he'd only been inaugurated on the 21st, 22nd of January, President Trump. He'd barely been in office this time for like 6 weeks, I think, not even 4 weeks. And I think it was such a show of strength. I know it was divisive. And there'll be people watching this who think that Zelenskyy is the greatest hero in the world. Personally, I don't. But there were people watching that who just thought it was outrageous that Donald Trump treated him in that way. I thought it was wonderful. And it set the tone. It set the tone for America first. It set the tone for I am going to deal with conflicts, but you've got to let me do it in my way. I loved it.
I think, you know, we saw President Trump, and we have seen throughout his second term, the power of his negotiating skill, right? So a lot of people question, you know, is he the deal maker that he likes to think he is? Well, yes. I mean, look what's happened in the Middle East. And he's very good at applying the pressure to both sides here. What I would point out is I've been speaking to military analysts in DC ahead of this meeting with Zelenskyy. It is a critical moment. There is a real sense, and Bev, I was on the ground when Russia invaded. You know, President Putin was
on the ground.
I was on the ground in Ukraine when the invasion happened.
Oh, were you?
We were in the bomb shelter in Kiev. We watched women and children pouring in, crying. People were taking the mirrors off the walls. For days we were on lockdown.
Is this your partner? Is your partner Ukrainian?
No, he's Turkish.
Right.
But he was very involved in reporting the story too, because of course Turkey has been heavily involved with the supply of drones, the Bayraktar drone, game-changing for Ukraine on the field. You know, honestly, Bev, it will never ever leave my memory. The women and the children coming in to Kiev, just not knowing what was happening. Kiev was like, it's a European-feeling city, right? And so what Ukrainians will repeatedly say is, listen, this is on the front lines of Europe's doorstep. We are the front line. So what happens here matters for Europe. What Trump has been fantastic at is coming in as a president and saying, Europe, you guys, NATO, your turn, step up and do what's right. But what we have seen is a change of tone. You know, President Trump has gotten frustrated with Vladimir Putin. He's gotten very angry at the fact that the calls go well, the diplomacy seems to go well. He's given him some high-profile moments. Alaska, this phone call. I think, you know, with President Trump, yes, this mention of tomahawks is for sure, I think, predominantly a pressure tactic for Putin. But President Trump is willing to see those threats through and put the money where his mouth is when it comes to players like Vladimir Putin. So Putin and the Kremlin will be watching what happens tomorrow with the Zelenskyy meeting very closely.
Let me know your thoughts at home, gbnews.com/your say. Thomas has said, as you're in Washington, is Victoria Newland available for comment? She did pick the last president of Ukraine. Keep those thoughts coming, won't you? I do like them. Right, still to come on The Late Show Live.
In my dreams, I have a plan.
Can you confirm to the committee today that you won't be raising taxes?
Well, thank you for the reminder to everybody to get their tax returns. Taxation. Taxes.
Money, money, money. Must be funny in the rich man's world.
The Chancellor of the Exchequer vows that the rich and wealthy will shoulder the brunt of her next budget. But what actually counts as wealth? And could ordinary families get caught in the crossfire? But first...
And so retribution is the way he deals with people who have the temerity to oppose him.
Trump advisor John Bolton has been indicted over his handling of confidential documents. But does this move reveal more about Trump and how he deals with his critics? I'll bring you that exclusive unaired interview that Ben Leo did with John Bolton next.
Join me, Nana Okoye, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
Because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dawdney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to The Late Show Live. I'm Bev Turner. Thank you for joining me. Breaking news tonight here in Washington, D.C. John Bolton. Now, this guy is President Donald Trump's former national security advisor turned adversary more recently. Well, he's been indicted. Some would say it's a case of lawfare. He's facing decades in prison. Now, this comes after the FBI searched Bolton's home and office in August as part of an investigation into the handling of classified information. Well, just a few weeks ago, GB News' Ben Leo spoke to John Bolton and asked him about the FBI raids. Here's what he said.
Back in 2022, you said President Trump's the raid on Mar-a-Lago of the classified documents and the FBI raid, you commented at the time, John, saying that he's shown a disdain for the nature of classified documents. 3 years on, you're embroiled in your own classified documents scandal, if you want to call it that. Do you regret those comments, bearing in mind what you're dealing with now?
No, because I think the circumstances are completely different. I wish I could talk more about my situation. Unfortunately, it's not appropriate, but I think they're radically different than what happened at Mar-a-Lago.
Do you think Trump's coming after you?
Well, I said in the foreword to my paperback edition of my book in January of 2024 that he would conduct a retribution presidency, and I think it's not just a question of me, it's a pattern across the board. That's how he's governing. He doesn't have a philosophy, and so retribution is the way he deals with people who have the temerity to oppose him.
Just playing devil's advocate here, John, I mean, can you, from a MAGA perspective, can you blame him? Because he was almost assassinated. He has endured lawfare after lawfare. I mean, the trial in New York, for example, even the banks who he took those loans from were saying, we've got no problem with what he did. He's been impeached multiple times. So from a human perspective, do you have some sympathy with maybe the suggestion that he is on a bit of a vengeance mission?
Well, my mother told me when I was a very little boy, 2 wrongs don't make a right. And turns out she was right.
Well, 2 wrongs don't make a right. It's an interesting story. Let's bring my panel in. For the Daily Caller, Ashley Brassfield is with me, and foreign correspondent Sarah Firth as well. Ashley, just explain to the British viewers what this story might be about, because John Bolton isn't necessarily a household name in the UK, but what is it telling us about Donald Trump?
Yeah, well, this is the former national security advisor for President Trump. He is kind of known as a neocon here in America. This was a 26-page indictment, 18 counts. Basically directly from the FBI. He transmitted top secret information using personal online accounts. And, you know, this is something that's very interesting because this is, like we said, was the deal with Mar-a-Lago raid with the classified documents. So kind of being thrown back in the face of John Bolton here. We've seen, of course, indictments. This was in a Maryland court. In Virginia, we saw this with Tish James and, of course, and James Comey as well, that former FBI director.
So he used to be Trump's ally. But he's much more of a warmonger, Sarah, isn't it? And so him and Trump have basically fallen out because Trump has been fighting for peace at every opportunity. And that's not really what John Bolton approves of and respects. Is that what's happened here?
I mean, I would be so curious to know what you thought ahead of their falling out, because a lot of people at the time were sort of predicting and could see that coming. And I think this indictment is interesting, Bev, because you had Bolton publish his book. He was given a very clear warning at the time that he could face issues, legal issues, further down the line. What we're seeing tonight as this news is breaking, because it is major news, right? It's the 3rd political adversary of President Trump's that we've seen indicted in this way in a matter of the last month, with the FBI director and the former New York Attorney General. However, it is worth pointing out that the case with Bolton, this indictment, does differ from the other 2. So with Comey and with Letitia James, you had Virginia Attorney General's office behind that, and someone who was spearheading that, put in place by, that was seen as very, very close to the Trump administration. In this case, this is being carried out in Maryland, and you've got career prosecutors behind this. And the charges, I mean, you heard Ashley reading them out there. I think it's 10 years. Each count holds a potential of 10 years in jail. It's a matter of national security. It's a big deal. So there is a bit of difference. But look, even the insinuation that this is political lawfare, that is politically radioactive. It could do huge damage to the perception of America's justice system, which stands, you know, pretty much at the top of, you know, a world-leading justice system. And there is a sense that, at least perception-wise, it's being undermined by these indictments, being seen as President Trump, you know, going after his political opponents. That's concerning. And for UK viewers, concerning because we are very tied in the UK to what happens in the US. We intelligence share everything, basically, Bev, when it comes to Middle East arrangements, what's happening in Ukraine, to economic decisions being made. If there is a sense that the legal institutions in this country are being tested and undermined, and that their neutrality is being undermined, that will have impacts in our relationship in the UK with America here as well.
I guess it's just given how much the Democrats went after Trump in terms of the law, you kind of can't blame him for hitting back at some of the people in the same way.
You're right. This is an accountability thing, is how I see it.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know, not equal force in a lot of ways. In these, you know, we saw people being perp walked during the last administration. That's not, you don't see that's happening right now. You saw Mar-a-Lago being raided by the FBI. This is a former president of the United States. This is just a national security director. I think it's a little unequal in that sense. Like you said, the Democrats have gone after the president multiple times. They tried to impeach him, judicial lawfare, all the things. Basically, I think it is the representation of, if you do not stop them and do the same thing in some way, give them a slap on the wrist at least, are they going to do it again?
Yeah. Okay, Ashley, Sarah, we're going to take a quick break, but coming up still tonight on The Late Show Live.
Are you ready to go shopping? Step inside a very special supermarket. The only supermarket in the world that gives
supermarket sweep as Rachel Reeves gears up to crack down on Britain's wealthiest. How does a trolley of groceries in the UK stack up against one in America? Also tonight.
You will not be able to work in the United Kingdom if you do not have digital ID. It's as simple as that.
Absolutely terrifying. Digital veteran cards have now officially come into effect, but could the scheme isolate ex-servicemen and women who aren't online and who don't have a smartphone? This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off limits.
You had the power then.
Yeah,
as I say, now you've lost it.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk
No,
now?
that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
And since then, President Putin and I have had an open channel of communication regarding the welfare of these children.
Welcome back to The Late Show Live. President Putin has thanked First Lady Melania Trump during a phone call with Donald Trump for her advocacy for children. But are we any closer to achieving peace in Ukraine? We're going to be talking about that in just a moment. Let's have a look at some of the newspaper front pages now, though, from London. The Independent is leading on President Trump saying, "I will meet Putin in Budapest for second summit on Ukraine war," and MI5 chief piles pressure on the Prime Minister over this spying crisis relating to China that is not going anywhere. The Daily Express are leading on a ban on Israeli fans is a national disgrace. Decision sending the message there are parts of Britain where Jews cannot go, says the Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch. We're going to be looking at that in just a moment. The Daily Mail are leading on Prince Andrew and spy chief at the heart of China scandal. As Starmer's rebuked by MI5 boss over the collapsed case, now the shamed Duke of York is being dragged into that messy affair. Telegraph is leading on MI5 chief dismayed by China spy fiasco as well. Asset-rich pensioners. Also, it says, in the crosshairs for Reeves' budget tax raid. If only they could barely get any more unpopular. New York Post, security alert. John Bolton indicted on charges of mishandling classified information that we've just been talking about. As John Bolton said, 2 wrongs don't make a right, but Donald Trump obviously feeling like there is some justice to be meted out there. And the Washington Post has a similar front page too. John Bolton indicted over handling of classified material during Trump's first term, indicted on 18 counts of transmitting and retaining national defence information. Let me know your thoughts this evening, gbnews.com/your say. But let's get more on that story that's on the front page of the Daily Express with the chairman of the National Jewish Assembly, Gary Mond. Good evening, Gary. Thank you very much for joining me. So your thoughts on this story, and if you could just explain it to our viewers. This is a match that's going to be played between an Israeli team, and it's going to be in the Midlands in the UK, and the fans have been advised don't travel because the Midlands is too dangerous for Jewish people.
That's right. It's Aston Villa against Maccabi Tel Aviv. And it's a major Israeli national team, not the actual national team, but one of the top footballing sides in Israel, coming to the UK, and they're advising Israeli fans not to travel. I think it's an absolute disgrace. I think it's yet another example, when we go back maybe 50 years in these types of examples, of politics interfering with sport. We had it when the Moscow Olympics were boycotted in 1980. We had it when apartheid South Africa was boycotted. We've had it much more recently with Russian teams being boycotted. We've also had attempts to boycott Israel and stop Israel participating in sport. And of course, we have the sickening instance more recently of the England football team and others taking the knee to Black Lives Matter. So sport and politics shouldn't mix, in my opinion. But the more specific points relating to this situation is that, frankly, they're not. We have two-tier policing. There is no will and no determination to look after Jewish people, and that comes to the basic point that yes, it seems that the area is a no-go area for Jews.
Let's bring in my panel of Ashley and Sarah on this issue as well, Jason. Ashley, when you hear this as an American, is it kind of shocking to you that there are parts of the UK that Jewish people are advised not to go to because it could be too dangerous for them?
Yeah, it doesn't really shock me. I think we see this at our own universities here in America specifically. I think that's happening on campuses. The Trump administration has tried to crack down on this. Anti-Semitism is up within the United States, and I think really across the globe, of course, since October 7th happened. I think there's nothing new about this at all.
Yeah. Sarah?
I think what's interesting is I'm going to come at this from a security perspective. So in the UK, you do have this sort of blanket security advisories that go out. So in this case, to Israeli fans. We don't always have clarity over the background to how those security decisions are reached. Certainly the framing of what's happened, I don't think you would have, as Ashley said, the same thing happen in the same way here in the United States, but we have seen similar instances where there is a huge question mark over whether this is targeting, in this instance, Jewish communities, and certainly there is the perception of that, but security concerns, major issue, and so I'd be very interested to know why and how that advisory came about.
Gary?
I think there's an expression, where there's a will, there's a way. And in this particular case, as in so many cases regarding fighting anti-Semitism in Britain in the last couple of years, there is no will. It's almost as if West Midlands police want the evening off. They're not prepared to go the extra mile to protecting Jewish and Israeli football fans on that evening of that match.
Which is about it's a freedom issue. How free are our streets for everybody? And if they say, Gary, if there is a will, there would be a way. Thank you so much, Gary Mond. There. Let's also get the take of political commentator Aman Bogle on the front pages. China dominating a lot of them. Aman, good to see you. Thank you so much for joining me. It's always a delight to talk to you. Right, these front pages, this China spy story, it's just not going away for Keir Starmer. Is it just getting worse and worse for him?
It's getting worse and worse. Look, this is a national emergency, Bev. It really is, especially when we have the directors of MI5 and MI6 calling this out. You know, for MI5 to go over the heads and pass by the people sitting in number 10 just tells you the gravity of this situation. We also have the US House Committee on China writing into the British ambassador in Washington, D.C. of their concerns of what they see the UK in terms of the threat to from China. But look, also, this is also about protecting our elected members of parliament. You know, Tom Tugendhat, he's had his home burgled, he's had his office ransacked by Chinese operatives, I would argue, because he's been such an outspoken proponent of holding China to account on so many things that are going wrong. And the fact that the MI5 chief has said that, you know, we face state threats from China every single day. That really is an indictment of where we are in the UK.
Let's bring in Ashley and Sarah as well into this conversation, because I have this sense when we talk about what a threat China is to the UK of, well, we now are beholden to China for everything. There's almost nothing that we buy in the UK that isn't touched by the Chinese production system in some way. It is too late now. We cozied up to China 4 years under many different prime ministers. And clearly, in this case with Starmer, trying to keep them on side, even if it meant that we weren't going to get to the bottom of a spying case. What do we do now? What do we do now, Sarah? I mean, we are beholden to them.
Yeah, Bev, it's exactly that, the economic issue. So whenever these security issues come up, you look at where the money is coming from, you know, follow the money. And in this case with China, that is one of the most pertinent points. Starmer and the Labour government have huge questions that they still have not provided clarity on when they are repeatedly asked about why this prosecution of these two individuals that were accused of spying for China was dropped. I can tell you, here in America, President Trump himself is becoming very concerned about the potential security risks here when it comes to the UK's relationship with China. This isn't going away. Starmer, Labour, they're going to have to provide some more clarity over what happened with that prosecution being dropped and what was going on here. And yes, here in Washington, there is real concern and notice is being paid to what is happening right now in the UK with that China spying case.
Actually, you get a sense in this country that Donald Trump, he knows how powerful China is and how it is set to become even more powerful, but he doesn't sort of cede any kind of, he doesn't give them any ground at all, does he?
No.
Ownership, America first every time.
Yeah, America first every time is exactly right. I think you see this again with Trump threatening to put 100% tariffs back on China. We've seen multiple cases of Chinese spying incidents across military installations within the United States as well as universities. So this is nothing new to the United States either. And as well as we see here with the United Kingdom, we see Prince Andrew now being implicated in this. And poor guy, I think he's had a run for his money out the last few things he's been involved in. But I think the United States is just as aware of Chinese threats as the UK currently, and I think we see that going forward, the heightened concern going for that, and even letting Chinese students into the United States colleges and universities is something that's an ongoing discussion and something we highlight usually.
Yeah, and we've had similar concerns, Amal, in the UK about Chinese influence in universities, of course.
Absolutely, not just in Chinese universities. There's a real concern whether the Chinese Communist Party might be running, you know, prisons in their properties here, like they were in Canada, for what they classify as dissidents. So it's a real serious concern. But more than that, it's also, as you said, Bev, we have become so beholden and dependent on China for our technology, our 5G equipment. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when Huawei was banned in the UK a few years ago. But you know what? The government at that time, it was a Conservative government, they still gave all the networks a good solid 10 months run up to buy all the Huawei equipment they could get hold of until the ban came into place. That's not how you deal with the threat of backdoors built in by the Chinese Communist Party into Huawei 5G equipment. I think we need to learn a lesson from our Indian friends who banned all Chinese 5G equipment. And you know what Prime Minister Modi did? He had a national mission to indigenously develop 5G equipment. That's what we should be doing in the UK.
We need to move on. Ashley, Sarah, Aman, thank you so much. We'll be back with you, Aman, in London in the next hour. But still to come this evening on The Late Show Live. As President Zelenskyy prepares to meet Donald Trump in the Oval Office in just a few hours' time, what can we expect? One man close to the administration and Donald Trump's former advisor will reveal all to me in the studio in the next hour, but also on the show tonight.
Are you ready to go shopping? Step inside a very special supermarket. The only supermarket...
Supermarket sweep. They didn't tell me they'd put that music under pictures of me pushing a trolley around a supermarket, but how does a trolley in the UK stack up against one in the US? This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to The Late Show Live. Now, Rachel Reeves has signalled that she will target tax rises on assets rather than earnings in the budget. The Chancellor has said that those with the broadest shoulders should contribute more to balancing the books. But should progress be made in Ukraine, we might see prices start to come down, of course. Now, we thought we'd like to show you how prices compare in America versus the UK at the moment. And just a couple of hours ago, Donald Trump told the world how good it is here in America.
We are working on beef, and I think we have a deal on beef that's going to bring the price of beef. That would be the one product that we would say is a little bit higher than we want it, maybe higher than we want it, and that's going to be coming down pretty soon, too. We did something. We worked our magic. But groceries are down, and energy is down, electricity is way down. We have the prices coming down for people. They were abused for 4 years by the Biden administration.
Well, I'll tell you in a moment what the average salary is in America compared to the UK. But first of all, GB News reporter Anna Riley and I compared the prices at a British supermarket and an American one. And this is what we found. So the Exchequer is in Washington, D.C. to tell Americans how great our economy is doing. But does it feel like that to you at home? Well, here in America, the cost of living is still a major cause of concern for most American people. They are not quite hitting their 2% Fed target for inflation. At the moment, we're on about 3.8%. So we've sent Anna Riley to a supermarket in Yorkshire to buy some basic groceries. I'm going to do the same shopping list here in D.C. and we're going to compare the two.
Here we are at the Lidl budget supermarket in Goole in East Yorkshire. We're going to do a food shop now to compare the value of items, what they cost here, certain items in this Lidl compared to the price of an American supermarket. We all love a cuppa, don't we? And I know, Bev, you like Yorkshire tea, so do I. It's £5.49 here for 210 tea bags, but for the purposes of this we're doing Lidl's own brand, so the equivalent of theirs is this pack here, 240 pack, £2.75. Let's get that in.
Obviously Americans don't know anything about tea, I'm discovering, but what they do have is some English breakfast, not a huge selection, but you get 50 tea bags there for $9.99.
Here's 500 grams of reduced fat beef mince, and that's £4.39.
They do everything in pounds, of course, here, not metric at home. So I think Anna got 500 grams of mince, which is about the same as this, which is just over a pound of mince.
British apples, let's go for them. So British apples, £1.59 going in.
We go for a basic bag, huge, of course.
Pinot Grigio del Venise, I'm probably butchering that pronunciation. Italian wine, I always look at the percentage, 11% there. Pinot Grigio, $4.99.
The cheapest Pinot Grigio I can find is this one at $8.99, just buying one bottle, clearly not my usual weekly shop.
Here we have the supermarket shop back at home, these 10 items here, and exactly what they cost. So we've got them here on the receipt. Might be another thing in America, do you get free carrier bags? Because here they are 30p each, so we've got 2 carrier bags, they were 30p each. Total bill there was £23.68 for those 10 items.
So back to unpack the shopping. We just got a few basics: cereal, milk, tea, apples, bread, eggs, the kind of things that families rely on. My grand total was $50.60, which translates to £37. Anna Riley's was £23, so a big difference there of 14 quid. But
With Donald Trump's tariffs, inflation not budging, and Rachel Reeves talking about more taxes on working people, it's hard to know where the good news is going to come from for anybody shopping.
So, ladies, £37 for me here for those 10 items and £23 in England. Ashley?
Yeah, well, I think inflation is down under President Trump. Of course, we saw a very heightened inflation rate during the Biden administration specifically. Very interesting, though, when you're talking about this. We were at my grocery store, actually, looking at that. Not the cheapest place to shop, I will say. But, yeah, I think a lot cheaper in Britain, to say the least.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you see, in the UK, we would have the opinion, we would be of the opinion that America is cheap. It was always cheap here compared to the UK. I remember coming on holiday in like the 90s. You'd come with an empty suitcase if you came to America because you'd buy all the cheap stuff, right?
Yeah.
Not anymore, Sarah.
No, and I mean, first of all, Bev, very graceful for a supermarket. You mentioned my partner earlier. He'd have some words on what I'm like in the US supermarket. But it does have to be pointed out, yes, okay, President Trump is doing his best to tackle inflation. We hear him speaking about it. California Governor Gavin Newsom, he hit back against Trump's sort of claims of bringing prices down. He said, look, eggs, they're up. Chicken, it's up. Orange juice, it's up. Bread, up. Coffee, up. 53% of US adults still feel that the cost of groceries is like the biggest stressor for them. So it is a real cause for concern.
I do think it is a cause for concern, and specifically with campaign promises that President Trump made. You know, this is something that you have to let the American people's pockets feel directly.
Yeah, people will vote on whether they feel rich or not. More to come in the next hour. Don't go anywhere. Quick look at the weather.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Box Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Morning. Yes, it's time for your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. Today, well, kind of more of the same. For the vast majority, dry and cloudy sums it up. But there are a few breaks in the cloud, just like the last few days, a few glimmers of sunshine, but equally one or two light showers here and there. We're seeing a few more just brushing into southernmost parts of England, particularly parts of Devon, and the odd one across parts of the east. We've got a few breaks in the clouds, so some places waking up to a bit of sunshine. There's been some mist and fog through the night as well. That will clear away. Most places, as I say, just staying dry and cloudy with temperatures similar to how they have been through the week, 13 to 15 degrees. The winds are pretty light. The breeze, though, will be picking up in the southwest. That will do a couple of things, maybe throw a few more showers in towards Devon in particular, but also break the cloud up a little bit more. So parts of Cornwall, North Devon and West Wales may see some good breaks in the cloud and a bit of sunshine. And again, like the last few days, parts of Scotland will see some blue sky and some sunshine, most likely on the west coast, whereas the east coast may stay a little glum. On the chilly side, in Shetland, elsewhere, as I say, temperatures similar to what they've been through much of this week. We are in for a bit of a change, but not really until we get through the second half of the weekend. As we start the weekend into Saturday morning, still a lot of cloud around, thickening up in places overnight for the odd little bit of drizzle. Where we've got clear skies, we could again see some mist and fog. Temperatures will dip down to single figures in places, maybe a little bit lower with some clearer skies across northern Scotland. And here again, some sunny spells possible on Saturday. Generally skies again a bit brighter, the cloud not as low, one or two light showers possible in the east, and later on through the day we'll start to see the change coming in from the west with outbreaks of rain creeping into Northern Ireland, perhaps into West Wales later too. But still, many places on Saturday dry and cloudy with temperatures in the teens, but it's going to turn wetter and windier on Sunday.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Box Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
isn't it?
no,
Because the
because
failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off limits. You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
and
say,
now you've lost it. That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless. But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show. Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dordme, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
President Trump's former special advisor is making his way here as we speak. He's going to be in the studio to bring us up to speed on everything that's happening here and the front pages from tomorrow's papers on The Late Show Live. I'm Bev Turner on The Late Show Live tonight.
We hope we're going to get it stopped. I thought this would be, because of my relationship with President Putin, I thought this would be very quick. And it's turned out to be, who would think I did Middle East before I did this? We did a total of 8 now, 7 and now 8.
He's back at it again. President Trump, the peace president, is held a 2.5-hour phone call this afternoon with Vladimir Putin. Tomorrow, of course, he's meeting Ukraine's President Zelenskyy later today. As he said there, he's disappointed in Putin. But are we any closer to achieving world peace? Also tonight.
In my dreams, I have a plan.
Can you confirm to the committee today that you won't be raising taxes?
Well, thank you for the reminder to everybody to get their tax returns.
Taxation. Taxes.
Money, money, money. Must be funny in the rich man's world.
War on wealth. What's the point of working hard if you're going to give it all to the government? Just weeks out from a second budget, Rachel Reeves is telling us it's time that those with the broadest shoulders balance the books. But what counts as wealth when your weekly shop costs more than ever and the UK has the highest tax rises in the G7? We're going to be looking at the front pages of the papers and some stories from inside as well. Remember, we are live in Washington, D.C., just yards from the White House, bringing you the stories that America is talking about tonight, including this.
He finds the press to be very disruptive in terms of world peace and maybe security for our nation. Press is very dishonest.
Tonight, a mass press walkout at the Pentagon. Journalists have had their accreditation revoked, and we will be looking at why. Also, shock scenes on Capitol Hill. America's longest-serving senator, Mitch McConnell, took a tumble while facing down a furious protester this afternoon. I'm Bev Turner, this is The Late Show Live, and welcome to the second hour. The stories are hotter, the pace is faster, the brakes have been dropped. Don't go anywhere. So tonight, Ukraine's President Zelenskyy has arrived in Washington, D.C. ahead of his high-stakes talks with President Trump later on tomorrow. Today, for you, of course, in the UK. But just as Zelenskyy arrives, President Trump has announced that he's going to be meeting with President Putin again in Hungary for more talks. This comes after the phone call made between the Russian president today, which Donald Trump said was very productive. Well, President Zelenskyy is expected to try to strike a deal on Tomahawk missiles during his trip tomorrow. President Trump has repeatedly signalled recently that he may be open to that deal. But is the US president just using that as a negotiating chip against Putin? Well, earlier this evening, President Trump released this statement on Truth Social after his phone call with Vladimir Putin. And he said, "I have just concluded my telephone conversation with President Vladimir Putin of Russia, and it was a very productive one. President Putin congratulated me and the United States on the great accomplishment of peace in the Middle East, something," he said, "that has been dreamed of for centuries." He goes on, "I actually believe that the success in the Middle East will help in our negotiation in attaining a war in attaining an end to the war with Russia, Ukraine." President Putin thanked the First Lady, Melania, for her involvement with children, and he was very appreciative and said that this will continue. "We also spent a great deal of time talking about trade between Russia and the United States when the war with Ukraine is over," he went on. "At the conclusion of the call, we agreed that there will be a meeting of our high-level advisors next week. The United States' initial meetings will be held by the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, together with various other people to be designated. A meeting location is to be determined. President Putin and I will then meet in an agreed-upon location, Budapest, Hungary, to see if we can bring this inglorious war between Russia and Ukraine to an end. President Zelenskyy and I will be meeting tomorrow," he said, "in the Oval Office, where we will discuss my conversation with President Putin and much more. I believe great progress was made with today's telephone conversation." So my panel is here with me in the studio for the Daily Caller, Ashley Brassfield, and foreign correspondent Sarah Firth. Ashley, I think what was interesting, we get the statement from Donald Trump. He says it as is. And then he took questions this afternoon. And again, he said it as is. And he admitted that he is very disappointed in Putin because he prides himself on his relationships, Donald Trump, doesn't he? He prides himself, just as a businessman that he is, on the relationships that he builds. And he obviously felt that he had the trust of Putin and is disappointed that he hasn't done as he's been asked to do so far. Right. And I think that puts Trump in a very unusual position for this administration, for this term, because most of the time people have done what he's wanted.
Right, you can see that frustration coming from the president. I definitely can see, I think we all can see that. Specifically with Putin, you see the president making this effort, going to Alaska as an intermediary meeting. We did not see that with President Biden. He would not even talk to the President Putin at all, just with Zelenskyy. So now we see another meeting being planned. I think there was not a lot of transparency and visibility of what actually happened in that Alaska meeting. Now we're seeing, initial meetings being set up, of course, meetings with Zelenskyy again. So I do think there is a sense of progress in that way, but the lack of visibility there is a little, no one really knows what's going on in certain ways of that deal making, what's being said behind the scenes, how frustrated Trump is, as well as Putin. But I think something that's very interesting about this meeting is the fact that it's taking place in Budapest, Hungary. Of course, Prime Minister Viktor Orban, very good relationship with the president. I think it's a good spot to be in, and maybe we'll see him, greeting both the leaders and having some impact in that. I think it's a country that the United States has kind of prides itself on having a good relationship with in Eastern Europe.
Sarah, these conversations are difficult for us as journalists because we don't know what the outcome is going to be. There's only so much speculation we can carry out at this time. But tomorrow, regardless of that, I think tomorrow will be a big day. When Zelenskyy gets together with Donald Trump, there is always an interesting atmosphere in the room. We saw it in February. He doesn't trust him entirely, and he felt like he should be showing more gratitude. I wonder what the mood will be like tomorrow? Because it certainly feels that Trump, as he said, his loyalty has swung much more towards Ukraine and Zelensky now than it was 6 months ago.
Yeah, we'll all be watching closely at the White House. Look, I'm in contact with a number of journalists and colleagues tonight, just waiting for some of that information to trickle in, right? Because Ukraine's President Zelensky has arrived in Washington. He only made a really brief mention of the phone call. He was pretty downcast, but saying, look, Moscow's rushing. He's rushing to now speak to President Trump, given that President Trump has now spoken about the possibility, will he, won't he, about supplying these Tomahawk missiles. We think it is suspected that Zelensky is going to ask for weaponry, for sure, when that conversation happens with President Trump. I can tell you, actually, recently, Bev, in the last half hour or so, we've heard from the Ukrainian president's chief of staff. He has said that Zelensky hopes Trump decides on Tomahawks and other weapons during the White House meeting on Friday. Look, everyone is speculating about what will be discussed. We do have a pretty clear sense it's going to be a request for more weapons. President Trump has made publicly very obvious that he is considering this, as we were discussing a little bit earlier, right? A lot of this is political pressure on the Kremlin. Kremlin, message received. They pick up the phone and Putin and Trump are on that phone call today. Has it taken the wind out of Zelensky's sails a little bit? You know, it's his big moment tomorrow, possibly. But President Trump, as we've discussed, is losing patience with Vladimir Putin. This is, you know, President Trump speaking about his deal making in the Middle East. He said, I get on with the strong leaders, but he likes to be the strongest.
And of course, part of the reason that they've managed to decide on this peace in the Middle East is because there is money to be made. He's made no bones about it. The region it's got to be a peace, a region-wide peace, and that is because there is potential profit in rebuilding that region into something. And he obviously has said today in this statement that he's been talking to Putin about trading with America. I've had conversations with people fairly senior in the Russian administration who've said they want to do business with the UK. They want to do business with America. Doesn't mean that they can be entirely trusted, and it certainly doesn't mean that Donald Trump should entirely trust them. But it's very clever, it's very typical Trump to be enticing them with that in a way that other presidents would have been outraged at the suggestion. You don't tell Russia you're going to do business with them. That's not the relationship that we have with Russia, they would say. Well, Donald Trump, has, let's face it, has done remarkable things so far in the Middle East and may end up doing the same here. And I wonder what that would look like if they do come to a peace deal. And part of the conditions of that is that America will start trading with Russia. Are the American people ready for that?
Yeah, I think that is the question. I think that there was a discussion even with Ukraine about the rare earth minerals located within that country, how that can be leveraged as a deal going towards peace. Of course, we have to have peace in order to have business and trade occur. So I think it is a leveraging point, obviously, that you would see the president use in many ways. I think what the American people may expect from that, I think we have very limited knowledge on that, to be honest. We had a Cold War happen the last, I would say 50 years before, and then you saw Putin take power, and we don't really know what that looks like, after the fact. I would say 2013, 2014. So I think it's hard to understand for us Americans what that could look like, but could provide a lot of opportunity on what could be done also at the same time.
But speaking to Ukrainians on the ground, they are watching closely to see whether President Trump is the man who can here, because everyone in the lead up to the conflict, we had promises from Russia. They were building up on the border, but they weren't going to invade. Then they invaded. They've promised with this administration, to President Trump's face, Vladimir Putin has spoken warmly. They've spoken about their relationship. He's continued the bombing on Ukraine. So people are going to be looking, and Ukrainians are now watching very closely, is President Trump going to be the man who stands up to Vladimir Putin? Because Vladimir Putin has made it very clear, Russia has made it clear, they aren't willing to stop this war. They have taken no action to show that they are acting in good faith in any of these negotiations. President Trump has given multiple opportunities to Putin to do the right thing here. You had the meeting in Alaska. It was a huge high-profile meeting. The bombing has continued. I think it's going to be really interesting. This threat of Tomahawks, the mention of weaponry. President Trump's already gone in further. He's got a weapons deal with NATO allies, very smart deal. They supply and sell the weapons to NATO allies then transfer it to Ukraine. But President Trump's been open too. If this war continues, if Vladimir Putin doesn't listen to his warnings, he wants to see the Ukrainian armed forces be able to go on the defensive, to be able to have the power to hold off the Russian military. And I think, personally, having reported in Russia, under Vladimir Putin's regime, having been on the ground in Ukraine in the lead up to the invasion and throughout the course of the beginning of the invasion, I think that President Trump is going to have to put more backing behind Ukraine militarily. I think that is what's going to ultimately change the game. President Putin, he responds to power. President Trump, interestingly, is the man who knows how to stand up to bullies.
Yeah. Let's have a look at what happened the last time President Zelenskyy and Donald Trump met. This was in August. Here we go. This was in the Oval Office.
We've had a lot of good discussions, a lot of good talks, and I think progress is being made, very, very substantial progress in many ways. We have, I guess, the seven very powerful leaders from Europe, and we're going to be meeting with them right after this meeting, and thank you very much for being here.
If I can, first of all, thank you for the invitation, and thank you very much for your efforts, personal efforts to stop killings and stop this war.
So much more cordial than when they'd met in February. That was, of course, August, remind you. And he had his suit on that occasion, Ashley. Just tell us why him wearing a suit was such a big deal and what was made of it in that room.
Right. Well, we saw the clip earlier in February where he was in military attire. Of course, the president, I would say, is very accustomed to etiquette and dressing up at, the White House, coming to our country. The respect of Americans, I think, is the top priority on the president's mind. Of course, actually, my good friend Brian Glenn was the one that asked Zelenskyy the question. They had a back and forth in August as well, kind of joking about it. That moment went pretty viral. But
because just to remind people, so Brian Glenn, who is the partner of Marjorie Taylor Greene, the sort of, she's called a firebrand Republican, isn't she? Yes. She was the woman who told Emily Maitlis on Newsnight to F off. Brian Glenn said to him, "Why are you wearing your sweatpants?" Didn't he? Why are you wearing your sweatpants? Yeah. And it was an amazing moment, wasn't it? Right. Because it was almost the question that everybody in the room is wondering. Yeah. Why are you here at a meeting wearing your casual clothes? The White House is incredibly smart business premises.
Right. And I think coming off of the Biden administration, where Zelenskyy was freely getting things, whereas the Trump administration demanded respect from the president of Ukraine, I think that was really, you saw the exchange between them earlier. That was before Brian Glenn even asked the question. So there was this tense exchange that occurred, as well as Brian asking that question. And of course, I say back in August, they kind of joked, "Oh, you remember me? Like, haha, glad to see you wearing a suit." But that was a kind of a moment, I think, that showed the progress within the relationship, just even that joking moment between the Trump administration and Ukraine. President Zelenskyy, of course, representing that.
And didn't Zelenskyy say something back to Brian Glenn about the fact that, and you've got the same suit on?
Yes.
I've changed mine. I've changed mine, but you're wearing the same suit that you were wearing last time I saw you.
I mean, in fairness to Zelenskyy, it is worth pointing out that, he was credited, we don't know if he exactly said this, but at the beginning of the conflict, when Russia invaded, he was offered an escape. He was offered by other countries to be taken out. And there's that now famous quote, what I need is ammo, not a ride. Yeah. So he would say he's not going to be putting the suit on until he's at a place where the people on the ground in Ukraine are safe, because his men are on the front lines, his women are on the front lines in their flak jackets right now. They don't have the opportunity to dress up smartly. So that's the reasoning behind it. There was that misunderstanding, but look, they got past it. They're on the same page now. We've seen much warmer relations. And President Trump, we've seen this with his stance on the Middle East. He is very receptive to what is happening to civilians in these areas, the people ultimately paying the price. He has a lot of empathy for that reporting. So when he sees the bombs falling on these civilian areas, when he sees the children killed, when he sees maternity hospitals hit, he speaks out about it. And that, he's made very clear, is his focus. Guys, we were speaking about Melania stepping into her role when it comes to helping to get back some of the Ukrainian children that were taken by Russia. All of this, that human aspect to it, is where President Trump absolutely excels. So, tomorrow we're going to be hearing about weapons. Very likely that will be the focus of the conversation. But President Trump's made it clear he's motivated by stopping civilian suffering here.
I don't think they make enough of Melania. this government. I think Melania is a bit of a secret weapon for the Trump government. I think she's fierce and fabulous.
Absolutely. Well, she, of course, is from Slovenia, Eastern Europe, so I think she really understands the conflict more so than most people would give her credit for. You know, she speaks 5 languages. I think she is an asset to this administration to use. Speaking with President Putin, you know, saying that they received the letter there, having that, you know, once again, you know, dialogue between the two countries that we did not have during the Biden administration, that is so important. And of course, she's beautiful. She was a former model, had this career beforehand. But yeah, and the media never give her a fair shake in the United States, I'd say the least.
You've got to do a sit-down interview with her.
Yes.
I would love to do a sit-down interview with her.
I
think she's fabulous. And I think, again, it's very clear what so many of these women in the public eye don't necessarily do. I think Kate Middleton does it quite, Princess of Wales does it quite well. Meghan Markle could never do it. She could never get her head around this concept. Work out what your issue is and return to it whenever you can. And Melania Trump has very much made children, actually like the Princess of Wales, she's made children and the well-being of children her raison d'etre in that White House, hasn't she? And I think that's clearly what she feels strongly about. I saw a brilliant clip of her on an interview when they were talking about why she wasn't used more. Actually, she's answered the question that I just posed, and she said that when in the first administration, the first term for Trump, that Barron was still quite young, and she was like, I needed to be at home for my son, and they kept asking me to go on the road and be with my husband, and she's like, but actually it was more important that I was at home being a mother and looking after my son, who was a teenager. And I just thought, that's awesome. Good for you. The fact that she came out and she wasn't afraid to admit that as a priority. I think she's brilliant. Yeah, much underrated. gbnews.com/your say. Keep your messages coming in, won't you? But still to come this evening. Remember, we're not taking an ad break now. We're just telling you what's coming up here. This.
I am announcing this government will make a new free-of-charge digital ID mandatory for the right to work by the end of this Parliament.
Totalitarian governments using the veterans as guinea pigs for digital ID. Just my opinion, of course, but also tonight, could American self-driving taxis be arriving on the streets of the UK very soon? I am personally terrified by this concept. Are the Americans, or are they quite used to this now? This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News. Breaking in the UK right now, digital veteran cards have officially launched and are said to be serving as a case study for digital ID. The card, it's not a card, is it? It's on your phone, which is optional, allegedly aims to give those who've served in the military a quicker way to prove their status more easily to get access to services that they are entitled to. Let's get the take of Army veteran Gary Doyle. Gary, good evening. Thank you for joining us this evening on The Late Show Live. Now, how do you feel about digital ID and using veterans as guinea pigs?
I don't trust it one bit. It's dangerous, isn't it? Your personal information could get easily hacked online, especially as a veteran as well. Yeah, it's just a way of controlling us, really, isn't it?
And so, what's the logic, do you think, Gary, the fact that they're using veterans? Because my suspicion is that some veterans will be more elderly, maybe, retired soldiers and servicemen and women. And one of the arguments against digital ID will be, quite rightly, that the older people in our population don't necessarily have smartphones. They aren't as comfortable with this technology. And therefore, this experiment will be used to say, look, our beloved veterans, they can do it. They've reported how wonderful it is. So then everyone can do it. That's what's going on here, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. A lot of elderly won't use smartphones. A lot of young people now are turning to the old phones as well and getting rid of the smartphones. I've got a veterans ID card here. This is good enough. We don't need digital ID. It's not safe. Anyone could access it and it could get leaked. as personal information, especially if we've done operational tours, could put us at risk.
Yeah, so your concern is more about the safety aspect than the breach of your own data. Let me bring in my panel here, Sarah and Ashley as well, to talk about this. I have an incredibly strong opinion on this issue of digital ID because I think it's the key that takes us into the digital cage, frankly. Absolute control will inevitably be given to governments in collaboration with private businesses. It's the stuff of nightmares. It's not something talked about here, Ashley. This isn't even apparently on the horizon here in America. And how would Americans feel about it, having all of your life on a phone, on an app, everything from your social security details, your income, your tax, your health status, your work, what you look at online, all there in one hideous file for every person.
Right. Well, this reminds me a lot of what's going on with TikTok and, the Chinese coming in trying to steal our data, security concerns, national security concerns that take place because of these things. It feels like something like I would call a globalization tactic in a lot of ways. I think it's very concerning just on many factors. Of course, we have our own issues just within using photo ID for voting within the United States. And that's just a, regular paper card that's, covered in plastic. It's not a conversation we're currently having here, but I find it immensely concerning.
Yeah. Sarah, how about you as a Brit living here? Because we have to give ID much more regularly here in America. Even just buying a bottle of wine at the supermarket, they put your date of birth into the till. I find that mind-blowing, really. I find it deeply uncomfortable. I don't like it. It's giving me a real sense of what the future is going to look like in the UK. But this is being pushed through now, and I don't know how we push back.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, the Labour government have made it very clear that this is a dry run for Keir Starmer and his full digital ID plan. I think, where's the respect there for our veterans? One thing I can tell our British viewers is that here in America there is, many problems around veteran services and support, a deep respect for those who serve. The days that are held in commemoration of the work and service, but everyone you meet, right? So if I'm with American friends and colleagues, if they know someone who has served or is currently serving, it is very common to say thank you for your service. So GB viewers who are veterans, thank you for your service. I wish we had more of that in Britain. Look, as far as these digital ID cards are aimed at helping veterans in the UK access services, fantastic. But whilst it is optional at this stage, there is real concerns about, as you've pointed out, Bev, the issues of people who don't necessarily have those digital skills, who aren't digitally native, being able to download this. There's also a huge amount of veterans who suffer with post-traumatic stress disorder. This kind of thing feels like an obstacle and a potential barrier to accessing services. And again, coming back to, this is a test case. The Labour government have been really open about that. Our veterans in the UK deserve respect, not to be in some kind of trial run for a government ID plan.
Yeah, let me just read to you what Ian Murray, the Minister for Digital Government, says. He says the launch of this card, it's not a card, is about making the lives of veterans easier to access government services and the benefits of that card, rather than being about demonstrating the wider issues that you talk about in terms of digital ID. But I just, for our veteran here, for Gary, does it make any sense to you? As you say, you can access these services already. There isn't a problem that needs fixing by this digital ID, is there?
No. We've got a physical form, that's all we need. It does speed things up, accessing charities and stuff like that. But we don't need a digital one. Like you say, not everyone's got smartphones, so it's pointless. It's just a scam. It's a money-making scam as well. Someone's going to be pocketing off this.
I wonder, Gary, as well, somebody is going to be pocketing off it. There's no doubt about it. There's money to be made. Imagine it makes the whole world into a data set eventually. Data is profitable. Somebody will be making money from it. But Gary, I wonder, with you guys, with veterans, tend to be, and I mean this complimentary in a way, but you tend to be, people in the armed services, they adhere to respect and authority. They are taught to do as they're told effectively, even though I know that there's not a soldier alive that doesn't have a little bit of metal in them to push back and have a little bit of scepticism. But there is a sense in which you are taught to obey authority. And is that why they've gone after veterans first and foremost? Because you will respect authority?
Maybe. I'm not 100% sure. I think it's just we're probably the ones what they can find easily to experiment on first, like. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
And do you have any sense how other servicemen and how other veterans feel about being used in this way? Are you in communication with many others? Is everyone just going to have to shrug and accept it, or are people pushing back?
I think a lot of lads are going to be pushing back and just refuse to do it. They don't need to do it because they've already got a physical ID card. So, and a lot of veterans don't feel safe about the information's going to be online, like, because it could be a threat. Do you know what I mean? What we used to do and that lot, it could be dangerous used.
Yeah. Very good point, actually. Very good point. Because in some way, you are the most vulnerable group of people.
Yeah, our information could end up. Our information could end up in the hands of a terrorist or someone who's. Do you know what I mean? It's dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, listen, from us, from GB News, thank you for your service, Gary Doyle there, Army veteran, and thank you for contributing tonight to that. Right, moving on. In just a moment, we are going to be keeping the panel here with me, and we're going to be talking about the fact that President Trump's special advisor, we're going to have him here in the studio, Jason Miller, is going to be with me to reveal all the behind-the-scenes details from the White House, which you do not see. But also, this evening, Trump is opposing the UN's global carbon tax on shipping emissions. He labels it as disastrous. Is it time for the UK to do the same? This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Morning. Yes, it's time for your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. Today, well, kind of more of the same. For the vast majority, dry and cloudy sums it up. But there are a few breaks in the cloud, just like the last few days, a few glimmers of sunshine, but equally one or two light showers here and there. We're seeing a few more just brushing into southernmost parts of England, particularly parts of Devon, and the odd one across parts of the east. We've got a few breaks in the clouds, so some places waking up to a bit of sunshine. There's been some mist and fog through the night as well. That will clear away. Most places, as I say, just staying dry and cloudy with temperatures similar to how they have been through the week, 13 to 15 degrees. The winds are pretty light. The breeze, though, will be picking up in the southwest. That will do a couple of things, maybe throw a few more showers in towards Devon in particular, but also break the cloud up a little bit more. So parts of Cornwall, North Devon and West Wales may see some good breaks in the cloud and a bit of sunshine. And again, like the last few days, parts of Scotland will see some blue sky and some sunshine, most likely on the west coast, whereas the east coast may stay a little glum. On the chilly side, in Shetland, elsewhere, as I say, temperatures similar to what they've been through much of this week. We are in for a bit of a change, but not really until we get through the second half of the weekend. As we start the weekend into Saturday morning, still a lot of cloud around, thickening up in places overnight for the odd little bit of drizzle. Where we've got clear skies, we could again see some mist and fog. Temperatures will dip down to single figures in places, maybe a little bit lower, with some clearer skies across northern Scotland. And here again, some sunny spells possible on Saturday. Generally, skies again a bit brighter, the cloud not as low. One or two light showers possible in the east. And later on through the day, we'll start to see the change coming in from the west with outbreaks of rain creeping into Northern Ireland, perhaps into West Wales later too. But still, many places on Saturday dry and cloudy with temperatures in the teens. But it's going to turn wetter and windier on Sunday.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Welcome back to The Late Show Live with me, Bev Turner. Now tonight, Ukraine's President Zelenskyy has arrived in Washington ahead of these high-stakes talks tomorrow with President Trump. But what goes on behind the scenes in the White House and what can we expect? I'm delighted to say that I'm joined in the studio by former senior advisor to President Trump, a man who very much has his finger on the pulse of the White House, Jason Miller. Jason, good to see you. Right, we all thought today was going to be a huge announcement from Donald Trump this afternoon. He talks about IVF, and we'll go on to that in a minute, which came as a little bit of a surprise to a lot of people. But why is that? Because the steps are in motion towards peace in Ukraine, but it's going to take some time, presumably.
Yeah, it's definitely going to take time. And we've seen how Putin has behaved, not just over the last few months since President Trump got in office, but even how he was a couple of years before that. But we saw President Trump come off the success of the Gaza deal, bringing peace to the Middle East. And now the focus really is going to be going towards Russia, their invasion of Ukraine. So as we saw today, President Trump announced that he's going to be going to Hungary, going to be going to Budapest to meet up with President Putin. And this is where the tough work is going to start. If you notice what President Trump has been saying, he's gotten a lot tougher in his rhetoric towards Vladimir Putin. And I don't think that's on accident. I think President Trump is really realizing that he has some levers that he can pull to try to bring about peace, and he's not going to be shy doing it.
He's disappointed in Putin, isn't he? You can see it, and he said today that he thought that he had a relationship with him that meant that they would sort this out. And it seems to me that the one thing that Donald Trump does not like is people who he thinks he can trust who then let him down.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, is, I mean, we all know that Putin would never have invaded Ukraine if President Trump was still in office. But I think also what Putin is trying to do, in a lot of ways, is possibly just wait out President Trump. Wait until who's next. I mean, yes, you could have a J.D. Vance, who I think will be a very strong and capable leader, but you could have a softy Democrat who really won't stand up to Putin at all. And so I think President Trump realizes that the time for him to move is now. And the other thing, too, is if you look at the reports, Russia is suffering some very heavy casualties and battlefield losses. In fact, during the UN General Assembly 2 weeks ago, that was really the buzz that was going around Ukraine's effectiveness, what they've done with drone warfare, and really caught Russia off guard.
Yeah, Russia, I was talking to somebody today who is connected to the Russian administration, and they were saying that actually don't underestimate the potential for Russian people to suffer. They know that how many hundreds of thousands, potentially millions of lives have already been lost, but they are prepared, they are incredibly well equipped to take what we would see as misery, destruction and loss. They've got a long history of doing so. And I think that's interesting that the president appears to have now flipped from stick to carrot in his statement today, talking about the business opportunities available for Russia as well, because they would love to trade with America.
Well, and the other thing, too, I think that's a very subtle, or maybe not so subtle reminder to Putin that the president still has a number of additional sanctions, whether it be on oil or other matters, that he can still put into place. And so the people of Russia are definitely suffering. I mean, hundreds of thousands, if not over 1 million, that have already been killed. In fact, Russia is already having to use mercenaries or conscripts or people that they've pulled in for whether Chechnya or these various places to go and fight the war for them. It's very unpopular back home in Russia. But, of course, as we know, it's not exactly as though Putin is running a real democracy. I mean, his goal is to stay in power.
We've been showing clips tonight of these previous meetings between the president and Zelenskyy in the Oval Office with various levels of either conviviality or acrimony. What do you think it will be like tomorrow, Jason?
I think tomorrow, look, I don't think you have to have that big of a guess when it comes to Zelenskyy. I think Zelenskyy is going to do what he's been saying the last few days, pushing President Trump to give him Tomahawk missiles and also giving him free rein to fire them off as he'd like. I don't think President Trump will go there. I think President Trump will be a little bit more guarded. Of course, if you give complete free rein, then you don't know, are those purely military targets, those go into energy targets, and President Trump is very sensitive about making sure that missiles aren't being fired off at civilian or targets and such. So I think Zelenskyy will be aggressive, but you know what? I don't think President Trump is going to necessarily shoot Zelenskyy down and tell him that that's a no-go, because he wants to bring this to an end, and he knows the current trajectory, if nothing is done, then it won't end.
So in other words, he will put pressure on Putin, but he may not concede to equipping Zelenskyy to escalate this. It's such a difficult balancing act for President Trump, because we know that he doesn't want war. Contrary to if you read the mainstream media for the last few years, you would think he was the ultimate warmonger. He's proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that he's the polar opposite. And he wants to put pressure on Putin whilst not tipping the world towards World War III, which potentially handing Zelenskyy these powerful weapons could do. I wouldn't want to be President Trump with this decision.
Oh, it's very tough. I don't think President Trump will necessarily show all of his cards tomorrow. Just knowing President Trump, he's going to want maximum flexibility for knowing how to deal with Putin. But I do think the big takeaway tomorrow is that President Trump is on a much more aggressive position. And also, President Trump has the world at his back, making sure that they're supporting him. They see what he's done with Gaza. They want to see him bring about the same amount of change with regard to Russia and Ukraine. And keep in mind, as we talk about the capital markets seizing up a bit, being tightened, the best thing that we can do to get that moving and get the economies moving is put an end to this conflict, because the markets like certainty, and when you have Putin doing his craziness, that's not certainty.
One of the things that I'm hearing from some of the reporters in the White House, the American press, is it's great that Donald Trump is working so brilliantly on the global stage, but he has to turn his attention to this country, particularly to the economy. The government shutdown as well is less than ideal, and he would of course say that he does say that that's a Democrat issue rather than a Republican issue. Is he at risk of alienating some people in this country because he's not focusing enough on America first?
Well, I don't think so, for a couple of things. So let's talk about the shutdown for a moment. This is really the first week where Republicans are now winning on the debate. Who's to blame, Republicans or Democrats? And even if it's a tie, that really goes to the Republicans. But Democrats, I think, have overplayed their hand here. Let me explain why. It's not just about a patch on the Obamacare tax credit, which is way in the weeds for anyone in the UK, but essentially trying to keep more of Obamacare, the healthcare spending going. But the Democrats added on all of this junk, like public broadcasting. So the Democrats would rather shut down the government if they can't get Big Bird funded on PBS. Okay, that's a non-starter in the United States. So people get it. The other thing, too, is President Trump has a very simple message. Let's keep government open. Let's keep people working. Let's get going. Just continue the resolution with the budget, and the Democrats can't back off. Now, with regard to domestically, President Trump has completely stopped illegal immigration. I mean, that was one where record time. It took a couple of days to get it done. With the economy, a lot of that is waiting on to see what the Fed does for both November and December as far as cutting interest rates. Those are going to be, I imagine, probably get a quarter of a point. It'd be nice if we got more like a half point or even maybe a little bit higher. But President Trump really, I think he's made so much progress in such a short amount of time that I don't think people are too worried about the focus.
He also made this announcement at 3 o'clock this afternoon about healthcare in America. I think everyone was poised for there to be a big announcement about Russia, Ukraine, and he came out in the White House and said, we are making IVF more affordable for women. Why has he done that? Because also it's pretty controversial for his kind of Christian base as well, who have the pro-life lobbyists who find IVF problematic from a religious point of view.
You know, I was with President Trump on the campaign trail when he made the decision to go forward with this announcement. And we're having a conversation with Ross Worthington, the speechwriter, and myself with the president. And the president relayed to us essentially some anecdotal feedback that he had received from people who are friends of his, from friends of Melania's, and saying that this is a sleeper issue, that so many women are trying to get pregnant or families are having a tough time starting, getting going. And this is one where the president went off of his gut. There wasn't some polling dynamic. There wasn't, this is some secret weapon, although that's what it turned out to be. So with the president, when you take the making IVF funding more affordable for families that want to get started or continue going, but also adding in the MAHA, the Make America Healthy Again, these are things that most pollsters wouldn't go and necessarily test or know there were issues. But when you talk about moms, you talk about working women, you talk about folks who maybe went for Biden 4 years earlier and now looking at the economy, these were the types of reasons why President Trump was able to get these voters back, because there's kind of these wedge issues that Democrats were asleep at the switch on. Kamala Harris shouldn't have lost this issue, but she did. And this is all President Trump and gut.
But also what it did today, because he spoke so, it genuinely was meaningful when he was talking about wanting people to have larger families, because we know that family first is also a huge part of his ideology, is that he takes away these reasons for the people with Trump derangement syndrome to stop hating it, to carry on hating him. So he's done it with the Middle East, and now with this issue as well. All those people who say Donald Trump hates women, oh, maybe he doesn't hate women after all. It's very clever. I know that's not deliberate, but that is one of the consequences of this.
No, it is. It's fun to watch when the TDS, when they start freaking out. But he is addressing what is a serious problem. That's, in a lot of cases, the population decline in many parts of the West. We see it happening in Europe in a big way. We see it happening in Japan in a massive way. Japan's in real trouble because of the lack of population growth. Even as you look at the trajectory to the United States, it's going to be an issue in a few years. If we want to keep the economy going, keep more people paying into the system and working hard, growing, you're going to need more babies being born. And so that's what I think the president's looking at.
It was, he was asked the question, of course, today about how this would go down with the people who would be, perhaps it's in certain states, of course, in America, who don't like IVF. And he said there's nothing more pro-life than allowing people to have babies. But it's a very liberal, a very progressive thing to have done in many ways.
You know what, though? Now, at the time when the president made the decision, he was going off of his gut, not off of polling, going off of what he had heard from real people out there. I've since seen the polling. It's overwhelmingly supported by voters, Republicans and Democrats, because really it kind of goes to the very nature of why do we have families? Why do we want to grow families? And to give everybody that ability, there's so many people who are affected by this. Women, or whatever reasons the couples can't conceive a child regularly without some assistance. So many people want this that it's popular even with conservative Republicans.
Yeah, interesting. We were on air last night when the president was in the White House talking about his fundraising for the ballroom. He's still enjoying all of that sort of stuff as well, isn't it? He had his little models of the arch he wants to build, and we were watching here last night with the viewers were getting in touch and we were saying, does he never sleep? He doesn't seem to sleep. He only got off the plane for the Middle East a few days ago, and then he saw the president of Argentina the next day. Then he had the Charlie Kirk posthumous medal ceremony. His energy is mind-blowing. What's it like to work up close with a man like that?
Well, it's funny because I was at that dinner last night, and yes, I did stroke a big check. So you know, it's everything I can do to help out for the ballroom. So yeah, we won't tell the missus about that one. But the president, you know, one of the things that you find is that all leaders, especially whether they're president or prime minister, they have their various issues that kind of brings them relaxation. What makes them feel like a regular person? And for him, it's building. He loves to build things, whether it's President Trump the builder, going back to his real estate and his construction days. And that's what he, for kind of, you know, some folks might, I don't know, play cards, or maybe, you know, Obama would go and shoot baskets. But the president says, let's go and build something. Let's go and do these great things. To him, that's almost kind of sort of relaxation. I'll tell you, I remember walking around Mar-a-Lago once with him. And he was walking around, he had the greenskeeper, the gardener that was with him. He's literally pointing out individual bushes and saying, hold on, see, that should be 6 inches that way. See how the dirt comes across. Let's go and put patio across there. Every attention to detail. In fact, once I was on the phone with him and I could hear him stop, and he starts yelling to whoever's there. He goes, hey, this fence post, it's all chipped up. It needs more paint. Get it perfect. He's very much a perfectionist, but that's how he relaxes. Everyone relaxes in different ways. He continues to work, but just more towards the building.
Yeah. Jason, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for coming in to see us on The Late Show live. I will hopefully see you again very soon. Thank you so much. Right, let's move on now. We are, the head of MI5 is saying that he will never back off from confronting threats from China as he reveals that Britain came under threat last week. More on that next. Let's have a look at some of the newspaper front pages now. The Independent is saying Trump saying that he will meet President Putin in Budapest for the second summit on the Ukraine war. and the MI5 chief piling pressure on the Prime Minister over the spying crisis. Intelligence boss is apparently frustrated at the failure to prosecute the pair accused of passing secrets. The Guardian newspaper: MPs press the top prosecutor over the collapse of the spy case. More of that China issue there. The Director of Public Prosecutions was under pressure last night to explain why the China spy trial had collapsed. The Daily Mail is leading on Prince Andrew and spy chief at the heart of the China scandal. Starmer's rebuked by the MI5 boss over the collapsed case and is now the shamed Duke is also being dragged into the affair. Prince Andrew allegedly met one of the main protagonists in that story. The Telegraph are leading with the same story. MI5 chief dismayed by China spy fiasco, and also saying that asset-rich pensioners will be in the crosshairs for Rachel Reeves' budget tax raid. The New York Post, they're leading on the security alert. They say John Bolton indicted on charges of mishandling classified information. We brought you an exclusive interview that Ben Leo did with John Bolton just a couple of weeks ago, and you can find that on gbnews.com online. Let's get the take of political commentator Aman Bogle on those front pages. And Amal, China dominating these pages again. I have to say, I wonder how much the public care about this story. I find it a very hard story to get a handle on. And I think part of it is I have no faith that anything will come of this. I have no faith that Keir Starmer will be held to account. And I have no faith that it's going to change anything. So part of me thinks, why are we even talking about it?
Well, I think you resonate, Bev, with the vast majority of the British public. They are sick and tired and fed up of this continuous, circus of incompetence that we see in Whitehall. It's like a very bad, remake of Yes Minister. The Sir Humphrey Applebys of this world, but all conniving with the Chinese. I mean, let's be honest. What have we seen from Keir Starmer and the Labour government? We saw in the first few months of his premiership, he dispatched David Lammy to Beijing, followed closely by a visit by Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor, and of course the Secretary of State for Net Stupid, Ed Miliband. He refuses to publish his green deal with the Chinese on net zero. What is he hiding there? So, this seems to be quite a bit of a camaraderie between the Starmer administration and Beijing. So can we really see anything come out of this? Let's not forget, they want to give them a super embassy under which runs critical fibre optics cables that publish the data of the whole of Whitehall.
Okay, Aman, thank you so much.
Sure.
I think we're moving on now. Thank you, Aman. I'm still in the studio with Sarah Firth and Ashley Brassfield are with me here. Let's move on to a story from the US. This is about the reporters walking out of the Pentagon en masse because they refused to sign on to the new rules. What is this story about, Sarah, for our British audience?
Yes, so Pete Hegseth, who himself was a journalist at one point for Fox News, has come up with these new rules for the Pentagon reporters. Basically, the long and short of it was he was asking them to sign up and pledge that they wouldn't be reporting any information at all unless it was signed off by the administration, which, of course, is not what journalism is about in any way, shape or form.
And his argument, Ashley, was that this is a building where we have to take security very, very seriously, and why have we not been doing this to date? But obviously the journalists are all furious, right, and saying we can't do our job if you're going to we're going to give you copy approval of everything we write.
Yeah, I think that is a paramount to what the free press is, of course, protected by the First Amendment within the United States. In journalism school, one of the first cases I learned was about the Pentagon Papers, and this was a case in the 70s talking talking about the Vietnam War. These got leaked, went up to the Supreme Court, and basically the press won. The New York Times, I believe at the time, won that case. And so there's been multiple cases with journalists that the Supreme Court has defended being able to report with classified material, usually given over by an individual that works in the government, specifically in the Department of War. So I think there is a question. Daily Caller personally, we did not sign that agreement. So I think that as of yesterday, there was only, I believe, by the end of the day, 1 and 2 signed on as of today, I believe.
Even Fox News and Newsmax, that very, pro-Trump, right-wing conservative networks, they haven't agreed to this at all. You've seen that mass walkout when it ends. A lot of people have been talking about it for our UK audience. The Thomas Jefferson quote, hugely famous here in America. Our liberty depends on the freedom of the press, and that cannot be limited without being lost. Pete Hegseth, take note.
Yeah, quite. Now, America is stepping up efforts to block plans for a new global carbon tax on shipping. This is a new story. The UN's International Maritime Organization is due to vote on its net zero framework, which is backed by Britain. Trump is opposing these plans, labelling them as disastrous, arguing it would increase shipping costs by 10%. Now, when I hear carbon tax, my blood slightly runs cold. It ties into our digital ID story, Ashley, about how we will all be policed in the future, and it will. And thank God for President Trump pushing back on this insanity.
Yeah, I think he's no fan of green energy whatsoever, and we have these ESG points that are being used within the private sector specifically.
Yeah, so that's environmental and social governance in the corporate world.
Right.
Behaving well.
Yes, and benefiting, of course, off of that. The Inflation Reduction Act put a lot of these in place specifically within the United States, but of course the president, not a fan of this, to say the least, and I don't think he should be. In another life, I worked in logistics, and the price is definitely going up on those.
Yeah, Sarah, I hate the phrase carbon tax.
Yeah,
Terrifies me.
and President Trump, likewise, Bev, you've got that in common. He has publicly, explicitly opposed any type of global carbon tax. He has been very, very strong on this point. It's President Trump again showing that he's willing to put his money where his mouth is, right? He opposes this very publicly. He's very explicit in his reasoning, and he's very happy to push back when the time comes and the moment matters.
Just very quickly, we've only got 20 seconds. Driverless cars, yes or no?
No, thanks.
Have you been in them in America?
I think I will prefer my car being driven, and I'll let other people test them before I try it out. How about
Sarah?
that?
Passenger princess all the way,
There you
ladies.
go.
Sorry, especially with the bun in the oven. I'm all for the driverless cars.
Are you?
Yeah.
You can let the car drive and you can have a little nap in the front seat. That would be lovely, wouldn't it? Talking of naps, I think it's bedtime for everybody. Sarah and Ashley, thank you so much for joining me this evening. Thank you very much at home. I will be back tomorrow night at midnight in the UK, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And as I say, I go and put my nightie on and I read your messages. I will see you tomorrow.
Today, clouds overhead. Total zen within. Box Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Morning. Yes, it's time for your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. Today, well, kind of more of the same. For the vast majority, dry and cloudy sums it up. But there are a few breaks in the cloud, just like the last few days, a few glimmers of sunshine, but equally 1 or 2 light showers here and there. We're seeing a few more just brushing into southernmost parts of England, particularly parts of Devon, and the odd one across parts of the east. We've got a few breaks in the clouds, so some places waking up to a bit of sunshine. There's been some mist and fog through the night as well. That will clear away. Most places, as I say, just staying dry and cloudy with temperatures similar to how they have been through the week, 13 to 15 degrees. The winds are pretty light. The breeze, though, will be picking up in the southwest. That will do a couple of things, maybe throw a few more showers in towards Devon in particular, but also break the cloud up a little bit more. So parts of Cornwall, North Devon and West Wales may see some good breaks in the cloud and a bit of sunshine. And again, like the last few days, parts of Scotland will see some blue sky and some sunshine, most likely on the west coast, whereas the east coast may stay a little glum. On the chilly side, in Shetland, elsewhere, as I say, temperatures similar to what they've been through much of this week. We are in for a bit of a change, but not really until we get through the second half of the weekend. As we start the weekend into Saturday morning, still a lot of cloud around, thickening up in places overnight for the odd little bit of drizzle. Where we've got clear skies, we could again see some mist and fog. Temperatures will dip down to single figures in places, maybe a little bit lower, with some clearer skies across northern Scotland. And here again, some sunny spells possible on Saturday. Generally, skies again a bit brighter, the cloud not as low. 1 or 2 light showers possible in the east. And later on through the day, we'll start to see the change coming in from the west with outbreaks of rain creeping into Northern Ireland, perhaps into West Wales later too. But still, many places on Saturday dry and cloudy with temperatures in the teens. But it's going to turn wetter and windier on Sunday.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News. Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good evening. Yes, I know it's complicated, but we're going to try and explain the China spy scandal, the collapse case, as well as we could, and ask the question, did the Prime Minister willfully mislead the House of Commons yesterday? Because if he did, he's in very big trouble. The budget looms large. Rachel Reeves hinting that tax rises for the better off are coming. But do they actually work? Or are they now in danger of being counterproductive? And on Talking Pints at the end of the show, Nadim Zahawi, somebody who came into this country as a refugee from Iraq, not speaking English, and finished up as Chancellor of the Exchequer. It's a pretty uplifting story. But before all of that and much more, let's get the news with Sam Francis.
Nigel, thank you, and good evening to you. Just after 7 o'clock. Well, breaking tonight, Donald Trump says he has made great progress with Vladimir Putin after a 2-hour call between the two leaders. They've agreed to meet in Budapest for a sit-down that Mr. Trump says he hopes could help bring the war to an end. Their call also set up high-level talks next week, led by US Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The US president says he'll brief Volodymyr Zelenskyy at the White House tomorrow and still believes he can get both men in the same room. Ukraine's president will be there seeking fresh US support after Russia launched one of its biggest overnight assaults, more than 300 drones and 37 missiles. Well, due to those Russian attacks, emergency power outages have been implemented in all regions of Ukraine tonight. Earlier, Mr. Trump warned he could send long-range Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine if Vladimir Putin refuses peace talks. If approved, that move would put Moscow and other major Russian cities within striking range. Well, we will later be live in Washington with Bev Turner from around 8 o'clock tonight for the latest developments and reaction. We're also expecting to hear from Donald Trump live from the Oval Office later tonight. So stay with us for all of that. Here, MI5's boss says the agency is facing one of the most dangerous periods since 9/11, with near-record levels of terror investigations and fast and rising threats from hostile states. Ken McCallum warned state actors from China, Russia and Iran that they are stepping up espionage, with MI5 disrupting Chinese activity of national security concern in just the past week. In his annual speech, he revealed agents have foiled 19 late-stage terror plots since 2020. McCallum says that MI5's mission has undergone its biggest shift in 2 decades as the agency adapts to this new era of security threat.
MI5's fight against terrorism remains intense. My teams are running near-record volumes of investigations. But we are also having to contend with a second menace of equal or even greater scale in fast-rising state threats. In 2025, a more hostile world is forcing the biggest shifts in MI5's mission since 9/11.
Well, that comes as MPs are launching a formal inquiry into the collapsed China spy case as pressure mounts on the government to explain just what went wrong. The Joint Committee on National Security Strategy says it will examine how the case was handled and the national security questions it's raised. It follows the Prime Minister releasing witness statements from the case after being accused of a cover-up. He, though, insists it would have been absurd for him to intervene in the investigation. The 2 men accused of spying both deny wrongdoing as the political fallout over the failed prosecution continues. Earlier, Shadow Chancellor Mel Stride spoke to us here on GB News.
National Security Advisor, you would think, would be across something as significant as this, but the suggestion is that it was all weighted or focused on his deputy, a civil servant. And I think most people would say that just sounds totally incredulous. Look, it does feel a bit like a cover-up. We've had a Prime Minister that just 48 hours ago was telling us that the evidence that's now been released could not be released, and yet changed his position yesterday on Prime Minister's questions. What we are saying is let's get to the bottom of exactly what happened. Let's have that information. Let's have the correspondence, the memos, etc., around this activity so that we can make a proper assessment.
And Chancellor Rachel Reeves says higher taxes on Britain's wealthiest will form part of next month's budget. She's vowed to fix the nation's finances without a return to austerity. Speaking at IMF meetings in Washington, Ms Reeves dismissed what she called the scaremongering and bleating of her critics, insisting her plans are about fairness and stability. She hinted that the top earners will shoulder more of the burden to repair the public purse. But Tory leader Kemi Badenoch says the Chancellor has made a huge mess and doesn't know how to clean it up. That's the news on GB News. I'll be back with you in the next hour. Now, though, it's over to Nigel.
Good evening. Yes, I know it's complicated. If you're discussing it over dinner, you probably give up after 10 minutes. But in essence, what is it all about? It's about Christopher Berry, an academic, Christopher Cash, a former parliamentary researcher. They were charged under the Official Secrets Act of 1911 of acting and providing information that was prejudicial to the safety and interests of the state. And yet, in September, the Director of Public Prosecutions decided to drop the case and not move ahead. Now, we're told this is all because the deputy National Security Advisor, a man called Matt Collins, a civil servant, put in some written words suggesting that basically their behaviour didn't meet the bar for a prosecution. That kind of gets to the heart of what was discussed at Prime Minister's questions yesterday, and this was the last question that Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the opposition, asked. And I think this perhaps forms the kernel of where this debate will go over the course of the next week.
On Monday, the security minister repeatedly told the House that ministers did not take decisions, that it was the deputy national security advisor who had full freedom. Is the government seriously saying that only one man, the deputy national security advisor, had anything to do with this failure? Is he seriously saying that the deputy did not discuss with the national security advisor, did not discuss with the Home Secretary or with anyone in Downing Street? Is the Prime Minister seriously saying that?
Yes.
So there you are. So what was this statement that was given by this civil servant? Well, Collins said, "It is important for me to emphasise, however, that the UK government is committed to pursuing a positive relationship with China. The government's position is that we will cooperate where we can, compete where we need to, and challenge where we must." And that bore a remarkable similarity to the Labour manifesto of 2024, which said, we will cooperate where we can, compete where we need to, and challenge where we must. So, what is going on here? Is it that this government, and many would argue actually the government before and much of the British establishment have gone just completely soft on China? But the nub of this is, did the Prime Minister mislead the House? Please give me your thoughts, give me your views. Tweet #Farage on GB News or email farage@gbnews.com. I am joined in the studio by Alistair Heath, editor of the Sunday Telegraph, and John McTernan, former political secretary to Tony Blair. Let's begin with the case for the prosecution. Alistair, I have to say, I sat there and I thought, it's literally impossible that something of this magnitude could have literally only been known about by a civil servant in government and not somebody further up the chain.
Yes, I mean, this makes absolutely no sense, right? So either you entrusted a relatively junior or not sufficiently senior civil servant to take massively important decisions, and literally nobody knew anything about it, the government didn't talk to him, he wasn't briefed, and so on and so forth. He just happened by coincidence to copy and paste part of the Labour manifesto into his answer, OK, that's one possible...
Upon which the Director of Public Prosecutions decided there was no case to
Yes,
continue.
that's right. So that's one possible option, which means that the government is failing disastrously because it's the government's responsibility to engage in these sorts of issues, or the government's not telling the truth, and there's a massive cover-up and the Prime Minister misled the House. We do not know this, but in my view, it stinks, right? It smells very, very fishy.
Isn't the problem here, it's a little bit like the Boris Johnson case. Did Boris mislead the House over passes? To actually prove that someone knowingly misled the House is a very, very high bar, isn't it?
Yes. So, we need to see emails, we need to see correspondence, we need to see people testify effectively and give their version of what happened. I just don't like the way this looks. And you compare this to the Boris Johnson situation where, that was about cake and parties. This is about something extremely serious.
Yes, but, Alistair, whilst I agree with you, actually, ultimately, the nub of this is, was he telling the truth yesterday?
Yes.
And whether it's cakes or spies...
Yes, but it's about a very serious issue.
Absolutely, I agree with that.
I agree with you, Nigel. Telling the truth to Parliament is the ultimate thing that all ministers have to do, even the Prime Minister. And that is fundamental because in our Constitution, it is the Commons, the legislature, which sits above the executive. They have to be held accountable, and if you actually commit the ultimate sin, you need to go. In my view, Keir told the truth, and Keir, as a lawyer, it's very clear from me, when I've ever worked with him and spoken to him, he took the approach that prosecution should be completely separate from politics. So no minister got involved in this, no political advisor got involved in this, and the issue is, the National Security Advisor is
Jonathan Powell.
Uniquely.
So do you actually believe it's credible that his deputy
Yes.
could file this to the DPP on one of the most important espionage cases for decades and not tell his boss?
Well,
do you actually believe that?
I actually do believe that, because I believe in the separation between the most senior ranking civil servant in the national security apparatus, the Deputy National Security Advisor, and the political side of it, because I think that is the way that Keir thinks, that's the way he acts. And I think it's actually right. Politicians and political appointees should not be involved in decisions about prosecution. For me, the question, I read the 1911 Act and the 1989 Official Secrets Act this morning in preparation for this. I find it hard to see why badly informed gossip about the internal workings of the Conservative Party can in any way seem to be an official secret. And I read Matthew Collins' statements, and he makes a very strong argument, the strongest I think you can make, to say, well, actually, this is human intelligence. It's intelligence about how the way people think, the way they act, who's in, who's out, who's up, who's down. And that's very helpful for any security services to have secret information, official secrets, but also to get the human intelligence. I just think you get the sense from Matthew Collins and stuff, everything is weak. And they're trying to hang this on a Labour government having a civil servant who puts in a lengthy statement. He puts saying the Labour government's policy about China is this, this, this and this. It's the Labour government's policy. It's no longer a manifesto commitment. It's a government commitment. But I don't think the Tory government could disagree with, we will cooperate on big international issues where we can.
No, that's fine, John.
Where we must. And
that's
so I think
fine, John.
the policy itself is not a smoking gun.
But the credibility here, I mean, Alistair, if your deputy on the Sunday Telegraph decided there was a massive front-page news story, and he decided to put it all over the front page, he would actually tell you, wouldn't he, as the editor?
Yes, I think he would, yes. And I think it certainly would be my job to constantly be asking what's going on, and the conversation would have to
Therefore, to
way.
me, it's not credible.
Yes. No, I agree. I do not think...
couldn't have known.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's credible. I don't think it's credible that no one asked any questions and no one was told anything, that people were working silos, you know, that I just don't buy it.
It's not credible, John. It just isn't credible.
But I don't think we have a system where politicians direct the prosecution of cases.
I'm talking about Jonathan Powell here in particular. I do not see how his deputy can submit this, probably knowing that the DPP will drop the case and not tell the boss.
Can I apologise?
I mean, you've worked inside Downing Street.
Apologising for the pun. There are Chinese walls that operate.
But the problem...
Not between... No, hang on. There may be Chinese walls, and there ought to be Chinese walls, but not between the boss and his deputy.
I think particularly when political interference would be regarded as a reason for... If it was tried, it could cause the collapse for trial. In this case, I believe the CPS are the ones who should be asked, why did you fail to put together a case?
Because of the submission that was made. I don't know.
I mean, in a way, I do quite enjoy parts of the blob turning on other parts of the blob, and the former DPP criticising the current DPP, you know, and they're all a bunch of lefty lawyers, and, you know, that part is quite amusing.
Who are these lawyers who have betrayed our country?
But I mean, but I just don't think this is a credible situation. I think clearly something very fishy is happening. And also, I mean, why would this be happening? Let's not forget that the Labour government is desperate to find cash, to attract investment, to attract funding for their projects, for their green environmental projects, all that sort of stuff. The British establishment doesn't know how to create growth in this country. They think the only way to make sure the economy survives is effectively to attract cash from overseas.
Let's remind ourselves where this all started. Let's see the photograph. Let's see the photograph of David Cameron, shall we? Yes, David Cameron enjoying a pint in the local pub. There we are. This is where it all went wrong, Alistair.
Is that the time when he left his daughter in the pub?
No, a different time. It's a different time. Did we get all this wrong?
Yes, we did. Look, we were incredibly naive, right? And many people fell into that trap. Many people who've subsequently changed their minds. It's OK to change your mind, to get it wrong and change your mind. The point is, the establishment across the West thought it's the end of history. Capitalism has come to places like China, and they thought this would automatically lead these countries to become liberal democracies,
it's a new phase.
Friends of the West, you know, supporters of individual liberty, all that kind of stuff.
We misread it.
We misread it.
We misread it.
It was not what was happening. They were basically weaponising a version of the free market to become much more powerful. And now we know from what MI5 have just said that they're relentlessly spying on us and so on.
Alistair, it's a benefit for capitalism, and I support capitalism. It's a benefit for capitalism to integrate as many countries into a global capitalist system, to have with global rules. And I think...
Provided they don't steal them and don't cheat.
The engagement with China was an important part of bringing China into the global community. We don't impose through the WTO or other treaties types of democracy. We have to deal with countries.
But I think we were naive because we thought we would change them. They are trying to change us.
I think that's right. We opened up to them just over 20 years ago, and they've been taking us for a ride, in my view. However, I'm going to predict this will not bring the Prime Minister down or bring the government down. What say you?
Well, I still think it could, or I think at the very least it could bring some people down. It all depends what information emerges. It depends whether, emails emerge or conversations
It's got to pass
emerge.
the bus stops test. You've got to be able to express what the problem is to somebody in a bus queue and then go out and get it.
Well, you don't actually need to do that. You just need to demonstrate that Parliament's been misled.
Yeah.
If someone is able to demonstrate
that is ultimately
I agree with that point. I think all three of us agree. Misleading Parliament is the ultimate sin.
I think proving...
I don't think it happened.
I suspect proving that the Prime Minister willfully misled the House is the difficult part. Yeah. Folks at home, I hope we've made it a little bit simpler for you. I know it's difficult, but something that we can all talk about with ease is the budget on the 26th of November and the fact that high earners are going to be taxed even more, whilst so many already are fleeing the country. Does this make any sense at all, or is it simply madness? All of that after the break.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very, very easy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What does she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
I asked you at home, did the Prime Minister mislead the House? Richard says Starmer is either a liar or incompetent. A liar in being aware of the case and allowing it to fail while seeking to hide his tracks, or so incompetent that a Deputy Security Advisor is permitted to act solely on their own initiative. It beggars belief that this deputy indeed did take such a decision and did not talk about it with his boss, who in turn did not talk to Starmer. Well, that is pretty much, I have to say, my position on it too. And Katie says, I don't think he did, Nigel. I think the problem runs deeper, with successive governments taking a very pro-China approach. Well, I think that's right as well. OK, taxes, taxes, taxes. Who pays all the tax in Britain? Let's have a look at what the top 1% of taxpayers pay. The top 1% pay 28% of all income tax received. That figure has consistently gone up over the last few decades. And indeed, the top 10% of taxpayers pay 60%. So those that earn the most pay the most. And that may not actually be a problem. But what happens if people start to think that tax is unreasonable? What do they do? Well, we've got examples going back to the 1970s of people, and it's not just the Beatles, all sorts of people just leaving the country. But as we approach this budget, and as Rachel Reeves has been in Washington this week, you know, she's been asked about taxes, higher taxes on big earners and the wealthy, and she says that will be part of the story. Now, it seems to me that higher taxes on income are one thing. Any thought of higher taxes on wealth, I think, would fundamentally change the relationship between the state and the individual. And there may be many of you at home saying, oh, come on, they've got loads of money, they can pay more. Well, yeah, but they can also move to Milan, who are being competitive on tax, or Lisbon, or even now, Athens are bidding for our wealthiest and our biggest payers. And my concern about the drain that's going on of high earners and hard workers and entrepreneurs is we're also losing the sort of 30-somethings who are highly ambitious. John, Tony Blair, and yes, of course, he inherited a much more benign economic situation, but he kind of understood this, didn't he? That if you keep taxes reasonable, people stay in the country and they pay them.
He was definitely very committed to fair shares and not overburdening people through income tax. And I think that's a commitment that Rachel Reeves made in the manifesto. She extended that to national insurance. I think unwisely. I think they should have reversed some of the national insurance cuts that Jeremy Hunt pushed through. It's tied their hands. And I think there is a case for the debate about the wealth tax. I think is a cul-de-sac. You go, how do you identify wealth? How do you measure it? And then what portion you take of it?
Well, I guess property would be the easy way.
So property, I think, and I was going to say that property. So it is manifestly unfair that the council tax on Buckingham Palace is lower than the council tax on a semi in Blackpool. Something's going wrong in the system when that happens. And I could see a way of, you say, we're going to increase tax on wealth. Property is a large part of wealth. What do we do to tax that wealth? Well, there's a council tax. What about if we brought in 2 or 3 extra bands at the top? That would generate more revenue in local government and more money for social care.
Let's just imagine for a moment, John, there's someone watching this now, a widow, in her early 80s. She and her husband bought a house somewhere in London 50 years ago. They've never been particularly wealthy. She's now on her own. And if this tax was to come in on big, expensive properties, she'd be in big trouble, wouldn't she?
No, most people...
I mean, she would, is the answer. And basically what would happen is that you'd end up with pensioners suddenly paying £10,000 or £15,000 a year in council tax. That's what would happen to hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people.
That's not what adding a couple of extra bands on the council tax leads to.
That is what you'd end up, right? Because basically you'll end up double. Basically, these kinds of proposals, for them to mean anything, will mean effectively the top band of council tax either doubling or more than doubling. Right? And it's all about this idea that, you know, you have to pay 1% a year of the value of your home, that sort of stuff. So you're talking about many, many houses.
That's a separate, I mean, that's always a separate idea. Which
I know it's a separate idea, but the way you move towards it, for example, is by having super bands of council tax, which end up
Transition's always a problem, isn't it?
But I think it'd be a catastrophic blow to Middle England, and especially to people in London and the south of the country. It'd be a catastrophic blow to pensioners. It would be a retrospective change in the balance of power between the state and the citizen. It would basically turn people, the state would become the landlord. But you wouldn't own your home anymore.
But in a situation where the valuation for council tax purposes of properties still sits at the one from the early 1990s, that's unfair on parts of the country outside London. It's unfair It's unfair.
Yeah, I mean, but of course we do this on a local basis. But John, there's a broader tax argument too. There's a broader tax argument too. I mean, my view is the more rich people that leave, the more taxes everybody else has got to pay. And here's the thing. When the 40p band of top rate tax was introduced in 88, and that top rate stayed all the way through the Major years, the Blair years, but all through that period of time, roughly 1.5 million people, working people in the country, were paying what was then the top rate of tax. By the end of next year, there'll be nearly 8 million people paying 40p or more. We are being taxed at every level. Your staff nurse is now paying 40% tax.
Thanks to great wages given to my Labour government.
What do you mean?
People wages have increased and public sector salaries have increased more generously under Labour than under the Tory party. So some people do get into higher bands.
But that's not really what's happening.
Middle earners in Britain, Alistair, are now being moved into what was for a couple of decades top rate tax.
We're moving towards a world where the norm becomes a 40p tax rate. Not now, maybe in a decade's time.
Yeah.
And that is what you get if you keep growing the size of the state, growing the size of the state, and basically dragging more and more people into this much higher rate of tax. But I think it's extremely dangerous for the Chancellor to keep saying she wants the rich to pay more and more and more tax, right? I'm afraid to say it no longer makes sense for a lot of wealthy people, a lot of ambitious people, a lot of enterprising people to live in the UK. It makes a lot more sense for them to go abroad. For the first time in decades, if you're an ambitious 25-year-old, 30-year-old, 35-year-old, you're better off moving to another country. That's a terrible place to be, right? A terrible place to be. This has to be reversed. There's no future for this country if we chase away the most ambitious people and if we can't attract similarly ambitious people, if doctors decide they're better off going to Australia, and if, property developers go to Dubai, and bankers go to Milan and so on. And this whole argument that everyone's going to stay here because we speak English and because we've got the rule of law and because, look, London's wonderful and so on, no longer true.
But I don't think Rachel Rees understands this. I think they genuinely think that if they put up taxes, people will just grin and bear it and stay, and they're not doing that.
Look, I think if you raise taxes, you have to have a matching increase in the quality of public services, and
which is not happening.
There's no doubt in my mind. There's a massive productivity challenge. Take the health service. The new minister who's in charge of digitisation, I think, really grasps Zubair Ahmed, really grasps the scale of transformation that AI could drive, digitisation could drive. We have to have a matching ambition, and I hope to see that from the Chancellor. Plans for making the money that people pay in taxes work harder.
Well, we'd all love to see that. John, do you think she's going to even dare to try and cut welfare?
I think there is a welfare reform programme coming. I think that's why Pat McFadden was moved into the Department of Work and Pensions. And I think it's why skills was given to the Department of Work and Pensions. Because the key for me to cracking the number of under-30s on sickness benefits is to give them a structured plan and support. I think the public would agree, I think the PLP would agree, that if you're under 30, you should.
I sort of think you need to be a little bit harsher now, because I think we live in a world where roughly 6.5 million people are on out-of-work benefits. The overwhelming majority of these people don't work at all.
Once they go on those benefits, they don't tend to come off, do they?
That's right. But I think that's a scandal, right? 6.5 million people have basically been consigned to effective unemployment.
It's a disaster.
It's a social disaster. It's a cultural disaster, and it forces us to import immigrants because, we have no one else to work. It's really sad. It's a massive failure of the British establishment.
All will be revealed on November the 26th, but this debate will rage, I think, between now and then and probably for months afterwards. In a moment, let's talk about green levies on your electricity bill at home, and we're going to give you a prediction from the industry itself as to what's going to happen to your bills over the next 5 years.
Can't wait to get in that sea.
Lovely and warm.
Just like the feeling of having great travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Some showers heading over the Canaries over the next few days. We've seen some torrential downpours across parts of Spain and Italy recently. Things turning drier here, however. Plenty of sunshine for Spain and Portugal on Friday. And the sunshine returning to much of Italy. Still a few showers across the far south. The wet weather, though, is moving into Croatia and mainland Greece, although most of the Greek islands further east will be dry and sunny. And we'll see the sunshine returning to Dubrovnik through the weekend. Meanwhile, further showers likely in Tenerife.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask.
OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician.
Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off limits.
You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
and now you've lost it.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Join me, Nana Okoye, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Regular viewers and listeners will know this is very much one of my hobby horses, energy prices. Let's remind ourselves what the Prime Minister told us would happen with a Labour government in June last year. My Labour government will tackle the root causes of the cost of living crisis and help families save up to £300 on their energy bills. Well, since they came to power, the average energy bill is up about £280. But there's worse news to come. Yesterday, in Parliamentary Committee, Rachel Fletcher, and she's the Director of Regulation for Octopus Energy, said this.
If we continue on the path that we're on right now, in all likelihood, electricity prices for a typical customer are going to be 20% higher in 4 or 5 years' time than they are now. And that's even if wholesale prices halve.
And there you are. You see, we've been told a great lie, that our electricity is expensive because of the cost of gas. But the point Octopus were making, actually, it's the whole apparatus. It's the hidden subsidies. John, I really think this is one of those subjects where both Conservatives and Labour have kind of agreed for 20 years that we have to go green, we have to go for renewable energy, and it's people watching us right now that have been paying the price and never been told.
The error of the Labour government and the Tory government, the error of the Labour government was to cancel a nuclear programme that Margaret Thatcher put in place. Labour came later to agree there should be a new nuclear fleet. The Tories cancelled it, and famously, Nick Clegg, then Deputy Prime Minister, said, there's no point in these nuclear power stations, they'll only be coming online in 2022. And that lack of forethought, there isn't now a new nuclear programme, which is good in big-scale power stations. There's small modular reactors as well being developed. I think we really need, if we had a dash for gas, and we're paying the price now, we need a dash for nuclear. We need nuclear in Scotland, in Wales, in England, and that paralleled with a dash for hydrogen. We do actually need to be able to start storing renewable energy when there's lots of it.
If it works. It's still it's not fully proven as a technology.
Battery technology and hydrogen, I think, are two areas where we really have to...
By the way, I'm 100% with you on nuclear. I'm 100%. But right now, what Ed Miliband is doing right now, there is this massive wind auction round of AR7, and what she's effectively saying is we are guaranteeing prices above current market rates for the next 20 years. That's wrong, isn't it?
We have to find a way to break the dependence on fossil fuels, and so we have to develop the capacity. It's going to be, there's an upfront investment in the new capacity, upfront investment in the new nuclear.
How could the Prime Minister and Miliband, before the election, make these promises? Do they simply not understand the energy market?
Because they're talking about decarbonising the network, and therefore it's a...
Well, you can't do that and reduce bills.
It's a comprehensive programme. I think they can by the end of the decade.
No, isn't it about time, Alistair?
Yes, I mean, look, I think a number of things have gone wrong. I agree that we should have done nuclear, and we should do nuclear. I think that's very, very important. I think that's one of the few areas, for example, where the French are ahead of us.
People, to be honest, that's green.
Sort of you need to, but I think you need to do that for reasons of energy security as well as for decarbonisation, right? Energy security is extremely important.
We were in January this year, when the big anticyclone was sitting over the North Sea, on some days importing as much as 25% of our electricity.
Yes, and this is a very dangerous situation. So we need nuclear, but I think we need to stop all of these compulsory rules when it comes to decarbonisation. I don't have a problem with decarbonisation. I like electric cars. I like new technologies. I think a lot of these technologies will become competitive over time. But I think we should stop the compulsion. We should stop the central planning. We should stop the 2030, the 2035s, and the 2050. And we need to get rid of all the regulations and rules. We need to say the market has to evolve, and at the same time we need to do nuclear. And these two things together will lead to decarbonisation over time, but it will take longer. And to be honest, the current targets are all about virtue signalling. They're about saying we are the best, we're the fastest. But what it means really is we've got among the highest energy prices in the world. We're impoverishing our citizens. We're destroying our industry. We're shutting down our factories. We're becoming uncompetitive. We're relying more and more on other people. We think we're clever because we import manufactured goods from China and then say, look at that. We're not emitting carbon anymore.
Well,
it's all nonsense.
We're exporting carbon emissions. And that other point, John, is really important. She was talking about domestic energy bills. We have the highest industrial energy prices in the world. We are going through rapid deindustrialisation as a direct result of it. And frankly, 4 more years of a Labour government, what's going to be left of British industry?
Well, I think 4 more years of a Labour government, there'll be more and more highly productive and highly efficient manufacturing, and that modernisation, decarbonisation is important for the industrial sectors because that's part of the future. Other economies are decarbonising too.
The future.
Even the Chinese are building nuclear in a way
the future, and you've mentioned it. You've already mentioned the future on this show this evening. The future is going to be AI. The future is going to be cryptocurrencies and digital wallets. The future is going to be data centres. And the amazing thing is they use more electricity than the old industries of heavy manufacture.
Exactly. So this is what we didn't get. We didn't predict this. We thought manufacturing is high energy use. In reality, it turns out modern services are high energy use. I think the number one strategic imperative needs to be cheap energy. and jointly secure energy.
And self-sufficiency?
Well, I'd say security rather than self-sufficiency.
Yeah, because relying on France is not that insecure.
Well, yes, but I mean, we saw during COVID and at other times that people can switch things off.
I mean, Norway actually is now a big interconnector for us.
No, it is. And look, one of the things about AI is
you don't really support this government's policy, do you?
I want to say that my feeling, the thing I doubt about this government's policy is celebrating data centres, which are the bottom of the supply chain of the AI, and not actually wanting the innovative companies. If we had companies that produced health solutions powered by AI, it makes our NHS more efficient, it makes it more consumer friendly, and it's actually an exportable product.
And we'll need lots of cheap energy to do that.
But we should probably not be going, let's have the data centres. We should, you look at the US.
But we need both, don't we? We need everything.
Yeah, we need both.
What we really need is, imagine if energy costs 50% or 75% less in this country. Imagine what would happen to the average consumer, and imagine what would happen to the economy. There'd be a boom, right? Clearly, one of the reasons for the collapse in our economic performance in recent years is the cost of energy. There's other reasons, high taxes, high regulation, but the cost of energy is very, very important.
Before your viewers, the biggest cost that they have in cost of living pressures, I think, is likely to be housing, and that's where we actually need...
No, that's a massive cost, but we're talking not just about domestic, we're talking about energy.
Yeah.
I want to thank my great panel. They've been superb, great debate. In a moment, I'm going to do Talking Pints with Nadim Zahawi, and it's an amazing story. It's somebody who comes into Britain as a genuine refugee, can't speak a word of English, and ends up as Chancellor of the Exchequer, although, to be fair, there have been one or two bumps along the way. Well, that's why Talking Pints is fun, isn't it?
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
Because you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dordme, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
We're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5.
You got me. You got me good there.
Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
It is, of course, my favourite part of this show. Yes, of course, it's Talking Pints, and I'm joined by Nadim Zahawi. Nadim, cheers. Welcome to the... On what other show do you get a chance to do this?
Yeah, exactly right.
Yours is a genuinely astonishing story. And, you know, you came from a family of some prominence in Iraq, but suddenly life turned very, very, potentially very dangerous.
Very much so.
For your father, and perhaps for all of you, in a way. Just recount the story about trying to get out of Iraq.
Yeah, it was, in many ways, the book is a love story to England, to Britain, because it defined me. But I remember clearly, when you're 11 years old, you tend to remember sort of exactly what happened because you're beginning to understand your surroundings. My father, we were at lunch, family lunch, and one of my aunts, my mother's sisters, her husband was quite high up in the Bath party. And you had to belong to the party. If you wanted to be a teacher, a civil servant, anything, you have to belong to... My father refused to belong to the party. He's an entrepreneur, and he happened to be Kurdish. And he got a message saying they're going to come and take you by my aunt's husband. And you've got a few hours. It'll probably be tomorrow morning. And so we literally left their home, my sister and I in the back of the car, parents literally just talking about what he can take with him, what route is best. Does he drive up north to the Kurdish areas and escape through the mountains?
Yeah.
But they might find, you know, that be the obvious route. But they may have had that covered because there'll be checkpoints. And then the decision was actually he'll get a flight out of Baghdad International Airport because it's almost the least obvious because it's in your face.
In plain sight.
In plain sight.
Yeah.
And that's what he did. And I remember going with him to the airport, pretending like we're saying goodbye, him going off on a short business trip or a holiday, except inside us, the fear, the trauma, the trepidation. And in those days, there was a viewing platform, so you could see the flights, and there was none of these sort of clever arms that come out. They sort of pull a stair thing to the plane, and they all went up, and we waited for them to pull it away so that the plane can then taxi onto the runway. And it felt like a century. And then a pickup truck full of soldiers sped up to the plane, which was very normal in Saddam's Iraq. And I looked up at my mother as the tears rolled down her cheeks, and we were convinced they were going to bring my father out. And we later learned, when he arrived safely in England, they took the man sitting behind him.
Incredible.
It was incredible. When the plane took off, he ordered a scotch on the ice, on the rocks. I think he finished 2 bottles by the time he landed in England.
Good for him. No, it's an amazing story. And you arrive, you don't speak English, but, you know, you get on, you adapt. Your father's in business. He has some ups, he has some downs. That's the nature of business.
So what I used to always say in cabinet, Nigel, unless you've lost money, you have no idea how hard it is to make money. So before we begin to tax wealth creators, and I was watching the show earlier, it is such a dangerous path to tread that the chances going down. It's so hard to make money. Most of the time, you lose money before you can actually start to identify the opportunity and try and make money.
Well, you've had your ups and downs in business, but you, Gov, wow. I mean, that was incredible, wasn't it? And you finish up for years as CEO. Yeah. Your shares are worth a very great deal of money. The boy done good. But politics, obviously, in the blood.
Yes.
You get involved with the Conservative Party, you know, quite early on.
I did. In Wandsworth.
In Wandsworth, which was in many ways, you know, a borough.
It was Margaret's. Absolutely. It was. This is her centenary, obviously, and it was the borough that delivered zero council tax because we could live within our means on a budget delivered from central government and delivered great services. And no, you're right. I mean, I remember my early days at school. Genuinely, you know, without a word of English, I'd sit in the back of the classroom, and then I'd try and string words together in my head. Try and make a sentence, and I didn't like getting things wrong, because children can be very cruel at school.
Oh, yeah.
But by the time I'd made the sentence in my head, of course, the subject matter had moved on in the classroom. So my early days at school, teachers thought I had learning difficulties, so they called my parents in. But, of course, children are so malleable. You learn so far. If, by the way, if you're willing to integrate, if you're willing to actually adopt your new country and done part of it.
You've done that. I mean, you've got the accent, and you rose up the ladder, you know, Member of Parliament. And the fact you became Chancellor of the Exchequer is, I mean, you know, just show us the book. The Boy from Baghdad by Nadim Zahawi. And it is an amazing story. You arrive, you can't speak the language, you become Chancellor of the Exchequer, you've integrated. It's incredible. But, of course, as with all meteoric rises up through society, things did turn a bit sour, didn't it?
Absolutely.
I mean, let's just, you know, they say you've broken the ministerial code, your tax affairs are all wrong. I mean, at the time all this broke, you were one of the favourites to become the leader of the party. I actually put money on you with a bookmaker. But what happens here? I mean, were you careless? Were you stupid? Were you lazy? What happened here?
So the final chapter in the book, so HarperCollins very kindly gave me a bit more time once I'd left government to be able to write the full story, including the vaccine programme, and then having the great privilege of organising Her Late Majesty's funeral, and then obviously the downfall and leaving government. When I look back, you've got to own your own mistake. So my mistake was, as HMRC agreed, there's a category in tax which is careless, i.e. it's not a deliberate tax avoidance, but it's careless, which carries with it, of course, a fine as well. When I was appointed Chancellor, I had to make sure that my ministerial declaration said that there was this inquiry by HMRC, which then I settled. Then I was made Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. I had a new set of declarations. Again, I put, settled. What I didn't do is I put the amount of the settlement and the details and the fine. And then when Rishi made me chairman of the party, I went through the same process again, because every minister has to go through the same process. And they said, is everything settled? Yes, everything is settled. But of course, as you know, once a story engulfs a prime minister, these things have their own way of...
And they take their own life.
Right.
But you know what?
But hey-ho.
It's life.
Exactly.
Out of politics, but still very involved in current affairs. How great is Trump's deal in the Middle East? Can it hold? I know you're a specialist in the area.
Very much so. I've got to tell you, the lefties don't know what to do with President Trump. And I wrote an article about this in The Telegraph on the same day as he signed the deal, praising Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff and President Trump. How did a brash property tycoon from New York with two other property tycoons managed to pull this off when Antony Blinken, Barack Obama,
got nowhere.
Biden got nowhere. And the reality is they were able to bang heads together and actually
it's a great story.
Exercise that muscular foreign policy.
Your energy and interest in current affairs and politics. We might see you again one day, do you think?
My wife always teases me and says that you've still got the bug. I'm loving life.
You know what? I think our viewers can see he's still got the bug. I'm going to take that copy of the book.
I'm going to sign it for you.
That's absolutely marvellous. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
And frankly, your story, we could have sat here for hours, but we've got the time that we've got. Well, that's it. Over and out. After the weather and the news, we'll be going live to Bev Turner with a big announcement from Donald Trump. All of that at the top of the hour.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello again, very good evening to you. I'm here with your GB News weather forecast from the Met Office. For many it is going to be dry as we go through the rest of today and into tomorrow, though pretty cloudy and quite grey as well. That's because the high pressure, which is keeping things dry and also leading to the calm winds, is trapping some moisture, so the cloud, it's not really going to go anywhere particularly fast. That being said, there are some breaks around across some central southern parts of Scotland into northern England, perhaps some southeastern parts of England and to western Wales will see some breaks in the cloud. And where we get those breaks, well, temperatures could take a bit of a drop, could be a touch of frost, also some fog patches, so watch out for those. But most places sticking with that blanket of cloud, so temperatures not dropping much under that. There will be a few spots of rain here and there overnight, and that's the same as we go into tomorrow morning, particularly across northern and eastern parts of Scotland. A bit damp for some here. Further west and across southern parts of Scotland as well, largely dry but grey and cloudy to start the day. Similar across Northern Ireland and also similar across much of England and Wales, albeit, yes, there could be a few pockets of mist and fog around and some brighter breaks across perhaps some eastern, southeastern parts of England, but also a little bit of damp weather too around coastal parts towards both the east and also around some parts of the southwest. A few outbreaks of drizzly rain quite likely. Otherwise, it's again looking quite similar to today really for many. So quite grey, quite cloudy, limited bright spells developing, where you get some sunshine, feeling warmish I suppose, but temperatures around average and feeling quite cool under the cloud. A similar day on offer as we go into Saturday as well, at least to start. Later on, we are going to see some wetter weather pushing across initially Northern Ireland, but that is going to feed its way eastwards as we go through the latter part of the weekend. So Saturday, yes, largely dry but grey and cloudy. By Sunday, things are looking wetter and windier with more showery rain to come on Monday. Bye-bye.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
We're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique.
And you're fighting like rats in a sack.
But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask.
OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician.
Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off limits.
You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
and
say,
now you've lost it.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dordme, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's 9 p.m. I'm Patrick Christie's Tonight.
When it comes to China, the UK needs to defend itself resolutely against threats and seize the opportunities to demonstrably serve our nation.
The Chinese have been spying on us, so I took revenge.
Today, we just want to give him a box of not British secrets. I know, but it's not British secrets, that's the thing. Do you only accept boxes that are?
Yes, absolutely. They hacked our computers, but two can play at that game.
Yeah, we're just here to have a look at the computers. Computers? Yeah, we just got a call back to base just to say that there's been an issue with some of the software. I think they should be expecting me.
And I have mastered the art of spycraft.
The Yangtze River is running upstream today. No? No? Have you got the package?
But in other news,
I've started a petition to boycott Maccabi Tel Aviv. There is no space for violence or any thugs to come into Aston or indeed Birmingham. That is why I urge everyone to sign up to this petition. Boycott Maccabi Tel Aviv.
That is an absolute load of rubbish, but now no Israeli fans can travel to Birmingham because police can't guarantee their safety.
Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately.
President Trump is offering asylum to Europeans fleeing the migrant crisis. On my panel tonight, we have got broadcaster Linda Jubilee, senior reporter at Guido Fawkes, Ellie Wheatley, and the ex-Labour Party advisor Matthew Larzer. Get ready, Britain. Here we go. A Gaza gang MP has helped ban Jewish football fans from Britain. Next.
Very good evening to you from the newsroom just after 9 o'clock. The top story tonight, Maccabi Tel Aviv fans have been banned from Aston Villa's Europa League clash in Birmingham over safety fears. Police have labelled that match high risk after anti-Semitic attacks on Israeli fans at a game in Amsterdam last year. The move has triggered outrage, with Tory leader Kemi Badenoch calling it a national disgrace, while Israel's foreign minister has said it is shameful. Jewish groups, meanwhile, say it's perverse that fans are being excluded rather than authorities tackling anti-Semitism. Breaking tonight, Donald Trump has said he has made great progress with Vladimir Putin after a 2.5-hour call between the two leaders. They've agreed to meet in Budapest for a sit-down that Mr. Trump says he hopes could help bring the war to an end. Their call also set up high-level talks next week, led by US Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The US president says he'll brief Volodymyr Zelenskyy at the White House tomorrow and still believes, he says, that he can get both men in the same room. Ukraine's president will be there, seeking, of course, fresh US support after Russia launched one of its biggest overnight assaults. And due to those Russian attacks, emergency power outages have now been implemented across all regions of Ukraine. Earlier, Mr. Trump warned he could send long-range Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine if Putin refuses peace talks, and if approved, that move would put Moscow and other major Russian cities within striking range. Here, MI5's boss says the agency is facing one of the most dangerous periods since 9/11, with near-record levels of terror investigations and fast and rising threats from hostile states. Ken McCullum has warned state actors from China, Russia and Iran are stepping up espionage, with MI5 disrupting Chinese activity of national security concern in just the past week. In his annual speech, he revealed agents have foiled 19 late-stage terror plots since 2020. McCullum also says MI5's mission has undergone its biggest shift in 2 decades.
MI5's fight against terrorism remains intense. My teams are running near-record volumes of investigations. But we are also having to contend with a second menace of equal or even greater scale in fast-rising state threats. In 2025, a more hostile world is forcing the biggest shifts in MI5's mission since 9/11.
MPs, meanwhile, are launching a formal inquiry into the collapsed China spy case as pressure mounts on the government to explain what went wrong. The Joint Committee on National Security Strategy says it will examine how the case was handled and the national security questions it's now raised. It follows the Prime Minister releasing 3 witness statements from the case after being accused of a cover-up. He insists, though, it would have been absurd for him to intervene in a CPS investigation. The 2 men accused of spying, Mr Cash and Mr Berry, have denied any wrongdoing. Shadow Chancellor Mel Stride spoke to us earlier here on GB News.
National Security Advisor, you would think, would be across something as significant as this, but the suggestion is that it was all weighted or focused on his deputy, a civil servant, and I think most people would say that just sounds totally incredulous. Look, it does feel a bit like a cover-up. We've had a Prime Minister that just 48 hours ago was telling us that the evidence that's now been released could not be released, and yet changed his position yesterday in Prime Minister's questions. What we are saying is let's get to the bottom of exactly what happened. Let's have that information. Let's have the correspondence, the memos, etc., around this activity so that we can make a proper assessment.
And Chancellor Rachel Reeves says higher taxes on Britain's wealthiest will form part of next month's budget, as she's vowed to fix the nation's finances without a return to austerity. Speaking in Washington at IMF meetings, Rachel Reeves dismissed what she called the scaremongering and bleating of her critics, insisting her plans are about fairness and stability. She hinted that the top earners will shoulder more of the burden to repair the public purse. Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch, though, says the Chancellor has made a huge mess and doesn't know how to clean it up. Well, let's also just quickly bring you a breaking development on that situation where Maccabi Tel Aviv fans have been banned tonight from Aston Villa's Europa League clash in Birmingham over security fears. A statement just in on social media from the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, saying, and I quote, "This is the wrong decision." Continuing, "We will not tolerate anti-Semitism on our streets," and adds that the role of the police is to ensure all football fans can enjoy the game without fear of violence or intimidation. So the Prime Minister there giving his thoughts on the situation, saying that the decision to ban Tel Aviv fans from that Europa League match is the wrong decision. That's the news on GB News. I'll hand you straight back now to Patrick.
Yes, good evening. We do start with that breaking news that Maccabi Tel Aviv fans have been banned from Aston Villa's Europa League clash in Birmingham over, quotes, safety fears. So
many residents have raised concerns about the football match, which is due to take place on the 6th of November. Maccabi Tel Aviv. We've all seen those harrowing images from Amsterdam. I've started a petition to boycott Maccabi Tel Aviv. There is no space for violence or any thugs to come into Aston or indeed Birmingham. That is why I urge everyone to sign up to this petition. Boycott Maccabi Tel Aviv.
Yes, so Jews aren't safe in Birmingham. Aston Villa Football Club were due to play Maccabi Tel Aviv in the Europa League. That was local MP Ayub Khan, one of the infamous Gaza gang, and he did that ridiculous video. And then now, this has happened, hasn't it? This is a statement from West Midlands Police. This decision is based on current intelligence and previous incidents, including violent clashes and hate crime offences that occurred during the 2024 Europa League match between Ajax and Maccabi Tel Aviv in Amsterdam. Based on our professional judgment, we believe this measure will help mitigate risks to public safety. While the safety certificate is issued by Birmingham City Council, West Midlands Police supports the decision to prohibit any away supporters from attending. Well, I'm just going to pick up a little bit more on that statement in a second, but who is celebrating this decision? Well, it's Gaza gang MP Ayub Khan again, isn't it? I welcome the news that Maccabi Tel Aviv fans will not be permitted to watch the match. This is disgusting, OK? It's not really about safety. We all know what this is about. We all know. Do you remember when Robert Jenrick was slammed for saying this?
In the hour and a half that I was filming with news there, I didn't see another white face. And that's not the kind of country I want to live in. I want to live in a country where people are properly integrated. It's not about the colour of your skin or your faith. Of course it isn't. But I want people to be living alongside each other, not parallel lives. That's not the right way we want to live as a country.
He was attacked for pointing out that parts of Birmingham hadn't integrated, and now Jewish fans are not allowed there because they won't be safe. And it is not the first time that they've faced issues. You heard the Metropolitan Police there, and you heard Ayub Khan making reference to something that went on in Amsterdam. However, the clips of what actually happened that night tell a very, very different story. In Amsterdam, some foreign-looking men went on a Jew hunt.
Fils de pute! Charmota! Benzona!
That's what happened to the Maccabi Tel Aviv fans in Amsterdam, and today the government released this statement.
We have to step up in relation to defeating anti-Semitism. Action is what matters, and we're absolutely committed to that. The discussion we've had this morning was not about words. It was about what are the actions that are going to follow through from this.
Right, there you go. Oh, he's going to step up to the plate. He's going to step up to the plate, protect the Jewish community. No room for anti-Semitism. Well, there we go. Now, Jewish fans can't come to a football match in Birmingham because they won't be safe. Well done, Sir Keir Starmer and co. Well done, all those bleeding heart Liberals. I tell you what, I can't wait for Gary Neville's statement about angry middle-aged white men in Birmingham putting Tel Aviv fans at risk. And speaking tonight, by the way, in fact, this was literally just a minute ago, Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, said, this is the wrong decision to ban the game. We will not tolerate anti-Semitism on our streets. The role of the police is to ensure all football fans can enjoy the game without fear of violence or intimidation. Who is going to commit that violence in Birmingham, out of interest? And by the way, I am not trying to have a go at Aston Villa fans here, because I don't really think it's all of you who are to blame here. Let's get the thoughts of my panel. We have got journalist and broadcaster Linda Jubilee, senior reporter at Guido Fawkes, Ellie Wheatley, and former Labour advisor Matthew Larser. Right, so Linda, I mean, they can talk all they want, can't they? People like Ayub Khan saying, oh, you know, good, because the Maccabi Tel Aviv fans, they can't be trusted. I mean, we saw what actually happened in Amsterdam, where they were basically lynched by a load of people who I'm convinced weren't actually Ajax fans, but had travelled into the area, some of them there, because they didn't like Jews. And now, right here in Birmingham, it's saying, basically, there's a big sign there, isn't there, that says that Jews aren't safe.
It's shocking that this should be going on in our country. When I first heard this, I thought, actually, I can understand West Midlands Police if there is a genuine concern about widespread wholesale violence. Maybe there's a practical consideration we have to take on board here, but actually it can't be beyond the ken of the West Midlands Police Force to protect these people from whatever violence they're threatened with, because I just don't think we should be giving into this right now. It's shameful and it's shocking on our streets.
Yeah, it is. And you've got the Gaza Gang MPs, a procession of them, Iqbal Mohammed queuing up. You've got Adnan Hussein as well, celebrating his decision, saying things like, this is great, either saying that the Maccabi Tel Aviv fans are a load of thugs, and all right, OK, look, there will no doubt amongst any section of any football team's fans, there's obviously maybe an aspect of thuggery. I'm not trying to say that, you know, everyone's completely blameless here, but what I am saying is they're ignoring the real problem, which is that clearly there was a fear that hordes of the pro-Gaza community in Birmingham would have turned up and tried to batter the Jewish fans.
I think it's absolutely shocking that when Jews had threats against them, the police decided, we're going to ban them. I mean, what does that say? That does not help any problems of anti-Semitism. That just perpetuates it. And it's shocking that the offenders are the ones that are not removed. It's the victims that are removed from this. And the Gaza Gang MPs and Ayub Khan, etc., celebrating it is shameful. It's awful that that football fans cannot go and celebrate football games.
And it's going to amplify the real fear that the Jewish community already feels now about being in this country.
This, Keir Starmer released a few statements today. One of them was about the attack at the Manchester synagogue. I don't recall him naming Islamist terrorism there. He said it was a terror attack. It can't say the word Islamist, of course. And then now on this one, this is the wrong decision. We will not tolerate anti-Semitism on our streets. The role of police to ensure football fans can enjoy the game. Why is he not going to call out really, especially in that area of Birmingham, which section of society it is that would pose a threat to the Jewish fans?
Well, the most, I mean, I think you said in your introduction, Patrick, that Keir Starmer needed to step up to the plate, and I think he was literally, as you're speaking, stepping up to the plate. I'm very pleased to see that very strongly worded statement from the Prime Minister. I suspect this decision will not be in place tomorrow. Either, if there is, as Linda was saying, a very particular safety threat, then the game needs to be moved, or it needs to be played with no fans. But you can't exclude one set of fans.
Side.
Absolutely. So the Prime Minister needs to back that statement up, and the government does with action.
Just on this, right? So you've got this is the Prime Minister's Twitter feed, okay, and you've got the one tweet there: tackling anti-Semitism is in our society is a national effort that this government will lead. 4 hours later, it turns out that West Midlands Police have banned Jewish fans because they can't be kept safe.
Yeah, that's
I mean, to be fair to Keir Starmer, he won't have. The government doesn't make the decisions for West Midlands Police.
Civil servant.
Absolutely. And clearly, I suspect that Keir Starmer is as angry as we are about the decision. Let's hope that anger translates into action. Just to say about it was a bit more than you're right. Obviously, it was a photo op, but it was £10 million extra announced today to the Community Security Trust, which is a Jewish-run organisation. Absolutely, and I think there will be heads will be knocked together.
None of that matters unless we don't actually call out and deal with the real issue at play here. Robert Jenrick was absolutely slammed by the lovely Liberal elite for daring to say, actually, there are parts of Birmingham where, when he said, "Oh, UK," we didn't really see a white face. He was talking about integration and multiculturalism not particularly working there, and there being enclaves, etc., which anyone who's ever been to Birmingham will tell you is just true. It is true. And he was called out for that, and now here we are. All right. He was right, wasn't he?
Yeah. I mean, what he did was he made an observation. That's all he did. I can remember as a kid, I used to visit my grandmother in Ealing, and I drove from Uxbridge. My parents drove from Uxbridge to Ealing. We passed through Southall. And I can remember saying there was not a single white face in the whole of Southall. It looked like I'd been driving through Calcutta. And you know, I'd be castigated for saying that now, but it is just an observation. It just means that those people live there. Now, the trick is to actually give them the kind of support, like learning English, ESOL lessons, where they need to integrate. We need to make sure integration happens. Immigration needs to be restricted.
I don't think you can train out generations of inbuilt anti-Semitism, though.
Oh, no, that's a much harder thing to do.
There are parts of the world where anti-Semitism is actively encouraged. And I would argue one of those parts of the world is Pakistan, and Pakistan has a huge population in Birmingham around that.
Yeah, that's very true.
Around that stadium.
Yeah, that's a fair point, and education around these sorts of issues and making sure that people do integrate, which is exactly what Jenrick was talking about, is crucial. And this is a real sort of acid test for Starmer at the moment, because he can tweet all he likes, he can say this is the wrong decision, but what's he actually going to do about it? Where is the robust plan to root out anti-Semitism in this country, not just in Birmingham, but also obviously Manchester and London?
Yeah. Well, what message does this send to wider society in Britain, but also about Britain to the world, Matthew? So, you know, what this has said to me anyway is that if you get a load of people to sign a petition and you lobby the police force enough, you will be able to block Jews, basically, or Israeli-born football fans from coming to Britain.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of those fans will be British Jews, and so, you know, it is absolutely disgraceful. But I think it sends a terrible message, and I think that we need to also, just on Ayub Khan, the MP, I think we need to make sure that he is a parliamentary leper. There was a by-election there was an election in the 1964 election in Smethwick down the road where a phrase I'm not going to use, that if you vote Labour, you're going to get somebody for a neighbour. And the guy who won that was literally just treated like nobody would speak to him in Parliament. All parties ignored him, including his own. He was a Tory. We need that with Ayub Khan. And people like Jeremy Corbyn need to be distancing themselves from Ayub Khan and Zahra Sultana.
Exactly right.
I mean, so, you know, I mean, Keir Starmer appears to be trying to put some pressure on the police to change their decision with his statement. I'll just read it again. I think I've read it before. I'll read it again. This is the wrong decision. We will not tolerate anti-Semitism on our streets. The role of the police is to ensure all football fans can enjoy the game without fear of violence or intimidation. So, yeah, I mean, so he is No, I don't know how else to interpret that, to be honest with you. He's saying that. He seems to be saying it's the wrong decision.
He can say that, but he's got to actually...
I mean, I think we need to give him over... I mean, you're right. It needs to be, I think we need to give him... It's spoken in the last hour or so. I think we need to give him until tomorrow morning. Let's hope the decision has changed. Can I just say, if it was reversed, if you reversed the language, OK, and said that, you know, a game was being played in North London, which is a very strong Jewish community, and you didn't want to have fans of a team from a Muslim-majority country, can you imagine? And that's, you know, and so I think that the test for anything is, what would you do if you reversed it? And this doesn't pass that test at all.
No, I just think it's incredibly worrying. It's maddening, really, and there are going to have to be question marks. You look at some of the people that are celebrating this now, and I just wonder if they're fit to be MPs.
I don't think that's what I'm saying. I don't think he is.
He's fit to be an MP.
But they're all in that bizarre lefty, your party that's not actually named.
Still hasn't got a name, yeah.
Sort of fallen out and...
I mean, look, this is the thing. And again, people will be able to point to incidents, as you'll be from any football team, anywhere around the world, where there are pockets of fans that go and cause trouble, have too much to drink or do this, that and the other. I'm not here to wholesale say, I'm sure every single fan of Maccabi Tel Aviv is an absolutely wonderful person. No, OK, fair enough. But I don't think we can realistically think that it is a genuine... When people are saying they can't be allowed to come in because of safety concerns, I'm sorry, I don't buy that. What I hear is that you don't want them here because...
And actually, what are the police there for? What are the police there for?
But we have these sort of fixtures all the time in the UK. We have, like, the best sort of policing systems around football matches because, you know, they happen all the time. I think it's total nonsense that they couldn't...
The one good thing that was announced today was that because we've obviously just discussed this programme a lot, the anti-Semitism in the NHS. They put John Mann, the anti-Semitism czar, who's I've known for 30 years, and he's don't take no nonsense, in charge of rooting that out in the NHS.
All right, OK, look, we'll get more on this as the show develops. You know, potentially, I don't know, West Midlands Police might reverse the decision or something. We'll bring that to you. Loads on, including... I decided to tip up at the Chinese embassy earlier today and give them a taste of their own medicine. But before that, it's the Great British Giveaway. Massive motorhome, loads of cash. Here's AKB, and it's a win it.
You're not going to want to miss our greatest Great British giveaway so far. You could bank an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash to spend however you like. And if that wasn't enough, you'll also get to drive away in this brand new motorhome. With thanks to Marquis Leisure, this brand new 2025 Benamar Primero could be yours. It comes with all the mod cons you'd expect from a vehicle worth over £74,000 and comfortably sleeps 4 people. This prize package is worth over £104,000. And remember, if you can dream it, you can drive it away. For another chance to win, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB16 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 31st of October. The winner will be contacted live on GB News, week commencing 10th November. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Right, here's a little bit about what I've got coming up. Rachel Reeves has basically told us all to stop caring about the fact she's tanked the economy, but before that...
It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you. I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell.
Get this, President Trump is offering asylum to Europeans who are being persecuted for their beliefs. Gosh, I can think of a few Brits who might apply to that one. Stay tuned.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
isn't it? Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dawdney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
The Yangtze River is running upstream today. No? No? Have you got the package? Yes, welcome back. I went undercover and paid a visit to the Chinese embassy and their diplomats earlier today. More on that shortly. But first, should Brits who are anti-immigration, anti-Labour, seek refuge in President Trump's America? He's offering it. Time for that to head. So apparently President Trump is considering offering political asylum to Europeans who oppose mass migration. This overhaul of the American immigration system would also give preference to English speakers as well as white South Africans, actually. The US president has been advised to prioritise those who have been targeted for peaceful expression of views online. So who do we know who might be eligible? I mean, surely comedy writer Graham Linehan, he would be top of the list, isn't he? I suppose he's fallen foul of some of the free speech law. A man who was cancelled, prosecuted and hounded for refusing to back down and say that men could become women. What about journalist Alison Pearson? Last year on Remembrance Sunday, Essex police knocked on her door over a tweet they claim stirred racial hatred. The case then, of course, was dropped after public outcry. What about mother and childminder Lucy Connolly, jailed for 31 months over a tweet during the Southport riots, which she later deleted? So, look, I'm asking this. Is it time for Brits who are anti-mass migration, anti-Labour, to go and seek refuge in President Trump's America? Joining us to discuss this is writer and broadcaster Emma Trimble and political strategist Pablo Ohana. Thank you very much. Emma, I'll start with you. What do you think about us going and seeking refuge in President Trump's America?
Well, I don't think we should jump ship. I think we should stay and fight, obviously. But I do think that this is a bit of a coup for freedom of speech, because not only does it turn free speech, as we've already seen in the last year or so, it's turned it into a big diplomatic foreign policy issue. The United Kingdom is really having its feet held to the fire. The government is having its feet held to the fire by Trump. But I think that this also, it will embolden people to actually speak freely, because they will feel that they have somewhere potentially to flee to. Trump is really sort of sticking his flag on the territory of free speech and saying America is going to stand up for freedom of speech globally. And of course, once America manages to deal with its Antifa problem, which Trump is also trying to do, then there'll be less of a chance that somebody speaking out publicly might get shot in America if they continue to do their work out there.
OK, but I mean, Pablo, look, this is the way that Britain is now viewed abroad, isn't it? Right, that if you are anti-mass migration and if you are anti-Labour, there's a chance they might lock you up, so we can go and seek political refuge in America.
Well, firstly, I think there's something deeply ironic about Donald Trump fans clamouring for the chance to flee an invented persecution in their own country to become refugees in another country, whilst complaining that immigration is too high. But listen, if you want to give up living in the greatest country in the world, then you're free to leave. But I think we have to be really careful here, because the term refugee is a legal status for people facing persecution or fleeing war. Turning it into a culture war cheapens real refugee claims. And I'm sorry, but you can't put someone who's a bit annoyed about things in the UK in the same category as a genuine Ukrainian refugee fleeing Putin's invasion. So I think we need to just keep it in perspective a little bit.
Go on, Emma.
Well, I don't know. I think if your rights are being violated and you're being locked in prison for your lawful right to express yourself freely, I mean, just look at what's been going on with issues surrounding blasphemy laws. I mean, the guy who attacked Hamid Koskan, who burnt the Quran, was let off with a suspended sentence, even though he's slashing a knife around all over the place. You know, even if that original sentence against the man who burnt the Quran, even though that was overturned on free speech grounds, the process is part of the punishment. If you were to go and burn a Quran, or even something more tame like showing a picture of the Prophet Muhammad, just look at the teacher in Batley who's still in hiding for his own life. I mean, he is exactly the sort of person who should be, on Trump's list of people to seek asylum.
That's a great point. So, Pablo, do you think President Trump will be right to offer asylum to that teacher in Batley who is having showed a picture of the Prophet Muhammad to some kids, is now in hiding, his whole family are in hiding? Surely he could go and seek refuge in Trump's America, couldn't he?
No, I think, listen, we have to be
live
really
with the fatwa.
We have to be really, really clear about the definitions here. The United Kingdom does not have a free speech problem. Our democracy and this country is absolutely fine. Yes, we have issues like every country, but trust me, the US has a lot of problems too. From everything, healthcare, don't even get started on that, expenses and excesses of $500 for a simple filling on top of your insurance. Someone is shot every 5 minutes. Listen, it's easy to make this kind of grass is greener argument, but the UK is a great country, and I'm really sorry that some people are not happy here, and there are legitimate concerns that need to be addressed. But if you think that moving to the US is going to solve everything, then you're going to be disappointed.
All right, go on, very quick, Emma, and then we've got to go. Go on.
Well, I mean, he talks about the irony of people who are who criticise refugees seeking refuge abroad. I think it's quite ironic to be making the claim that people who come here as economic migrants can be asylum seekers, but people who are in fear of their life can't be asylum seekers. And anyway, I have my boots here just in case I ever decide to say something naughty about the Prophet Muhammad.
OK, there we go. Thank you very much, both of you. Broadcaster Emma Trimble, political strategist Pablo had great stuff. All right, so coming up at 10 p.m.
The ambassador, we just want to give him a box of not British secrets. I know, but it's not British secrets. That's the thing. Do you only accept boxes that are?
The Chinese have been spying on us relentlessly. So today I decided to take a bit of revenge. They didn't like it. They hacked our computers, but two can play at that game. Find out what happened when I went undercover at the Chinese embassy earlier today. Before that, though... Hey, if you're worried about your money, don't. Rachel Reeves thinks you're just scaremongering and bleating about the state of the British economy. Buckle up. Next.
Be nice to escape the grey.
Clear skies, here we come.
As clear as our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Some showers heading over the Canaries over the next few days. We've seen some torrential downpours across parts of Spain and Italy recently. Things turning drier here, however. Plenty of sunshine for Spain and Portugal on Friday. And the sunshine returning to much of Italy. Still a few showers across the far south. The wet weather, though, is moving into Croatia and mainland Greece, although most of the Greek islands further east will be dry and sunny. And we'll see the sunshine returning to Dubrovnik through the weekend. Meanwhile, further showers likely in Tenerife.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off limits. You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
and
say,
now you've lost it. That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless. But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show. Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News. Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Lads, how are you? We're just here to have a look at the computers.
Computers?
Yeah, we just got a call back to base just to say that there's been an issue with some of the software. I think they should be expecting me. Well, there we go. I don't know about you, but I'm a little bit sick and tired of China relentlessly spying on all of us, so I decided to have a go back today. More on that very shortly. But first, the Chancellor Rachel Reeves has launched an astounding attack on her critics, accusing them of, quote, scaremongering and bleating about the economy. Yes, that's right. If you're worried about your money, don't be. You're just scaremongering. Speaking to The Guardian, obviously, she said last year when we announced things like the non-DOMs, like the VAT on private school fees, there was so much, quote, bleating that it wasn't going to raise the money that people would leave.
The OBR will publish updated numbers and all of those things, and that scaremongering didn't pay off because this is a brilliant country and people want to live here. Her comments came on the same day that she admitted tax rises and spending cuts are likely in the November budget. Look, perhaps we can maybe be forgiven for, quotes, bleating. Joining us to discuss this now is economist Tom McPhail. Tom, do you think she's maybe a little bit tone deaf on this when it comes to how people are genuinely concerned about the economy and their own finances?
Well, I agree with Rachel Reeves that this is a brilliant country and people do want to live here, but you can also understand why people are getting a bit sick and tired of this kind of thing. And we saw with the school fees that resulted in thousands of parents being forced to take their children out of private schools and put them into the state system, hugely counterproductive in terms of Rachel Reeves's ambition to raise money on those school fees. We've seen her reversing things like the winter fuel allowance. She failed to get the welfare cuts through. She poured money into the public sector pay settlements very early on in the new government without extracting in return any productivity commitments. So she's made a series of missteps. You know, I mean, what else has she got left to do now but come out fighting? So I'm not surprised she's come out punchy because she's got to try and sell her narrative to the population. But
it's not. The thing is, though, it's not bleating or scaremongering, is it? As you all know, for people who, due to Labour's decision when it came to things like national insurance, etc., are making people redundant. You know, and people unemployment levels are pretty high. That's not bleating and scaremongering, is it?
No, it's not. And things right from the word go, when they increased the employers' national insurance, and everybody pointed out that if you tax jobs, you will get fewer jobs. You know, and lo and behold, that's what we've seen happen. There's a lot of anxiety now about people's pensions, that the government may start raiding people's pension pots because obviously there's a lot of money there, and it's really difficult to protect it from the government. None of this is bleating. You know, she's got to raise money to meet her spending commitments. So she's got to look at things like the pensions, like maybe taxing people's houses or putting up council tax, and you can absolutely understand people being dismayed by this.
Yeah, and fundamentally as well, it's because she didn't manage to get welfare reforms through, and the Prime Minister also did not make any effort to do that because he was too politically weak to stand up to that wing of his party. The other thing I will say about this is that, you know, I don't know. I don't know what the average wealth of my viewers and listeners is, right? I don't know if I'm talking to a bunch of millionaires here or I'm talking to a bunch of people who, you know, very, very working class. I think the reality is there's probably a very broad range of people, right? But if you suck the aspiration out of a country and you start just talking really disparaging terms about people who do earn a lot of money and have accumulated a lot of savings and therefore pay a lot of tax, if you just take the attitude that, oh, well, screw them, we're just going to go and reach in and take everything, no one should be able to afford a second home, we're going to clobber you, I mean, it's not really a great thing for the country. If anything, I would say it looks a little bit evil.
Well, look, Margaret Thatcher gave us the whole economy a factory reset back in the 1980s, reintroduced a culture of low taxation, of aspiration, of entrepreneurship and growth. And look what happened. It worked. It feels like, you know, this government has forgotten that lesson that you cannot tax your way to growth. And that we're all having to watch them learn that lesson again the hard way. And yeah, it batters people down. You know, it was really good to see the Conservatives coming out and talking about scrapping stamp duty. Yeah. That kind of thing will work. Reducing business rates. That kind of thing will work. That gets people investing in businesses, getting up and working hard to earn money. To better themselves and their families. The sooner Rachel Reeves grasps that, the better we'll all be off.
It makes you want to get up and have a go in the morning. That's the thing. It's like, right, OK, there's a carrot there, not just a massive walloping stick where, you know, all right, if I go out and earn a bit of money or do this, they're going to come for 50% of it, and then my council tax is going up, and then whatever I've managed to put away, they're going to tax that as well. You know, you've got to incentivise people. And she talks about Britain being a great country. I think Britain is a great country because people do want to go and have a go. People are entrepreneurs. People are positive. People have got some great, ingenious minds in this country. You need to release them, unshackle them. But anyway, that's enough of my rant. Tom, thank you very much. Tom McPhail, economist extraordinaire. Right, now, you might have noticed that I have got a little, if I get it right, there we go, a little GB News pin on my lapel here, and it's a final reminder for you that we are giving away 1,000 exclusive GB News pin badges tonight. Yes, it's your last chance to win.
This is not just a badge, this is a symbol of what we stand for here at GB News. Freedom of speech, open debate, fearless journalism. A bit more of that coming up later on, by the way, outside the Chinese embassy. I'm probably on some kind of hit list now. Wear it and show that you stand with us here at GB News and the values, that's mine, and the values we fight for every single day. No gimmicks, no hidden costs. We're going to send out 1,000 of these fantastic badges at random to you, our brilliant viewers, to say thank you for watching GB News. So follow a QR code that hopefully will appear on your screen at some point soon, and you could be in it to win it. Yes, there you go, that's the QR code. You might only have until midnight tonight, so scan that QR code, don't miss out. Right, well, on that note, yes, talking of fearless journalism, such borderline stupidity, I think, actually, coming up at 10 p.m. The Yangtze River is running upstream today. No? No? Have you got the package? The Chinese have been relentlessly spying on us. It's a very, very serious undertone to this, by the way, and I'm going to get stuck right into our government's response to that shortly. But I decided that today I would spy on them. Find out what happened. Before that, though, well, another very serious topic, actually. The government, it seems, is letting down grooming gang victims. Big development today. I'll tell you what it was next.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
We're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
The ambassador, we just want to give him a box of not British secrets. I know, but it's not British secrets. That's the thing. Do you only accept boxes that are? Yes, well, we've got some big developments in the old China spy scandal earlier today, but I decided to go and give them a taste of their own medicine. I don't know about you, but I'm absolutely sick of the fact that we let China do whatever the heck they want to all of us. But first, grooming gang victims have been let down. by delays in implementing measures to protect them from sexual abuse. That's according to the head of the J report into child sexual exploitation in Rotherham. So Professor Alexis J said she was disappointed and frustrated that only 2 of her 20 recommendations had been implemented.
I can't account for what happened with the previous administration because it took a different pattern then. We had almost no engagement about any of it, which surprised me enormously. So there was a long silence on the part of the Home Office in particular.
Well, she went on to say that while the current Labour government was, quote, engaging, but that after discussions, essentially, they'd not really heard much. When you hear nothing, it's not very encouraging. I mean, look, it's a whole raft of issues that have reared their heads about the lack of action when it comes to Pakistani rape gangs in Britain in the last few months. Joining me now to discuss this is the CEO of Freedom from Abuse. It's Marilyn Hawes. Marilyn, thank you very, very much. So we've had several big stories on this week. Firstly, that the government can't find anyone, apparently, to basically chair its review into this. The victims had not had any meetings with the government. And then now we're hearing again the disappointment that none of the 20 recommendations into grooming gangs, or only 2 of them, sorry, have actually been implemented. Do you think that anyone in politics seriously wants to deal with this problem?
No, they don't. And if they want a chair, I'll do it. But they wouldn't want to employ me because I would do the deep dive and I would expose it. And this is what you're looking at. I mean, I'm not being funny. You know, never hear Keir. Where is he? That's what I call him. Never hear Keir. That's what I call him. You know, because whatever this is happening, and it's still happening today on an industrial level. These victims haven't been let down. They have been utterly betrayed. This government, typical lefty government, they do not want to deal with it. Had they wanted to deal with it, they would have dealt with it by now. They only said they'd have the inquiry because, thank goodness for Charlie Peters and GB News, you have pushed it and shamed them into doing it. But they don't want to do it. But any decent human being, anyone with any moral compass or any level of empathy or any conscience would want this to go forward and see it happen. But they don't want the real truth to come out. And that's the crux of it. They know the people, to me, without fear or favour, any councillor, any police officer, anyone whatsoever who got involved in this should be in court, shamed and put behind bars.
Yeah, I mean, what I will say is that Alexis J also, and rightly so, does blame the last Conservative administration. I mean, I think they were also quite useless when it came to this. And I've got a theory on this, is that they are very, very worried that they would have had to have paid all these victims a huge amount of compensation, and that might have ended up costing the country a lot of money, and they didn't want to do that. And I think that's a sad reality of it. But Marilyn, look, this Labour government, we're going to talk about it shortly, you know, they're not standing up to China at all. I mean, it's absolutely ludicrous what's been going on when it comes to China. We're just seeing now that basically because of massive, massive pressure from, I'll just say it, huge aspects of the Pakistani and British Pakistani community in Birmingham, we're now not allowed to have Jewish football fans come and watch a game there. And now we've got this as well. I mean, Keir Starmer, it does not appear in any way willing to stand up for these victims, does he? Because I wonder whether or not he's too afraid of backlash from some sections of society.
Well, yes, that's absolutely true, but he shouldn't be, should he? If he was a man, I mean, you're a new young dad, and congratulations. If this was your little boy now, and you fast forward another 10 years, and he's a little boy that's been caught, because not just the girls, it's young boys as well. I mean, what would you want? I mean, if this was his children, anyone who is an ordinary, decent human being, but you are talking about these children, and it's past the, you know, the time when you can actually, you know, past 9 o'clock. So, you know, these children, it's beyond, it's more than child sexual abuse. I mean, they were being raped in the backs of cars and lay-bys, you know, by police themselves, in filthy hotels, on filthy mattresses, passed around like a tray of cakes, in taxis. I mean, it's absolutely appalling, and it's still going on. And don't anyone tell me that it's over. It's across the country, and Charlie Peters did a brilliant expose on it. But it's across from Cornwall all the way around the seaside resorts. And I'm not being funny. Some of these migrants are coming in, have been bought in by the gangs that are doing this, and they go into the black economy, whatever you call it, and they're hidden away. And so many Albanians that have come in over those boats are now part of these gangs, and the drugs and everything else. It is brutal, vile, and absolutely barbaric.
I mean, the public has a right to know. The public has a right to know the extent of things, or we have a right to know about it.
Yes.
The news, in a nutshell, the news this week from the kind of 3 separate grooming gang stories has been that we find ourselves, however many months it is on from Labour being dragged kicking and screaming into having an inquiry, we find that we are no further along, and it's, well, it's not shocking actually, is it? It was all too predictable. But Marilyn, can I just say a massive thank you to you. It's always a pleasure. I know I'll talk to you again very soon on this. Marilyn Horse, CEO of Freedom from Abuse. Now, we did ask the Home Office to comment on this, but they did not respond to us. So I have got some pretty big stories coming for you in the next few minutes. Here's a flavour. So are you? We're just here to have a look at the computers.
Computers?
Yeah, we just got a call back to base just to say that there's been an issue with some of the software. I think they should be expecting me. Yeah, so today, the Prime Minister continued with what many people find an absolutely unbelievable line of approach when it comes to the China spy scandal and the level of Chinese hacking in Britain. I decided to go undercover at the Chinese embassy today and basically give them a taste of their own medicine. All of that, as well as tomorrow's newspaper front pages, next.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello again. Very good evening to you. I'm here with your GB News weather forecast from the Met Office. For many, it is going to be dry as we go through the rest of today and into tomorrow, though pretty cloudy and quite grey as well. That's because the high pressure, which is keeping things dry and also leading to the calm winds, is trapping some moisture. So the cloud, it's not really going to go anywhere particularly fast. That being said, there are some breaks around across some central southern parts of Scotland into northern England, perhaps some southeastern parts of England and to western Wales. We'll see some breaks in the cloud, and where we get those breaks, well, temperatures could take a bit of a drop, could be a touch of frost, also some fog patches, so watch out for those. But most places sticking with that blanket of cloud, so temperatures not dropping much under that. There will be a few spots of rain here and there overnight, and that's the same as we go into tomorrow morning, particularly across northern and eastern parts of Scotland. A bit damp for some here. Further west and across southern parts of Scotland as well, largely dry but grey and cloudy to start the day. Similar across Northern Ireland and also similar across much of England and Wales, albeit, yes, there could be a few pockets of mist and fog around and some brighter breaks across perhaps some eastern, southeastern parts of England, but also a little bit of damp weather too around coastal parts towards both the east and also around some parts of the southwest. A few outbreaks of drizzly rain quite likely. Otherwise, it's again looking quite similar to today really for many. So quite grey, quite cloudy, limited bright spells developing, where you get some sunshine, feeling warmish I suppose, but temperatures around average and feeling quite cool under the cloud. A similar day on offer as we go into Saturday as well, at least to start. Later on, we are going to see some wetter weather pushing across initially Northern Ireland, but that is going to feed its way eastwards as we go through the latter part of the weekend. So Saturday, yes, largely dry but grey and cloudy. By Sunday, things are looking wetter and windier with more showery rain to come on Monday. Bye-bye.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Co weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though. I'm so surprised. I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off-limits.
You had the power then.
Yeah,
as I say, now you've lost it.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's 10 p.m. I'm Patrick Christie's. Tonight,
when it comes to China, the UK needs to defend itself resolutely against threats and seize the opportunities that demonstrably serve our nation.
the Chinese have been spying on us, so I took revenge.
We just want to give him a box of not British secrets. I know, but it's not British secrets, that's the thing. Do you only accept boxes that are?
They hacked our computers, but two can play at that game.
We're just here to have a look at the computers. Computers? Yeah, we just got a call back to base just to say that there's been an issue with some of the software. I think they should be expecting me.
And I have mastered the art of spycraft.
The Yangtze River is running upstream today. No? No? Have you got the package?
In other news,
I've started a petition to boycott Maccabi Tel Aviv. There is no space for violence or any thugs to come into Aston or indeed Birmingham. That is why I urge everyone to sign up to this petition. Boycott Maccabi Tel Aviv.
Shocking. Believe it or not, that is a member of the Gaza Gang MPs in Parliament. Now, no Israeli fans can travel to Birmingham because police can't guarantee their safety. Just on this, I'm also getting told that, obviously, the royal family, or certainly Prince William, is an Aston Villa fan and may well be about to attend the game because it's a Europa League match. It's a big game. You might go to it. We're being told that Kensington Palace is declining to comment on whether or not they think that the Maccabi Tel Aviv fans should have been banned. I don't know. Might be an opportunity to stand up for British values, that. But anyway, in other news, breaking tonight, President Donald Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, who later became his critic, has been charged with the transmission and retention of national defence information. I'll have more on that, as well as all of tomorrow's newspaper front pages. On my panel tonight, we have got broadcaster Linda Jubilee, senior reporter at Guido Fawkes, Ellie Wheatley, and ex-Labour Party advisor Matthew Larser. So get ready, Britain. Here we go. I go to war with the Chinese embassy. Next.
Good evening. The top story tonight at 10. We'll start with a recap of that breaking news. We had just heard from Patrick that Donald Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, has been indicted on federal charges over allegations of sharing classified information. The Justice Department presented evidence to a grand jury in Maryland which agreed there was enough evidence to indict the 76-year-old. It follows FBI raids on Bolton's home and office in August, part of an investigation that began after his 2020 memoir accused the now US president of putting re-election above national security. Bolton was denied and has denied any wrongdoing, but Mr. Trump has branded him a liar and grossly incompetent. He is now the third of Trump's political rivals to face charges in recent weeks, including former FBI Director James Comey. So just to recap that breaking news just coming into us from the United States, that Donald Trump's former national security advisor John Bolton has tonight been indicted on federal charges over those allegations of sharing classified information via email to his wife and daughter. Also breaking tonight from the United States, Donald Trump has said he has made great progress with Vladimir Putin after a 2-hour call between the two leaders. They've agreed to meet in Budapest in Hungary for a sit-down that Mr. Trump says he hopes could bring the war to an end. Their call also set up high-level talks next week, led by US Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The US president says he will brief the Ukrainian president tomorrow at the White House and still believes he can get both men in the same room. Ukraine's president will be there seeking fresh US support after Russia launched one of its biggest overnight assaults, more than 300 drones and 37 missiles. Well, earlier, Mr. Trump warned he could send long-range Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine if Vladimir Putin refuses peace talks. And if approved, that move would put Moscow and other major Russian cities within striking range. Here, MI5's boss has said the agency is facing one of the most dangerous periods since 9/11, with near-record levels of terror investigations and fast and rising threats from hostile states. Ken McCallum warned state actors from China, Russia and Iran are stepping up espionage, with MI5 disrupting Chinese activity of, he said, national security concern in just the past week. Well, in his annual speech, McCallum also said MI5's mission has undergone its biggest shift in more than 2 decades.
MI5's fight against terrorism remains intense. My teams are running near-record volumes of investigations. But we are also having to contend with a second menace of equal or even greater scale in fast-rising state threats. In 2025, a more hostile world is forcing the biggest shifts in MI5's mission since 9/11.
Well, that comes as MPs have launched a formal inquiry into the collapsed China spy case as pressure is mounting on the government to explain what went wrong. The Joint Committee on National Security Strategy says it will examine how the case was handled and the national security questions it's now raised. It follows the Prime Minister releasing 3 witness statements from the case after being accused of a cover-up. He insists it would have been absurd for him to intervene in a CPS investigation. The 2 men accused have both denied any wrongdoing. Shadow Chancellor Mel Stride gave us his thoughts this morning.
National security advisor, you would think, would be across something as significant as this, but the suggestion is that it was all weighted or focused on his deputy, a civil servant. And I think most people would say that just sounds totally incredulous. Look, it does feel a bit like a cover-up. We've had a Prime Minister that just 48 hours ago was telling us that the evidence that's now been released could not be released, and yet changed his position yesterday in Prime Minister's questions. What we are saying is let's get to the bottom of exactly what happened. Let's have that information. Let's have the correspondence, the memos, etc., around this activity so that we can make a proper assessment.
And Sir Keir Starmer has said that banning Israeli fans from Aston Villa's Europa League match is the wrong decision after police blocked Maccabi Tel Aviv supporters from attending over safety fears. The Prime Minister said in a social media post that the UK will not tolerate anti-Semitism, while critics across the political spectrum have branded the move a national disgrace and shameful. West Midlands Police deemed the fixture high risk, citing violent clashes and hate crimes during a similar match last year in Amsterdam. Jewish groups called the ban perverse, urging officials to ensure Jewish fans can safely attend matches rather than exclude them. The decision comes amid renewed efforts to tackle anti-Semitism following the Manchester synagogue terror attack and a surge in hate crime figures. Those are your 10 o'clock headlines. I'll be back for one more update at 11.
Yes, welcome along. Look, you might have just been hearing there a little bit about the fact that Maccabi Tel Aviv football fans have been banned from going to Birmingham. The message there really is that Jews are no longer safe in Birmingham. What's happened, as we understand it, is that the local council, Labour Council, Can't Take Your Bins Out Council, has decided that they didn't want the Tel Aviv fans there. We all know the real reason, and it's not about safety. The Metropolitan Police, the West Midlands Police, have then gone along with that. There's another dimension to this, which is that Prince William is an Aston Villa fan, a big Aston Villa fan. It was a Europa League game. Was he due to attend that game? Will Kensington Palace now come out and speak out about this, or will they just try to ignore it, try to ignore the fact that there appears to be a huge problem when it comes to multiculturalism in Birmingham that has led to it not being safe for Jewish fans to attend a game? Will the Palace stay silent on that? I wonder. But let's just crack on with the show as planned for now, because I want to know, whose side is our government on? Today, the head of MI5 said he was frustrated that the China spy trial inexplicably collapsed under this Labour government.
So, of course, our preference always is to effect the most enduring disruption we can. When prosecutions and convictions happen, that's great. So, yes, we are frustrated when those things don't happen. But this is not unique. There are sometimes reasons why prosecutions don't work.
He also dropped the bombshell that MI5 has thwarted a major Chinese threat in the last week.
The UK-China relationship is, by its nature, complex. But MI5's role is not. We detect and deal robustly with activity threatening UK national security. MI5 will keep doing what the public would expect of us: preventing, detecting and disrupting activity of national security concern. Our track record is strong. We've intervened operationally again just in the last week, and we will keep doing so.
Just to give you an idea of how bad the China spy issue is, yesterday it was revealed that China reportedly hacked the UK government. A Chinese-owned company was given a contract relating to Britain's critical national infrastructure. It's believed they accessed diplomatic messages from Britain's ambassadors all around the world, details of military operations from us and our allies, and other info that could damage the resilience of our security and national infrastructure. The Chinese state is also accused of hacking the NHS. Are our medical records at risk? They hacked the Electoral Commission in 2021 and had access to 40 million voters. They also breached the Ministry of Defence's payroll system. So successive governments have known this, especially top-level civil servants. So which is what makes it so confusing, doesn't it? The collapse of the Chinese spy case. Now, I'm going to outline for you what Sir Keir Starmer's position is and see whether or not you believe this, OK? Here it is. That the Deputy National Security Advisor, Matthew Collins, was asked to give additional evidence on this spy trial to the Crown Prosecution Service about the threat that China poses. Collins allegedly didn't discuss this with his boss or any Labour minister. Collins included a segment of the Labour Party manifesto in his statement to the Crown Prosecution Service, again, without asking anyone in the Labour Party about this. The Crown Prosecution Service told him that they needed just a little bit more information to prosecute. He apparently decided not to provide that evidence. Keir Starmer was told the trial was about to collapse. He apparently didn't ask why. He also didn't seem to ask if anything could be done to stop that collapse, and it seems he didn't even ask to see the statements provided to the Crown Prosecution Service by the Deputy National Security Advisor. Do you believe that? Seriously? Does he think we're born yesterday? And today, we're told that Housing Minister Steve Reed has delayed the decision to approve or reject Beijing's application for a 600,000 square foot mega embassy near the Tower of London. Why? So, we've given the Chinese access to our government secrets, then covered it up when they hacked it. The Chinese have hacked the NHS, the Ministry of Defence and the Electoral Commission, and we've still not called them an enemy. Charges were dropped against 2 alleged Chinese spies. Sir Keir Starmer is giving us a ridiculous explanation that many people just don't believe, and we've delayed a decision that could block them from building a 600,000 square foot mega embassy in central London. Look, I'm sorry, but what is really going on here? Is the British state working for us, or are they working for the Chinese? Let's get the thoughts of my panel. We've got journalist and broadcaster Linda Jubilee, senior reporter at Guido Fawkes, Ellie Wheatley, former Labour Party advisor Matthew Larser. Linda, this just doesn't add up. Are we being run by the Chinese communists or something?
Yeah, it kind of looks that way, doesn't it? I mean, you can imagine the frustration for Sir Ken McCallum, you know, over at Thames House, on a daily basis trying to hold back the tsunami of Chinese efforts to infiltrate this country's organisations. And Sir Keir Starmer is just kind of... is just blowing it away, just wiping it away, just kicking it into the long grass. This is an incredibly serious story, and it's got legs and it will run and run now. I just think that now that the British public has kind of got its head around it, because actually what happened to start with is that everyone got confused by the technicalities.
Yes.
But actually, it's a very simple story to understand. We know that our security agencies describe China as the enemy. The threat is the enemy. That's it. Now we need to pay attention to this. I mean, it's the age-old balancing act between what is acceptable in terms of national security and what we need to have in terms of an economic relationship. And they're dancing on a pinhead about it right now. We do have some very, very tough decisions ahead of us, but we cannot do a modern-day kowtow to the Chinese government.
Yeah, I mean, Sir Keir Starmer took the knee for Black Lives Matter. Now he's doing it to Beijing, isn't he?
Yeah, but I think he has so many questions to answer over this collapse of the spy here. So firstly, the civil servant that provided the written statements using political language, which former civil servants have come out and said it's just inconceivable that Matthew Collins did not discuss this with other Labour ministers. But also, let's not forget, Jonathan Powell, the National Security Advisor, has been accused of torpedoing the trial, so not to embarrass the Chinese whilst the UK is trying to rebuild a relationship with China. So what is Starmer not saying here? Because he's refusing to release correspondence between the CPS and the government. Also, the minutes of the meetings that Jonathan Powell was in September before the case collapsed. There are a whole load of questions here, and it's about a cover-up, because, you know, the cover-up gets an administration, you know. And there's one argument that it's about economic cooperation and growth, and rather than national security. You know, you can argue which one is more valuable, but you've got to be transparent about it. And listen, this is not the only time, by the way, that the Labour government has been cozying up with Beijing, surrendering British territory.
Mind you,
allies.
Successive governments have done it.
Yeah.
I mean, and actually, it has gone on for decades.
Yeah.
I was a foreign correspondent in Hong Kong, frequently in China, Fox News, and it was going on then, and that was decades ago.
And this is what is so maddening, which is that why did we allow a Chinese-run company? There's no such thing as an independent Chinese company. They're all ultimately accountable to the Communist Party. Why did we allow a Chinese company to have unfettered access to basically the bunker of Downing Street? I mean,
I do not understand that.
Utter lunacy. Just on this, the Westminster latest opinion...
I'm not a member of the Chinese Communist Party.
Absolutely, although I did catch you singing the Chinese national anthem outside of...
As I walked across the bridge, I thought nobody could hear.
I won't ask you to repeat it. So, look, I've just got the latest polling data here. Westminster voting intention, Reform at 32%, the Tories at 17%, Labour now at 15%. And it's because of stuff like this. People do not believe Sir Keir Starmer, do they? They think he's lying.
Look, I think that the government has got to come up with some clearer answers. I'm not sure that it's answered all of the many questions that are out there by releasing one set of evidence from the controversial civil servant, mostly controversial because ministers keep accusing him of being the root of the trial collapse. I don't think it was very controversial before that. I mean, you know, no Labour MP seeing that poll is going to be very happy because there aren't going to be very many Labour MPs if that poll is translated into reality. And so clearly they want Number 10 to be a better operation, and one of those things about being better is being clearer.
Yeah.
No, does no one else find this utterly terrifying, that we can have a foreign power that can hack our health service, our defence, our electoral commission, possibly even, well, literally Downing Street, but maybe also every single piece of technology. Maybe
imagine when digital ID comes in, right? Imagine when digital ID comes in.
Quite. And we are so scared of them as a country that we are still not calling them out. What do the Chinese have on us? What is it? What is their power over this government, over the last government? Why can't people call it out?
I think that the thing about the Chinese economy, it's the second biggest economy in the world right now, and it will be the biggest economy. And that means it's got tremendous leverage, and it will continue having tremendous leverage. I mean, when you think about what they actually did in the middle of the last century, the transformation that has gone on in that country at the cost of millions and millions of lives they've been prepared to sacrifice for this, and they have a very clear vision and they have a long-term vision about what they're going to do, and they are pursuing it. It's not a mystery. They're pursuing it, and we are kowtowing.
Exactly. And again, this is the ridiculous thing that we do as a country, do it time and time again, which is that we look at these countries all around the world and we go, oh, if we bring them in from the cold, they will eventually succumb to our lovely, fluffy, liberal values. And it turns out that the Chinese saw a massive weakness and went along with it for a bit and then literally infiltrated all of our...
You see, we've got to understand the Chinese mindset. The Chinese...
Domination.
That is exactly right. The Chinese call themselves the Middle Kingdom because they believe they're actually between heaven and earth. The rest of us are over there. Chinese are up there. That's what they think.
I think it's a lesson, Ellie, isn't it, for which is stop trying... Just sometimes when you get an idea about who people are, just believe them.
Yeah,
that's right.
I totally agree. And now the Starmer's been quite pathetic in saying, oh, we'll delay the decision for the mega embassy till December.
Dear me.
What? Just say no. You're in the middle of a huge
understand that. I mean,
Chinese spies, alleged spies.
If you look at the floor plan, the basement has all been redacted out. Now what?
Right, they've redacted out the basement.
So what's going on in there?
Terrifying.
I think we need the naivety that all governments, as you were saying, Linda, all governments have had towards China. And we had, remember that under Cameron Osborne, who were very pro, basically traded just to get direct flights from China to Manchester Airport. He kind of allowed Chinese investment in a nuclear power station. Now that has, I think, been taken out mostly now. But at one stage it was literally anything you want, you can have it because we've got to be open to the world. Of course, we have to engage with China. It is a huge economy, but we have to get rid of the naivety.
Can survive this?
Yes, but we're going to have some answers. So, I mean, we need some more answers if he's going to.
Do you think this might bring him down, Ellie?
Probably not. He survived so much. I mean, this is just a long list.
Yeah, this specifically might not bring him down, but it has led to a real poor perception of him, widespread perception of him that he cannot be trusted. That might bring him down.
Well, there we go. Well, let's wait and see. Watch this space now. Now, as I've been telling you, I decided, in case you couldn't tell, bit sick of the Chinese government. So I decided earlier on that I was going to go down to the Chinese embassy and try to play them at their own game. I'll show you what happens shortly. But it is, of course, the latest Great British giveaway. Wads of cold, hard, tax-free cash and a massive motorhome. So you stack it up in the motorhome if you want. Who's going to be in it to win it?
You're not going to want to miss our greatest Great British giveaway so far. You could bank an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash to spend however you like. And if that wasn't enough, you'll also get to drive away in this brand new motorhome. With thanks to Marquis Leisure, this brand new 2025 Benimar Primero could be yours. It comes with all the mod cons you'd expect from a vehicle worth over £74,000 and comfortably sleeps 4 people. This prize package is worth over £104,000. And remember, if you can dream it, you can drive it away. For another chance to win, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB16 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 31st of October. The winner will be contacted live on GB News, week commencing 10th November. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Coming up, all of tomorrow's newspaper front pages breaking tonight. Kensington Palace are refusing to confirm whether or not Prince William will attend Aston Villa's Europa League match next month, which, of course, Jewish football fans have just been banned from attending. I've got a feeling this might be about to get very, very tricky for the Prince and for the royal family. More on that shortly. But before that, it's the moment at least some of you might have been waiting for. The ambassador, we just want to give him a box of not British secrets. I know, but it's not British secrets. That's the thing. Do you only accept boxes that are? China has been spying on us with impunity for years. In fact, it turns out that they hacked Downing Street, they hacked the NHS, and as we just found out, they tried to do a massive hack last week that MI5 stopped. Well, today, I got a bit of revenge. Two can play at that game, China. That's next.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk then? No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power?
Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber.
Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics.
We'll see where this ruling takes us.
These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dordme, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Patrick Christie's Tonight. Now, as you've been hearing this evening, the Chinese have been spying on us, but two can play at that game. I was a little bit sick of the fact that we appear to have been allowing China to just spy on us and hack us with utter impunity for a very long period of time. So I thought I would pay a little visit to the Chinese embassy. I'm here outside the Chinese embassy. Loads of news flying around at the minute. It looks as though the Chinese have managed to hack into government computers and access state secrets with impunity for a very, very long period of time. The Chinese spy scandal is really coming to a head now. So what I thought I'd do is turn up here and try to get into the Chinese embassy to have a little look at their computers. Let's see if they'll let me. Hi lads, how are you? We're just here to have a look at the computers.
Computers?
Yeah, we just got a call back to base just to say that there's been an issue with some of the software. I think they should be expecting me.
No, they won't be expecting. If they did, they would let me know.
Could you just check with them? Is that all right?
They already told me there's no meetings today.
Oh, right, OK. It's a 2-minute job, but once we're in at the end of the day, aren't we?
Yeah,
forever. So, that's it, no. No
if you
chance.
want, you're more than welcome to make an appointment online.
No, well, they called us, you see, that's the thing. They said that because we're friends, as British people, we're friends of them, it's not going to be a problem if we're allowed into their computer systems. Look, the worst thing in the world, what we would hate is if you guys got hacked. Because, I mean, anything can get out then, can't it? Anything, diplomatic channels, nuclear launch codes, private communications between prime ministers, top levels of state, spies.
What's the number? What's the number for the reception?
What's the number?
007, 007, 007?
007, 007, 007.
Is that right? That's the one, is it?
007.
Fantastic.
If you go online and email them, email them
and those emails are secure, are they?
Don't know.
Don't know. Oh, well, that's what we're here to try and make sure it doesn't happen. Well, look, good luck. Stay safe, won't you?
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
It'd be terrible if anyone got hacked. Well, we haven't had much luck trying to get in to have a look at the computers, but I've got a box here of not British secrets, and I'm hoping that I might be able to find someone in the embassy who can hand-deliver this to the ambassador for me. Hi, sir. Sorry to bother you. I just wondered, could you just give this... It's not British secrets. That's all it is. Sorry, sir. Could you just go in there for me, just see the ambassador? We just want to give him a box of not British secrets. I know, but it's not British secrets. That's the thing. Do you only accept boxes that are? I've just got a box of not British secrets here. Is it possible to give it to you, just so you can give it to the ambassador? They're definitely not British secrets. Can I give that to you? Is that all right? No? All right. I tell you what, sir, what about this? It's just an envelope. It's top secret stuff on it. No? Just got some top secret information here about the British. I just want to try to give it to the ambassador. Can you? Is that all right? Do you mind? No? It's a lot easier to get into our systems than yours, isn't it? Nobody appears to be interested in the not British secrets box or the top secrets envelope that we've had. So I'm going to just see if I can leave this on the doorstep there. But what I've done is I've brought with me a very high-tech listening device. And I'm hoping that we might be able to just see what we can get. A bit of revenge for the British state. Just leave it there. Just while I'm here, is there any chance I can just have a little listen in? Gosh. Access to everything in number 10. Remarkable. What, we just gave it to him? Oh, there's top secrets in there, mate. They're not going to be... I tell you what, he's not going to be happy with you. Mate, he's not going to be happy with you. You're going to destroy all the British secrets. I'll just leave this here. There you go. All right. See you, lads. Well, since we've been here at the Chinese embassy, armed police have turned up. Fascinating, really, because it would appear that we're guarding Chinese state secrets better than we're guarding our own. Hello, sir. How are you? Are you all right? Good, thank you. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad.
Good stuff.
Can I ask what you're up to?
Yeah, I'm doing a show for GB News. Obviously, we're just here to report on all the Chinese spying.
We've had a complaint from the embassy.
Have you?
Yes, just regarding some of the behaviours going on.
Oh, OK. What the Chinese did was hack into all of our phones, emails, government documents, diplomatic wires, but they are quite angry with me coming here and trying to talk to people.
And no trying to gain access to the premises.
No, we'll never try to gain access.
Obviously, trespassing onto diplomatic premises.
I mean, that would be absolutely awful if someone allowed themselves into the diplomatic space without permission, wouldn't it?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So, I won't do anything that they don't want. All right, mate. Thank you very much. Lovely to meet you.
Rolling.
I'm at a park just at the back of the Chinese embassy, a known hotspot for their diplomats to hang out. So what I'm going to do is see if I can track one down and exchange some state secrets. Let's see what we can get. The Yangtze River is running upstream today, no? The Yangtze River is running upstream today. No? No? Have you got the package? You've not got the package? Are you not Red Panda? You're not Red Panda? Abort, abort, abort. He's not Red Panda, not Red Panda. All right. The weather in Beijing is very good this year.
Is it?
Yes.
Excellent.
Have you got the package?
I don't. Calendar.
Are you not Red Panda? You're not Red Panda?
I'm not.
Okay. You never saw me. You never saw me. Well, no dice at the Chinese embassy, I'm afraid. I must say, I thought that was absolutely fantastic when the Chinese embassy called the armed police because they didn't like me asking their diplomats whether or not I could hand them a box of not British secrets. Bit cheeky, that, when you think about the sheer level of hacking that they've managed to do to the British state. But there we go. Also, when he said, you know, you can't go into the diplomatic space without permission. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're not supposed to do that kind of thing. Anyway, shifting tone now before I get to the front pages. A final reminder that we are giving away 1,000 exclusive GB News pin badges tonight. It's your last chance to win. This is not just a badge, of course. It's a symbol of what we stand for here at GB News. Free speech, open debate, fearless journalism. Wear it and show that you stand with us here at GB News and you share our values. There's no gimmicks. There's no hidden cost to this. We're just going to send out 1,000 of these badges at random to you, our brilliant viewers and listeners, to say thank you. There'll be a QR code that comes up on your screen. In fact, it's there. There you go. You can scan that QR code now. Don't miss out. Coming up, yeah, all of that newspaper front pages. And the breaking news this evening is, you might have heard already that basically Jews are now not welcome in Birmingham anymore because a load of people kicked off and said that we shouldn't have Israeli fans at an Aston Villa football match. Cheered on, by the way, by a load of Gaza Gang MPs. Anyway, Prince William is a big Villa fan. He might have been due to attend that football match. Apparently, Kensington Palace are not commenting on this at the moment. Can they sustain that position for long? Stay tuned.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun.
Weather looking good then?
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Some showers heading over the Canaries over the next few days. We've seen some torrential downpours across parts of Spain and Italy recently. Things turning drier here, however. Plenty of sunshine for Spain and Portugal on Friday. And the sunshine returning to much of Italy. Still a few showers across the far south. The wet weather, though, is moving into Croatia and mainland Greece, although most of the Greek islands further east will be dry and sunny. And we'll see the sunshine returning to Dubrovnik through the weekend. Meanwhile, further showers likely in Tenerife.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News. Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised. I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock, only on GB News.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
isn't it?
no,
Because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Co weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
We're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Patrick Christie's Tonight. Let's give you the first look at tomorrow's newspaper front pages. The Independent, MI5 chief piles pressure on PM over spying crisis. The picture story there is one to look ahead to because it's President Trump and President Putin. Trump saying, I'll meet Putin in Budapest for a second summit on Ukraine war. Let's go to the Metro. Whose side are you on, Sir Keir? Oh, it's like they're listening to my 10 p.m. monologue. Storm grows over spy trial fiasco as MI5 chief confirms China is a threat. Let's go to the iPaper. MI5 chief warns UK of need to confront daily China spy threat. Yeah, absolutely. Will the government now press ahead with allowing a 600,000 square foot mega embassy in London? I suspect they probably will, actually. The Guardian. MPs press top prosecutor over collapse of spy case. See if they've got a couple of other stories on here. They've got the risk of serious injuries in childbirth on the rise. Grief, keep it light. I mean, we've got Israel and Hamas trade accusations as aid stalls, right? The Daily Express. Now, this is the one we're going to focus on. Ban on Israeli fans is, quote, a national disgrace. So, a decision has been made to ban Israeli football fans from coming to Birmingham because Aston Villa are playing Maccabi Tel Aviv in the Europa League. Now, the whole thing that this arose from initially was one of the Gaza Gang MPs, is a guy called Ayub Khan. He said that we should have a petition here to stop the Israeli fans coming. And they're trying to bracket it as though it's safety fears, and all of this stuff. But trying to paint out that the Maccabi Tel Aviv fans are an especially violent bunch of thugs. I don't think it's about that. I think it's about not wanting Jews. And today, unfortunately, Birmingham Council, which is Labour-run, decided to cave to that. And the West Midlands Police then went along with that. And it is just today that the government's announced £10 million more to fight anti-Semitism, and then 4 hours later, Jews are banned from coming to Britain. So not really a great look, this. But there is a royal angle on this. I've got a couple of clips I want to play you in a second, by the way. But Prince William, who is also, as a matter of coincidence, on this front page, is a Villa fan and has attended some of their big European fixtures. And we went to Kensington Palace to ask for comment on this because what's his view, you know? And Kensington Palace are, at the moment, declining to comment. Well, I do wonder whether or not the Royals should be commenting on something like this, Linda.
Well, they don't normally, but he also has a position at the FA, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But he's made no secret of his fanatical support for Aston Villa. When he was younger and he first started supporting them, I believe he said, you know, he turned away Man U and other big clubs because he wanted particularly to support a small club that needed his name behind it. I think now when we've reached this...
There's Villa fans everywhere screaming at the telly now going, we're not a small club, but go on, carry on.
Yeah, but he said they were.
Yeah.
I've got a view.
Yeah.
But I'm not on the size of the club anyway.
Yeah.
But I think that it should be that he says something here. Yeah, I think he definitely needs to step in and make a comment.
Well, he certainly can't go.
There are some... I understand that the Palace don't want to comment on some political issues, but I would say this is not a political issue.
No, it's not.
This is about British values and making people feel welcome and safe in our country, which is actually what the royals should be standing for. And, you know, above this ban on Israel fans story is a story about William and how he inspired a woman to talk about her mental health struggles.
Yeah.
You know, so he gets involved in these sort of issues. So he absolutely should say something about it.
Just on this, again, because what has been claimed here... Now, I'll say it before, I'll say it again. Amongst any cohort of football fans, you will get... like some thuggish behaviour. It's any fan base, there is a bit of that. I think we all understand that, and I'm not trying to say that every single person that supports Maccabi Tel Aviv is in some way this glowing beacon of hope and stability in the world. No. And I'm also not actually blaming Aston Villa fans for this, because I think we all know the real thing that would have happened is that a lot of members of the, let's just say, pro-Gaza community around Birmingham would have been the ones that would have turned up with no tickets to go to the Aston Villa game. They would have turned up, and I think we would have seen something like we saw in Amsterdam when Maccabi Tel Aviv played Ajax about a year ago. Here's what happened then.
Fils de pute! Charmota! Benzona!
Basically, that happened where a load of people who we don't actually necessarily think were Ajax fans, because there were WhatsApp messages that emerged where they happened to be people from the Middle East, basically, who lived around the Amsterdam area, had come in from out of town to just go and batter Israelis on the streets of Britain. And is the sad reality, Matthew, not that we probably would have seen that here?
Well, I mean, I think it's a sad possibility. It's a possibility, which is why the police have stepped in. But this cannot hold. I think by the morning we need to see something happening, which is probably if the police fear there's a genuine risk, then the game has to be moved. But you cannot have the situation where you just ban you ban the Israeli fans, everybody else is allowed to go, and Mr. Gaza Independent has got away with basically bullying. With bullying.
Closed game.
Absolutely. Remember after the Heysel Stadium, all British European games were closed. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's just an uncomfortable reality. This is, I'm sorry to say, they can try and make it out like this if they want. This is not about football violence, right? This is not going to be, two sets of football fans scrapping like they used to do, all of that kind of stuff. It's not that. This is going to be people who don't like Jews trying to fight Jews on the streets of Britain.
And it kind of worries me. It won't stop at football. I mean, football's where the numbers are, but there's plenty of other events that can be
absolutely.
used
I mean, there's an Israeli DJ's been banned from a trendy East London rave because ravers for Palestine say that he's from Tel Aviv. It is a thing, yes.
Wow.
It is a thing.
Is it?
Yeah, no, it's not. I didn't make it up.
Brilliant.
Oh, I thought you must have done.
Because actually, I was thinking of saying this. Outside the Chinese embassy earlier today, I was waiting for the... now we've got a ceasefire. I was waiting for the pro-Palestine lot to decide to go to the Chinese embassy, because there's that genocide of Uyghur Muslims that's taking place in China. I was waiting there ages. No one turned up. No one...
Funny that, isn't it?
Weird. Where were you,
Yeah, where were ravers for Palestine?
Where were ravers for Palestine outside the Chinese embassy? But anyway, oh, gosh, selective outrage. Right, coming up, we've got some more front pages for you. And on the front of the Daily Mail, oh, good, Prince Andrew has now been dragged into the China spy trial scandal. Well done, Andy. More on that next.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique.
And you're fighting like rats in a sack.
But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask.
OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician.
Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off limits.
You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
and
say,
now you've lost it.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. I'll round you off with tomorrow's newspaper front pages, starting with The Times. China and MI5 berate Labour over spy case. There's also an interesting story here. State workers lean towards Britain's rival. So basically, public sector workers apparently view Britain less favourably than the rest of the public, and actually are more sympathetic towards Russia and China.
And terror groups such as Hamas.
And Hamas.
8,000 people are surveyed on that.
Fantastic. That's
NHS, civil servants, all the rest.
The NHS
Surprise.
civil servants. Yeah. Brilliant. We'll return to that. The Daily Telegraph, again, MI5 dismayed by China spy fiasco. Also, I mean, I don't know if this is a shock or not, really, but Prince Andrew's had meetings with the Chinese spy master, and there's, as ever with Andrew, a picture.
There's always a picture.
Yeah, you can never really deny it, can you?
So then you can go, also, at the bottom, very serious story, this, but it's an active case. We won't comment on it, but 3 asylum seekers have been charged with rape, and it is from the Brighton area, as in they're not, obviously, but it was in the Brighton area. The Daily Mail, Andrew and spy chief at heart of China scandal. As Starmer's rebuked by MI5 boss over collapse case, now the shame duke is dragged into the affair. The Sun, again, a very moving story. It's about Ricky Hatton, the late, great Ricky Hatton. Don't fight alone. As the inquest hears that, sadly, Ricky Hatton was found hanged. His devastated family urge others to get help. The Daily Mirror, China is a threat every single day. And there you go. There's also one there about Deb from Coronation Street apparently becoming a TV's ladies' man, but I'm not entirely sure that's true, but anyway, whatever. A bit of fake news on the front of the Mirror there. Right, OK, go on then. So Ellie, you've got your one here on the Times front page. It turns out that our state workers are basically a bunch of trots and terrorist sympathisers.
It's a team of behavioural science experts who basically surveyed 8,000 public sector workers. And it doesn't surprise me. And also, you know, when we see thousands of people crossing the channel and we see this border crisis that we have, you know, why is no one doing anything about it? The Blob. They have, they're less sympathetic to viewing. They don't view Britain as favourably or care as much as the actual public do.
This is what
I know.
They're paid by Britain.
Why is the gap so big that I don't understand?
Yeah, I mean, this is actually shocking because we were told all the time that the public sector, the left hates its own country. So I've always been able to rebut it. Sadly, this makes it more difficult.
Absolutely.
It is really shocking. The research, which included a survey of 8,000 people who work in the public sector, which I appreciate there's a lot of people that work in the public sector, but the people who do these polls try to get a sample, don't they, representative sample. Yeah, and there is, they're more sympathetic to Russia, China and Hamas than they are to the British state.
It's unbelievable.
It's really weird.
They are the British state.
Funded by viewers at home.
This is like one of the
We're almost lost for words.
Paid by taxpayers to work for the British state. They hate it. They hate us, and they prefer China, Russia, and Hamas.
I think they prefer them more than the average, not that they prefer them over Britain.
It says the findings seen by the Times show public sector workers express significantly more sympathy for groups using violence or illegal tactics in pursuit of political aims, including terrorist organisations.
We need to see a breakdown by their employer, because we need to see if the Home Office is particularly prevalent in this.
Absolutely.
In all seriousness, as I alluded to earlier, one of the things that Starmer did in his visit to the Jewish Community Safety Security Trust today was charge the anti-Semitism czar, Lord Mann, who's a pretty tough cookie, with looking at anti-Semitism in the NHS, because clearly we've seen some absolutely hideous examples of the problem there, and that needs to be tackled.
The fact is we now have, and this confirms it in the most outrageous way possible, we now have a huge battle facing Britain, and unfortunately that battle comes from right at the heart of it, which is, civil servants, NHS, public sector workers. By the way, not everyone at all. I've got huge numbers of public sector workers who will be watching this show right now. I appreciate that. But I think you will probably know better than I do about some of the challenges that you face with your colleagues at work. Trying to root those people out.
Root and branch reform is
going to be very tricky. Be very tricky because, as well, who has the greatest capacity to strike and cause an issue?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, and of course, always striking, by the way.
Public sector workers are thought to lean to the left. I think most polling evidence, as well as anecdotal, says that. I'm actually shocked that people have. It's one thing being on the left; it's another thing having anti-British feelings. So, come off it. You've got to love your country, even if you don't like some of the ways it's run.
Absolutely, guys. Look, thank you very, very much. It felt like a slightly chaotic show tonight, but in a good way, I think. I'm with you for another hour, though, so buckle up for that. But we're going to be picking through all of the front pages, and what I'm going to do is, as well, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to find out some other stories that are on online news outlets that have just landed, and stories inside the book, because let's be honest with you, it's all China, and we don't need to do a whole new hour of that. So I promise you, I will liven it up a bit. But thank you very much, my wonderful panel. Thank you to you at home, and thank you to my overlords at the Chinese embassy. See you in a few minutes.
Today's outlook: cool, calm and completely horizontal. Boxed Aircon sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello again, very good evening to you. I'm here with your GB News weather forecast from the Met Office. For many it is going to be dry as we go through the rest of today and into tomorrow, though pretty cloudy and quite grey as well. That's because the high pressure, which is keeping things dry and also leading to the calm winds, is trapping some moisture, so the cloud, it's not really going to go anywhere particularly fast. That being said, there are some breaks around across some central southern parts of Scotland into northern England, perhaps some southeastern parts of England and to western Wales will see some breaks in the cloud. And where we get those breaks, well, temperatures could take a bit of a drop, could be a touch of frost, also some fog patches, so watch out for those. But most places sticking with that blanket of cloud, so temperatures not dropping much under that. There will be a few spots of rain here and there overnight, and that's the same as we go into tomorrow morning, particularly across northern and eastern parts of Scotland. A bit damp for some here. Further west and across southern parts of Scotland as well, largely dry but grey and cloudy to start the day. Similar across Northern Ireland and also similar across much of England and Wales, albeit, yes, there could be a few pockets of mist and fog around and some brighter breaks across perhaps some eastern, southeastern parts of England, but also a little bit of damp weather too around coastal parts towards both the east and also around some parts of the southwest. A few outbreaks of drizzly rain quite likely. Otherwise, it's again looking quite similar to today really for many. So quite grey, quite cloudy, limited bright spells developing. Where you get get some sunshine, feeling warmish, I suppose, but temperatures around average and feeling quite cool under the cloud. A similar day on offer as we go into Saturday as well, at least to start. Later on, we are going to see some wetter weather pushing across initially Northern Ireland, but that is going to feed its way eastwards as we go through the latter part of the weekend. So Saturday, yes, largely dry but grey and cloudy. By Sunday, things are looking wetter and windier with more showery rain to come on Monday. Bye-bye.
Today's outlook: cool, calm and completely horizontal. Boxed Aircon sponsors the weather on GB News.
Let's get stuck into these front pages then. So, yep, lots on China, absolutely, and the pressure on Keir Starmer. New line is the pressure on Prince Andrew, because classic, wherever there's a scandal, Prince Andrew is almost like he sniffs them out and then takes a picture there as evidence. So he's done that again. Also, state workers, people who work in the NHS, people who work in the police, people who work in the civil service, people who work in teaching, etc., etc. Turns out a new stat has proven that they are more likely to support China, Russia and Hamas and less likely to support Britain. That's great, isn't it? Country's knackered.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised. I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Well, this is Patrick Christie's Tonight Late Edition. Let's have a little look, shall we, at some of those newspaper front pages for you. Here's something to articulate it.
You a football fan yourself?
Yes, Eugene. So,
Well, who's your team?
I support Aston Villa.
Excellent news for the people of Birmingham. We all watched and listened to those vile chants of hatred and racism. And so there's no space for that kind of behaviour here in Birmingham.
Well, it's on the front of tomorrow's Daily Express. Ban on Israeli fans is, quote, a national disgrace. It's about much more than just football, this. In fact, I would argue it's not really about football at all. It appears now that Birmingham has essentially banned Jewish football fans. It's an utter disgrace, and it is, of course, cheered on by the Gaza gang MPs, who have absolutely no place in British politics also.
I did actually say, would you mind if I gave a couple of thousand tomahawks to your opposition? I did say that to him. I said it just that way. He didn't like the idea.
Right, well, there we go. President Trump is on the cusp, apparently, of solving a second war in a week, maybe. So he spoke to Vladimir Putin today, and they're going to have a meeting with Zelenskyy tomorrow, and then he's going to go to Budapest and meet Putin as well, plus.
So retribution is the way he deals with people who have the temerity to oppose him.
Grief, there's a bit of retribution for that Tash, I think. But anyway, revenge from Trump. Former National Security Advisor John Bolton is indicted and charged for improper handling of classified documents. And as the Prime Minister is rebuked by MI5, now Prince Andrew has found yet another scandal he can wander into. Dragged into this saga, he allegedly met with the Chinese spy master. Can I just say, like at all times with Prince Andrew, there's always a picture, isn't there? There's always a picture. Seems like he can't stay out of a scandal. Also,
we're not setting out the numbers, and there's some specific reasons for that. The reasons for not setting out the numbers is, firstly, the numbers will vary.
Well, this is breaking tonight. You'll love this. So, you know how we've only sent 26 migrants back to France, this one in, one out deal? It turns out that there are only 12 civil servants currently working on that deal. Seriously? I know. There were 1,000 assigned through a Rwanda deal. Oh, another story on the Telegraph as well. Apparently, it turns out, in the Times, it turns out that our public sector are basically a bunch of trots and terrorist sympathisers. Who could have thought that? Stay tuned. Joining us this evening is journalist and broadcaster Linda Jubilee, former Labour Party advisor Matthew Larzer, and GB News contributor and comedian Simon Evans. Let's get those headlines now, though.
Patrick, thank you, and a very good evening to you. Just after 11 o'clock, well, the top story tonight, Sir Keir Starmer has said that banning Israeli fans from Aston Villa's Europa League match is the wrong decision. That's after police blocked Maccabi Tel Aviv supporters from attending over safety fears. The Prime Minister said the UK will not tolerate anti-Semitism, while critics across the political spectrum branded the move a national disgrace and shameful. West Midlands Police deemed the fixture high risk, citing violent clashes and hate crimes during a similar match last year in Amsterdam. Jewish groups called the ban perverse, urging officials to ensure that Jewish fans can safely attend matches rather than exclude them. The decision comes amid renewed efforts to tackle anti-Semitism following the Manchester synagogue terror attack and a surge in hate crime figures. Turning to news in the United States, and Donald Trump's former national security advisor John Bolton has been indicted on federal charges over allegations of sharing classified information. He is now the third of Trump's political rivals to face charges in recent weeks. The Justice Department presented evidence to a grand jury which agreed there was enough evidence to indict the 76-year-old. It follows FBI raids on Bolton's home and office in August, part of an investigation that began after his memoir in 2020 accused the US president of putting re-election above national security. Bolton has denied any wrongdoing, but Mr. Trump has branded him a liar and grossly incompetent. And staying with news from America, Donald Trump says he has made great progress with Vladimir Putin after a 2-hour call between the two leaders. They've agreed to meet in Budapest for a sit-down that Mr. Trump says he hopes could help bring the war to an end. Their call also set up high-level talks next week, led by the Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The US president says he'll brief Volodymyr Zelenskyy at the White House tomorrow and still believes he can get both men in the same room. Ukraine's president will, of course, be there seeking fresh US support after Russia launched one of its biggest overnight assaults. Mr. Trump had warned he could send long-range Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine if Putin refuses peace talks. If approved, that move would put Moscow and other major Russian cities within striking range. MI5's boss says the agency is facing one of the most dangerous periods since 9/11, with near-record levels of terror investigations and fast and rising threats from hostile states. In his annual speech, Ken McCallum warned state actors from China, from Russia and Iran are stepping up espionage, with MI5 disrupting Chinese activity of national security concern, he said, in just the past week. He also revealed agents have foiled 19 late-stage terror plots since 2020, while Iran-backed groups have attempted more than 20 lethal attacks in the last year. And that comes as MPs are launching a formal inquiry into the collapsed China spy case as pressure mounts on the Labour government to explain what went wrong. The Joint Committee on National Security Strategy has said it will examine how the case was handled and the national security questions it's now raised. It follows Sir Keir Starmer releasing 3 witness statements from the case after being accused of a cover-up. He insists it would have been absurd for him to intervene in the CPS investigation. The 2 men accused of spying, Mr Cash and Mr Berry, have denied any wrongdoing as political fallout over that failed prosecution continues. That's it from the newsroom for now. I'll be back with you, I think, next week, in fact. So now let's head over to Patrick.
Welcome back to Late Edition. Let's have a look at Friday's newspaper front pages. The Independent go with MI5 chief piles pressure on PM over spying crisis. The picture story, though, is President Trump and President Putin. They're going to meet in Budapest. Zelenskyy in the White House tomorrow, apparently. Metro, whose side are you on, Sir Keir? New fury as the PM reveals evidence that stopped the case. The iPaper. MI5 chief warns UK of need to confront the daily China spy threats. There you go, straight from the horse's mouth, as it were, there, that every single day China is relentlessly trying to spy on us, and indeed obviously succeeding. The Guardian, MP's press top prosecutor over collapse of spy case. The Express, ban on Israeli fans is a national disgrace. This is the story that, thanks to significant pressure from the Gaza gang MPs, and I mean, I'll just say it as well, I mean, huge swathes of the Pakistani population living in Birmingham, now the Israeli fans of Maccabi Tel Aviv are no longer allowed in Birmingham for their match. The way to knock this story on, though, and that's one of the things we're going to be talking about, is that Prince William is a massive Aston Villa fan. Will he have been going to the game? Is he going to speak out about this? I mean, the royal family's been very vocal, by the way, about the need to support diversity and, of course, indeed Ramadan at times. But anyway, the Times, talking of that, China and MI5 berate Labour over spying case. The Telegraph, MI5 chief dismayed by China spy fiasco. The Daily Mail, Prince Andrew has managed to insert himself into this crisis, for want of a better phrase. Andrew and spy chief at heart of China scandal. There's a picture of it. The Sun, don't fight alone. So this is the Ricky Hatton inquest today that sadly revealed that he had indeed died by hanging, and his family is saying that if you are going through a mental health crisis, please, please, please do reach out for help. The Daily Mirror, China is a threat every day, MI5 boss warns. Right, OK, let's deal with the Daily Express first. I've got a couple of clips that I think I might be able to throw to around this story. So, just for a bit of context, there was a petition that was set up, or certainly promoted anyway, by one of the Gaza gang MPs, a guy called Ayub Khan, who, for what it's worth, was apparently born in Mirpur in Pakistan and then moved to Britain when he was about 6 months old. And then he said that basically we should ban the Israelis from coming. He was trying to frame it as a security threat. I'm going to show you a little clip here now of something related to this. So let's play that clip.
We'll go in. Bolton, yeah.
No, that is not the fans of the Israeli team. That is Celtic fans, the Green Brigade, OK, quite notorious. The local police, West Midlands Police, had no problems with them attending. There didn't appear to be any kind of petition set up by any Gaza Gang MPs to prevent people like that from coming to the game. I should remind ourselves what Ayub Khan says, and then we'll go to the panel.
Many residents have raised concerns about the football match, which is due to take place on the 6th of November. Maccabi Tel Aviv. We've all seen those harrowing images from Amsterdam. I've started a petition to boycott Maccabi Tel Aviv. There is no space for violence or any thugs to come into Aston or indeed Birmingham. That is why I urge everyone to sign up to this petition. Boycott Maccabi Tel Aviv.
OK, there we go. So that guy's won, Simon, hasn't he? We now have no Israeli football fans there because of them.
Yeah. It's not a very encouraging precedent. I mean, to steelman the argument as much as possible, the Maccabi fans are they're not just Jews, they're not just Israelis, they are known to be provocative, especially when they are in Arab areas. They sing songs that are explicitly wishing death, rape, etc. upon Arab citizens, and they are obviously trailing something a bit short of glory behind them from Amsterdam, which was partly fuelled by the Gaza conflict, but was also, I think, definitely fuelled by the chanting and the flags and their own provocations. But it's a very difficult, it's a very dangerous precedent to say that especially, I mean, we can remember in the 80s and 90s, British teams weren't allowed to take fans abroad quite often because they'd been violent, because they were hooligans, because they couldn't get insurance, because there were, threats to security or indeed to the infrastructure of the stadiums. So it's not totally without precedent, but it does feel, in the general kind of climate that we're in at the moment, that it's just another inch towards a very unwelcome.
I mean, I was actually, I think I was live on air when the Amsterdam stuff was happening. I seem to remember about a year or so ago, wasn't it? But so yeah, there were allegations that maybe the Maccabi fans had been chanting some rather insensitive stuff. What then proceeded to happen, though, was that it wasn't really necessarily Ajax fans that decided to kick off with them. There was a lot of messages that went around, and these were published, which is that people, just kind of Arab people, basically, who were living around the Amsterdam area, then came in, and it kicked off. But then, as the night progressed, it did then just descend into a Jew hunt, really. And there is some footage. Again, I will warn you, some distressing images.
Fils de pute! Charmota! Benzona!
So what has to happen here, Alan? The Prime Minister's tweeted about it, saying, this is the wrong decision. Does he have to step in and force it through that the Israeli fans can come?
Actually, yes. And I think that the decision has to be changed. I think that it would be better probably to have a closed environment for this particular match. This really upsets me because I remember as a much younger reporter all the football hooliganism you got with the firm and that all that violence and all that toxic stuff. And what I hate is to see, this is our national game, the beautiful game, hijacked in this way, in such a toxic and poisonous way. And it really worries me that unless we nip this in the bud, this kind of thing will carry on happening.
Absolutely. And, just one thing thinking about as the story grows, will we see the White House commenting? Because it's the sort of thing that Donald Trump won't like to see, Israeli fans not being allowed to go to a game played in Britain. So maybe more pressure from across the Atlantic as well.
It's a good point. Will we see Prince William commenting on it? I mean, you got the Sir Keir Starmer tweet on your screens there. This is the wrong decision. Will not tolerate anti-Semitism on the streets. Can I just say, again, from some of the Gaza, there's not very many in this Gaza gang, but they don't seem to be a very unified gang, right? Because you've got the likes of Ayub Khan, who are now coming out saying, this is all about safety. You've got Iqbal Mohammed, the bloke who went into bat for cousin marriage, saying this is all about safety. But then Adnan Hussein lets the mask slip because he goes, cultural boycotts are an instrumental arm involved in dismantling of the apartheid in South Africa. Apartheid was wrong. The international community should continue to resist apartheid and love it. So it is a cultural boycott, then, isn't it?
Well, that's interesting, and he's obviously not got the pager.
No, well...
Understandable reasons. Yeah, that is troubling, actually, to be fair. If they are trying to use this as some sort of cultural boycott, then that's completely unacceptable, and that's not even a grey area or even, you know, off-white. I don't know what China will have to say about it as well, of course.
Well,
surely
they know what we have to say.
That's right.
Well, we should be boycotting China because of its human rights abuses, or indeed should we be boycotting matches against the Pakistan national team because of its record on LGBT rights or rights of other minorities within Pakistan?
I think Prince William should intervene because he has a record, doesn't he, of really standing up for sort of more diversity. So I think that he's not the king yet. The king really shouldn't commentate on...
And he hates football.
and he only likes polo. Yes. But I think that Prince William is in a position to say something because he's not the king yet. And also, he supports diversity. So I think this would be a good opportunity. And he's a Villa fan.
He's a Villa fan.
And he's head of the FA, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. He's certainly quite high up. President or chairman or whatever it is. Got to see, Zara Sultan has been on.
That's what Zara was saying.
23 minutes ago. Next, UEFA must ban all Israeli teams. We cannot have normalisation with genocide and apartheid. Right, so again... So it's not about the safety concerns.
There's a big row going on about Eurovision. Do you know about the big row?
I do.
About whether or not Israel is allowed in Eurovision. Will other countries leave? It's really that's really kicking off.
Ironic, given that Israel were the first to field a trans entrant.
Absolutely, he won.
Some years ago. Sings Like a Bird was the.
That is interesting.
Breakfast.
No.
We got that on. Can't remember who wrote it,
Fantastic. Great stuff, I would have quite liked to have been the one who did that myself, actually, but anyway. But again, it's just the mask slipping, isn't it, really, on this stuff? It's not really... But, you know, they can try and dress it up and go, there's a safety fears, but again, I can't say... It doesn't just show you about how kind of stupid this is, though. They can't even keep the line together. That this is about safety.
Exactly
it immediately becomes, you know...
And the truth kind of seeps out, doesn't it, through a crack as to what it's actually about fairly quickly.
Yeah. Exactly.
The language used in that clip is actually really, really outrageous because it's basically saying we don't want violence here. Well, we know what that's saying, and you know, if you turn that around, it would be outrageous if anybody said that about a community of colour, to say we don't want a different minority here. I mean, it's really, really shocking. These people have to be made absolute pariahs in Parliament, and frankly, we have to get them out of the next election.
I mean, there's also that thing again about the China thing, isn't there? Which is that, like, you know, China's human rights record is appalling. There's the Uyghur Muslims issue there. And hypothetically speaking, if it was a Chinese team that had come over, there wouldn't be any calls for these bans. I don't think.
No, I think it is it's primarily because there is going to be violence, and as you say, it's like the heckler's veto or whatever, and it is outrageous that you say this perfectly valid thing cannot take place because our own community can't be trusted not to kick off.
Yeah.
I struggle a little bit to imagine the Chinese sending over a football side that would...
Can you imagine?
I mean, where were these people protesting when the Qatar World Cup was on with the deaths of hundreds of migrant workers?
Yeah.
And is Gary Neville going to come out?
You know where Gary was?
So Gary Neville...
He took his rainbow laces off before he was on the plane, didn't he?
Sitting on a big gold cushion.
Taking the Qatari dime. I'm quite looking forward to Gary Neville coming out and trying to justify that the reason this match, as the fans can't come, is because angry middle-aged white men would have beaten up the... you know, he's going to have to struggle with that. When we come back, as you imagine, a lot of the newspapers are about China. I feel as though anyone who's shown even the smallest interest in news in the last few days might be a bit sick of that. So we are going to talk about that later on, but state workers leaning towards Britain's rivals. A fascinating thing on the front of the Times here. Public sector workers view Britain less favourably than the public in general and are more sympathetic to Russia, China and extremist groups like Hamas. So there's a lot to unpack here, and we will be doing it in just a few minutes' time when we come back, so stay tuned.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off-limits. You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
and
say,
now you've lost it. That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless. But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show. Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised. I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock, only on GB News.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and this is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Late Edition. Let's give you Friday's newspaper front pages. As you would imagine, lots on China, lots on the MI5 chief warning that the UK needs to confront the daily threat of Chinese spying. We'll come to that later on. I feel like it's been slightly saturated a bit, the China stuff, for now. And I want to talk about this. It's on the front of the Times. State workers lean towards Britain's rivals. And Simon, I can't help but feel like it's got your name written all over it. So the public sector workers in Britain now appear to be more favourable of Russia, China and, well, Islamist terror groups than the rest of the public.
Yeah, I don't know that that's news, is it? I think that's probably always been the case. That's certainly always been the prejudice against the public sector. They're a bunch of trots. Yeah, I think you could probably say that.
Extremist trots.
What might have changed, and it would be interesting to know if you could break it down along these lines, which I very much doubt they have done, is to say whether the actual ethnicity of the public sector workers are informing their sympathies with these various groups and what have you. But we have... I think it is quite interesting on a wider point. We are sort of edging into a multipolar world where it isn't that bizarre anymore, actually. I know several people who have a degree of sympathy with non-American aligned interests at the moment. You know, we are starting... I mean, it used to be not very long ago that once America had decided who was the bad guy in a conflict, that was pretty much the line everyone had to toe.
Yeah.
And if you discovered that such and such a country was providing armaments or aid to some, you know, to the bad guys, the axis of evil, that was, you know, whereas now they're known as BRICS instead of the axis of evil, and it's a legitimate alternative So I don't think it's necessarily that much of a surprise. But it is interesting how it spreads out. The civil service, not too bad. The teachers, dodgy. The NHS are the worst.
The worst.
Right?
I'm glad you mentioned that. So this is, and again, I will say we've probably got no doubt public sector workers of all stripes watching this. Now, I'm not trying to throw a blanket over all of you, but you will probably be more aware than I am that maybe some of your colleagues are complete Fruit Loops. And we've got the biggest differences observed with regard to Hamas. Go on, you talk us through this then.
That is really surprising. The biggest difference was observed over Hamas. Only 34% of public servants said they had no sympathy for Hamas, compared with 54% of the wider public.
Yeah.
I mean, that's extraordinary.
But it's the NHS
really
is the worst. So in the NHS, 30% expressed the highest degrees of sympathy for Hamas. So basically, 70% of people who work for the NHS I would say.
So why do we think that is?
So in some way sympathetic towards Hamas.
That is really, really extraordinary. But why do we think that is?
Well, hang on. You're saying 54%. Half the British public generally have some sympathy for Hamas.
Yes.
I mean, I think that's quite extraordinary and probably more worrying, to be honest.
Yes, I agree.
Although
there's something quite profound about healthcare, though, isn't there?
Yeah.
I think there's that kind of idea that when you go into, you could literally be comatose, couldn't you? And you're totally relying on, someone else.
Yeah, and absolutely. And that person may be looming over you wearing a political emblem, and they shouldn't be wearing any political emblem. Whether
they
it's
have done that, though.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why it is good that Keir Starmer announced today that he was going to get the anti-Semitism czar, who's a tough guy called Lord John Mann, to urgent review of what's going on in the NHS and to take serious action, because we can't be having people wearing political symbols.
Sorry, the more I read this, I think the more nuts this story gets. So the public sector workers were asked whether or not Britain had done more harm than good. I think this is just...
period.
I think it's just forever. So 18% of all public sector workers do think Britain has done more harm than good. That's compared to 12% of the wider public. They were then asked whether Russia, Iran or China had done more harm than good. And 10%... So 10% in each case. So more of them thought that... So they think Britain's worse than Russia, Iran and China. That's what... Unless I've misread that.
Yeah.
That seems to be what they're saying, unless someone wants to correct me on this, I don't know, but it seems to me that 10% of them think that...
No, they're saying there's a 10% gap, up to 10% gap in each case between public sector workers versus the general public in their view on Russia, Iran and China as good or bad things. I mean, this is presumably historical, right? The British Empire, colonialism and so on.
Just the entire history of Britain. From prehistory to today.
Yeah. Which we all know there's a lot of propaganda against the British Empire, which was overwhelmingly a great thing, obviously, as we know, and introduced civilization up and down.
Great railways.
Yeah. And, those countries which have survived the experience have been favoured a good deal more than those that were occupied by the French or anyone else. So
especially the Belgians.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Well,
but they're bound to be told a few stories,
aren't they? It's very rare, I guess. I don't expect. It turns out Matthew Larsson has got a deep-seated hatred of the Belgians.
No, I love Belgium, but the Belgian colonial record was pretty grim.
No, it was awful.
It was pretty grim, absolutely.
The worst.
Yeah,
by far the worst.
In the Congo.
In the Congo, it was extraordinary.
Really like a horror story.
Well, there we go. Well, there you go. Right, OK. Right, let's just move on, because there's another story, Linda, you want to talk about, and it's about pensioners, this, isn't it? And
I just think
Telegraph?
We're all really... This is in the Daily Telegraph. We're all really worried about what Rachel Reeves is going to do in the budget in terms of raising taxes. But this story is suggesting that her focus will be upon asset-rich pensioners, which kind of sounds OK in the headline, but actually it's a full-scale assault on, or it could be, on pensioners. They're going to tax assets and not earnings, and that means that the properties they've had, that they've built up over many years, there's possible changes to inheritance taxes, that will affect them as well. There's even suggestions that the triple lock could be changed in the future, which was kind of, it was sacrilegious to even talk about that 5 years ago. But I think the Labour Party won't mind doing this, because those older established pensioners are not their core voters. They are caring about much younger voters and recruiting younger voters. These voters are Conservative Conservative voters, possibly Reform voters, and that's why Rachel's got them in her sights.
She shows politically motivated financial attacks.
Of course it is. The whole budget is politically motivated.
She says, though, she's not going to... She says, we're not going to be introducing a wealth tax, but there are other ways of taxing wealthy people.
That is ridiculous.
I know it sounds funny. It is a technical point, but it does sound funny.
Really
it's
not a wealth tax, but we're taxing wealth.
Taxing the wealthy. It's not.
It's unfortunately phrased from that spin. I mean, what the government has ruled out is an absolute wealth tax, so it's like sticking a 2% tax on anybody who's got assets over, say, $1 million, which is almost within touching distance in France as the French try and cobble together a government. The French, the Belgians, I'm attacking everybody to
French, the Belgians, who else is going to get it?
Republic, isn't it, apparently? Yeah, and it was one of the Bourbon kings is standing by and is ready to
or we can invade.
Yes.
Well, I've long called for
perfect time.
I've long called for it. It's about time we at least reclaim Calais.
Yes.
I think just take that back for our own. There is a good story.
Do we want it?
If we
not at the moment.
Just sort it out. That's what I'm trying to say. Because then we can't keep palming it off on the French, paying them to not police it. But on that note, actually, there's a story that's breaking this evening about the one-in, one-out deal. We're going to talk about this on the after the break. So this was not a one-in, one-out deal for a start. I'd quite like to soothe them over that. But so it turns out that there are only 12 officials, civil servants, working on the whole of this one-in, one-out deal.
Yeah.
To put it into perspective, apparently there were 1,000 working on Rwanda. Is that right?
On the other hand, to put it into perspective, that's at least 12 civil servants per immigrant exported. So
yes. How many civil servants?
It's a better ratio. Let's remind ourselves not a single person went back to Rwanda.
That's true. I've got a couple self-deported, actually, but
But not a single person went under the Rwanda scheme. 1,000 civil servants, not a single person went. It cost hundreds of millions of pounds.
Hundreds of millions of pounds. We sent more Home Secretaries.
Yeah. How do you know I was going to say that?
Yeah, because I've heard you bang on about it before. Anyway, there we go. Right, well, coming up.
Did actually say, would you mind if I gave a couple of thousand tomahawks to your opposition? I did say that to him. I said it just that way. He didn't like the idea.
Front of Friday's independent picture story. Trump, Putin, they're going to meet in Budapest. Zelenskyy in the White House tomorrow. We're going to go and get the latest from our very own Bev Turner shortly. But yes, just to say to you as well, that there's a lot on the Chinese spy scandal and just shocking revelations about how inept we are at this one-in, one-out deal. 12 civil servants it takes to deport just one illegal migrant. Stay tuned.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very, very easy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off-limits.
You had the power then.
Yeah,
and now you've lost it.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless.
No, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Late Edition. Just to say, we've got some revelations for you about Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew is apparently embroiled in this Chinese spy scandal, and there are photos to prove it. Also, there's the one-in-one-out deal. It turns out we've only got 12 civil servants working on that, which is remarkable considering the government said this was like a #1 priority. But there we go. Before we get to that, though, a couple of the front pages are leading with Putin and Trump. Trump is going to meet Putin in Budapest for the second summit on the Ukraine war, and tomorrow, I believe, Zelenskyy is due to meet with the president as well. Who better to go to on this but our very own Bev Turner, who's going to be doing the Late Show live for us in Washington, D.C. And Bev joins us now. Bev, right, well, you've had a busy day today, and you're going to have a busy one tomorrow by the sounds of things. What's going on?
It's always busy here, Patrick. It is literally impossible to keep up with Donald Trump and the way that he just changes the news agenda hour by hour across the world. It's no exaggeration to say. We know today that he spoke to Putin on the phone. He then issued a very long statement on Truth Social about that call and about the next steps, the fact that he's going to send out Rubio to go and have a meeting, and that he's then going to meet Putin in Budapest. We know that Zelenskyy is going to be in town tomorrow. We're looking forward to all of this tonight on The Late Show Live. If he can pull this off as well, having secured peace in the Middle East last week, then there's nobody like him. There's never been a president or a leader of a country like him in history, in my opinion. What else are we talking about today? Oh, we've got the story that I think you've been covering about these no-go zones in the UK for Jewish football fans. How have we got to a place where that is possible in Great Britain? And we're also going to be, poke myself in the eye with my glasses. At least we're on air. Hopefully we'll be on air, unlike last night at the top of the show, Patrick. We're also going to be talking about John Bolton, the politician here who's been indicted. And also, this is a story we didn't get to last night. And I know that you were keen on this, but because we had some tech issues, we didn't get there. This is a little package that we've done about shopping for groceries in America. Shopping for groceries here compared to shopping for groceries in the UK, and how the two compared. So we will be also showing you that.
I'm obsessed with this. I think people need to see it. filling up people's cars as well. What does it cost when you put fuel or gas in your car over there? What's that all about? Tax as well. You know, we're about to have this budget now. I mean, what do the people in parts of Texas think about the idea that you might part with close to 50% of your income plus everything else as well? I think it's the reason why they have guns, Bev. It's the reason why they have guns. There'd be open warfare over this, but here we just roll over and accept it. Let Rachel Reese tickle our bellies and tell us that, well, you know, it's just between this or China, which actually is a Rizzler paper between those two things at the moment.
Way too much. And actually, we're going to be talking to a veteran because, of course, our government, I don't even want to use an adjective, even though it's late at night, I'm not going to, are using veterans to push through digital ID. So they will then say, oh, well, look, if the veterans are happy with digital ID, and quite a lot of them are old, then it means that they won't be able to argue, well, you know, the elderly don't have smartphones, do they? They can't have digital ID. They'll go, well, look, it's worked with the veterans. They've accepted it. I'm furious about digital ID. As you know, I think it is the start of the end of freedom as we know it. So we're going to be talking to one veteran about that as well tonight. And discussing the idea with our American guests about digital ID. They think it's an abhorrent concept here in America. You've got a government that comes on air, and every time one of them speaks, they talk about freedom. Doesn't matter whether it's Pete Hegseth Tulsi Gabbard, Donald Trump himself, J.D. Vance. Freedom of speech, freedom of the individual to transact, to exist without being surveilled all the time, and it's totally opposite in the UK.
Absolutely. Bev, look, lovely stuff. I'll be seeing you again later on. Bev Turner there for the Late Show Live for us in Washington. Lots to go at, and again, it's those joint topics, isn't it, between our two great nations. So let's just go to a story that's inside one of the papers tomorrow. This one-in-one-out deal, which is not a one-in-one-out deal. Just 12 civil servants, Simon, working on this. Supposedly, this government's flagship, most important policy to fix illegal immigration. It's almost like they don't really care.
12
people.
12 civil servants. I mean, it is laughable, obviously. It suggests that I can't imagine that 12 civil servants, that's not even, I don't know, a division or a battalion or a regiment, or that's not even, that's like a milk round, isn't it? I don't know what it is.
What is it?
No. It's probably a single, do they call it a daisy cluster or something?
Yeah.
You know, what are these kind of, it's just about enough. No, I mean, it's laughable, obviously. On the other hand, I suppose if the thing was working fine, then one would be happy enough that they'd made it so efficient. But that's not the other side of the equation either.
I just find it... I mean, this is a deal that had to be ratified by the European Union. That's considered to have failed. I think there's even some issues. I mean, it's currently being legally challenged by a load of different migrant charities, this one-in-one-out deal, who they say that, well, basically what they're going to try and do is obviously take it to the ECHR and probably win. So what happened? But, you know, again, the British public can think, well, our government didn't really try their best, did they, on this?
No,
this 12
and
people.
we absolutely know that what we need is a deterrent, because we speak many times to people, to Border Force officials, and they say what works is a deterrent. And the only thing that works in terms of a deterrent is numbers. That's why the Rwanda scheme was not going to work, because they could not shift sufficient numbers. And this, even though the government describe it as a pilot scheme, of course, they say we can roll that out, it will become bigger, we'll employ more than, or we'll take on more than 12 civil servants to make it run. How long will that take? It will move too slowly, and not enough numbers will be involved.
It's also about, you know, when Circus Town made a big fanfare about scrapping Rwanda, and they said that, oh, look, we had all these staff working on Rwanda and the civil servants, so we're going to get rid of them. They didn't get rid of them, they didn't take them off the payroll, they just moved them to other civil service departments.
Well, they were meant to be processing claims. I mean, because one of the big things that I used to trot out as well as their more Home secretaries have gone to Rwanda.
Nice. It's a good line, though.
It is a good line. But it is the fact that they were going to, that Labour wanted to speed up processing claims so that people wouldn't be hanging around and being in hotels, etc., at British taxpayers' expenses. That doesn't quite... I mean, the average time to take into process a claim has sped up a bit, but not as much as people would want. And look, the one-in-one-out deal was never going to be more than a tiny part of the whole solution, but where is the rest of the solution from the government? If it doesn't find one... You mentioned earlier, Patrick, that Labour's on 15% in the latest poll, probably the lowest it's ever polled.
Well, it's actually... It's below the Tories now, so it's their third.
It's in danger of coming fourth or fifth in a poll in that, because, you know, you've seen the Lib Dems on 12, 13 and the Greens knocking around there as well. So this is, you know, I think if that carries on, there's going to be a crisis. And one way to get back is to actually find a solution
It's
for this.
ironic at this present moment that we're beginning to resemble France. Just as their system is collapsing, we're moving to a continental-style coalition.
Which is why we should invade.
Yeah.
We should invade.
Yeah.
And just go and sort it out. We've got nothing to lose.
And we get the Belgians to help us.
Take over Calais.
Yeah, no, I mean, those polls, I mean, that's pretty dire, really.
Yeah, and
considering you just had
I think
confidence.
there was one poll in one of the Sunday papers last weekend which talked about the percentage of Conservative voters, and it was suggesting, I think, that the Conservatives could be down to like 7 seats in the next general election. It was absolutely catastrophic.
There's going to be more Gaza independence than Tories.
Yeah, that is good.
But it would mean a huge advance for reform if that happened. If Labour continued to fall behind in the polls the way they have done now, and Reform did well in the local elections next year, and Conservatives did not get a grip of the situation, the whole political landscape could be transformed.
Well, yeah, but I do actually think Matthew makes a really good point, which is, you know, I would not be surprised if we had a cohort of somewhere between 20 and 30, quotes unquote, Gaza independents after the next election, and that is a huge block. block. It's a huge block. And when we come back, I want to talk about Prince Andrew. He's in hot water again, isn't he? Prince Andrew and the spy chief at the heart of the China scandal. And there is a picture of Andrew, because, you know, there always is, isn't there, of him shaking hands with a bloke who is apparently a Chinese spy master. So that's great. Well done, Handsy Andy. That next.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun.
Weather looking good then?
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Some showers heading over the Canaries over the next few days. We've seen some torrential downpours across parts of Spain and Italy recently. Things turning drier here, however. Plenty of sunshine for Spain and Portugal on Friday. And the sunshine returning to much of Italy. Still a few showers across the far south. The wet weather, though, is moving into Croatia and mainland Greece, although most of the Greek islands further east will be dry and sunny. And we'll see the sunshine returning to Dubrovnik through the weekend. Meanwhile, further showers likely in Tenerife.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
no,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dawdney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/your say. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/your say, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
OK, so a couple of stories for you now. By the way, apparently Sadiq Khan, sir, sticks in the craw, doesn't it? Sadiq Khan celebrated his birthday on a £268 million super yacht. We've got some details of that coming your way. But before that, Prince Andrew is in hot water again. Linda, I'm going to throw it your way here. Just bring up the Telegraph, if that's OK. Prince Andrew, Chinese spy master, thick as thieves.
I think nothing at all surprises me. I've just read the book Entitlement, the Rise and Fall of the House of York. And there's speculation that Prince Andrew actually has a little palace somewhere in the Gulf. And he might actually go there. Personally, I think it's safer for us if we keep him here. But, I mean, apart from anything else, apart from the whole Epstein scandal, when he was UK trade envoy, he just travelled the world mixing golf with so-called business for this country with his own business development.
Absolutely.
At the taxpayers' expense.
Air Miles Andy.
I mean, it's Air Miles Andy. It was completely extraordinary.
So if we wouldn't mind just maybe whiz on to the Daily Mail as well on this. So they've gone for wouldn't you just know it? Andrew and spy chief at the heart of China scandal. Prince Andrew met the alleged spy master at the heart of the collapsed China spy case at least 3 times. It emerged last night. The Duke of York became embroiled in the scandal, engulfing the government as pictures showed him shaking hands with the Beijing official said to have helped mastermind the Westminster espionage plot. Yeah, I mean it's just another bad day out for Andy, isn't it?
Yes, obviously. When you say this, it's like they say there's always a tweet, you know, if somebody is a hypocrite. And, there's always a picture of Andrew shaking hands with a wrong one. But to be fair, you know, it's a numbers game partly. He's probably shaken a lot of hands over the years. My main concern
You're
would
charitable.
be...
Yes, very generous too.
Well, I probably am. And my main concern would be that the British intelligence establishment knew better than to allow Prince Andrew to have any access to anything, because I'm absolutely sure that his lips would have been as loose as they come, after a couple of gins, or if he thought, as you say, that his own business interest might prevail. But hopefully they knew better than to equip him with anything very interesting or genuinely secret or confidential which he could share.
Absolutely, but on the other hand, they should have kept him away from these people, full stop. And it's, it takes us back to, I mean, we think the royal family is in better shape at the moment because it's slimmed down. It's, those who are working royals are working hard. This just reminds you that there are some downsides to having a royal family when they're allowed to jet around the world with a made-up job. And at the time, there was a bit of criticism over his air miles, but it was pretty mild.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, just to get more detail on this again, so they posed together. This is the picture on your screens now. Prince Andrew and I'm probably not going to pronounce this correctly, but I'm going to say Kai Kui, and the pair posed as they celebrated jointly building a golden era in China-UK relations. So, how golden was?
It's not aged well that
really,
one.
Also, how golden was it for Prince Andrew? That's one of the things that I think a lot of people might be wondering. There, both men have denied any wrongdoing, and the case against them collapsed. This was.
But it wasn't just passing information, it was the fact that he could grease the wheels of these relationships that he set up. So when you think about what the head of MI5 was saying about the Chinese infiltrating almost every area of British life, there has to be loads and loads of business deals done with airports, done with educational institutions, done with this, done with that. How many did he actually facilitate with his glad handing and networking?
But it's also like, and the royals still won't release all the documents. They're still hiding behind a lot of
There's loads more to come out.
So when she who shall not be named asked him about Jeffrey Epstein, whether he regretted, and he said still no because of the connections I made or something like that, and you think. Right. Well, is it all about networking? 'Cause, it's quite bad, really.
And he was trying to give the impression that the connections were being made on behalf of the United Kingdom's business interests. Yeah,
exactly.
I still think he would have been better off going down the mental health route with that one.
Saying what, I'm nuts?
Yeah. I don't know what it is with me.
Behaved like a zoo
I should
animal.
get some therapy.
If you just started barking at Emily Maitlis and
You've named her!
At least I didn't say Rory Stewart. Well, there we go. And we've kind of managed to tie in some of the China stuff there. Shall I just give you the latest on Sadiq Khan, sir? So he celebrated his birthday on a £268 million... that yacht's the size of a small country. £268 million super yacht owned by a billionaire named the Tash with the Cash. The yacht is owned by a Pakistani-American businessman. Sorry, is that the name of the yacht or the name of the billionaire? It's the name of the billionaire. It's the name of the billionaire.
I think it must be the billionaire, yeah. It's a great nickname for a yacht.
It would be, yeah. Anyway, the name of the billionaire is the Tash with the Cash. And he's a Pakistani-American businessman, Shahid Khan. and it boasts an onboard nightclub, a swimming pool and a submarine. And apparently Sadiq Khan's birthday party was held on that on Tuesday evening. Neil Garrett, a Conservative member of the London Assembly, said, as Londoners watch our economy being washed away under Labour's disastrous handling of our finances, Khan is rubbing shoulders with billionaires on yachts.
Well, it makes you know, nice Wahid Ali, you know, a British-based business person, founder of the Big Breakfast, etc. Look like nothing compared with this.
I know, that's
so I think number 10 will be going, oh, you know. I think this maybe shows that Sadiq needs to realise his time is coming to an end.
Do you think he does realise?
No, at the moment he wants to restand.
Yeah, but is that true, though? I just wondered if you just said it to troll Trump, because...
No. I think they...
Do we have any term limits on London?
No, they can stand as many as they like, and the voting system's gone back. So even if he doesn't do well in the first round, you could expect the centre-left candidate to win.
Oh, great. Yeah. So that's that then. So basically, it's just forever, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just Sadiq Khan.
But Dawn Butler wants the job.
Yeah, but that's not good.
Labour MP.
That's not good.
Not uncontroversial. Labour MP Dawn Butler is the leading contender if he was.
She's the rapper, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That's not.
I have to say, she did a fantastic night at Labour Party conference, Jamaica night. She was on stage emceeing for 6 hours.
How did she manage that?
Oh my goodness.
Just the exuberance of the conference. Just the exuberance of the conference.
Just pumped up on the
absolutely
on the vibes of the room. Yeah, okay, great, brilliant. So yeah, that's basically the show. I think not before time. Beth Turner is up next. I'm going to whiz you through some of the newspapers for tomorrow. The Guardian, MPs top prosecutor over collapse of spy case. The Daily Express, ban on Israeli fans is a national disgrace. Expect more on that tomorrow. The Times, China and MI5 berate Labour over spying case. The Telegraph, MI5, China dismayed by China spy fiasco. Sorry. Anyway, you get the gist. Mail, Andrew and spy chief at heart of China scandal. The Sun, don't fight alone. It's a Ricky Hatton story. Sadly, he took his own life, which was revealed officially today, and his family is saying reach out if you need help. The Daily Mirror, China is a threat every